On March 23rd, 2506, a zombie outbreak occurred, and 70% of the world's human population instantly turned into zombies. I survived 3 years of the bloody struggle at the end of the world. But I didn't expect that what killed me in the end was not a zombie, but my closest best friend. When I opened my eyes again, I found myself reborn back to the day before the apocalypse. After my rebirth, I thought the biggest challenge would be how to stock up on enough supplies before the disaster strikes, so as to avoid becoming a victim of the apocalypse again. I calculated the time precisely, planned the route, and prepared to buy all the necessities for survival on the eve of the end of the world. I stockpiled food, water, and weapons. Everything seemed to be in order. However, when I held the list tightly and prepared to get to work, fate suddenly took a turn. A mysterious hotel system descended upon me without warning. At that moment, the list in my hand became meaningless. I no longer needed to rush for supplies that were about to disappear. I am no longer the person struggling to survive in the apocalypse, but the owner of this super apocalyptic hotel, a perfect shelter that can shield zombies, regulate the temperature, and expel any threats. Stock up? Survive? No. My mission became to run this magical hotel that could dominate the survival of the apocalypse. My name is Chu Jianhua. At this moment, I am standing in the middle of the dormitory with a dazed look on my face. The reason was that a mechanical voice sounded in my ears, accompanied by a sharp crackling sound from the mobile phone screen. The Doomsday Hotel system was created successfully and is looking for a host. Found a qualified host. Binding in progress. 1%, 10%, 100%. Binding completed. What the hell? I looked up and saw a snow-white nine-tailed fox, and behind it was a virtual screen. Hello, host. I'm the system leader of the Doomsday Hotel, number 001. The nine-tailed fox's mouth moved, and a soft and cute voice exploded directly in my mind. I was stunned for a second. Doomsday Hotel system? To be honest, although my life was hard and I had to work part-time every day, I read a lot of Doomsday novels. But who would have thought that the end of the world would actually come? Task release. Please select a location for the Doomsday Hotel and arrive at the location within 24 hours. Task reward. To be unlocked. What is the reward for the mission? I raise my eyebrows. I won't do business that will lose money. I have everything the host wants. As long as you run the hotel well, I will take care of all your food, clothing, housing, and transportation. With the hotel in hand, I'll take care of you even at the end of the world. The little fox's voice was full of temptation. I was skeptical, but it didn't hurt to give it a try. I opened the map and began to study it carefully. What are the requirements for site selection? It doesn't matter who the host is, as long as there's a large flow of people. The nine-tailed fox said gently. Well, a hotel naturally needs popularity, so I chose a location in the city. Here it is. Doomsday Hotel navigation is at your service. Please choose the means of transportation. 1. Car. 2. Electric bicycle. 3. Bicycle. The fox's voice is full of temptation. I don't have a driver's license, so an electric car is a good choice. The next second, a high-tech electric donkey appeared out of thin air at my feet. It was just like an express delivery that arrived within seconds after online shopping. An hour later, I rode steadily to the open space outside Shengshi community. This place is nice, with a wide view and convenient access. It is hard for passersby not to see it. Task completed. Site selection successful. Mission rewards. Hotel real-life map book. Item atlas. Hotel Lord token. Host, take out the Lord token. After activating it, you will have a Doomsday Hotel with unlimited supplies. The little fox jumped excitedly on my shoulder. I took out the heavy token from my virtual backpack and tapped the word activate on it. The Lord's token has been activated. The Doomsday Hotel is under construction. Please wait. I saw with my own eyes that black mist suddenly began to rise from the open space in front of me. Hammers, shovels, and construction materials flew around as if they had spirits, and a 10-minute countdown hung above my head. Yes, it feels like playing a real-time building game, but this is real life. 10 minutes later, the black fog in front of me gradually dissipated, and I saw a shabby, thatched house. I lifted the little fox by the scruff of the neck and asked with narrowed eyes, "Is this the luxury hotel you mentioned?" Host, don't be anxious. The hotel's naming has not been completed yet. Why not give it a domineering name first? The little fox didn't dare to move and let me carry it. I answered casually, Jianglin Hotel. Mission completed. Hotel naming successful. Rewards. Unlock single room 10 in building 1, 5 food items, 5 electric cars that never run out of power. Then, The system issued a new task. Host, please receive 10 guests and check them in successfully. Seeing these rewards, I was relieved. Although the thatched house was a bit shabby, it was still quite spacious inside. There was a shabby counter in the hall, with a few enamel cups on the table, which was barely enough to entertain guests. The shelves on the wall display white rice, meat buns, potatoes, etc., which are rewards from the system. It seems that the services of the Doomsday Hotel are quite complete. Outside the parking space, my electric car was neatly parked in the automatic parking space. It was getting late, so I didn't go out again, but went straight to the second floor to wait for the end of the world. At 12 o'clock midnight, the bright moon quietly turned blood red. Many curious residents leaned out of the window to appreciate this rare sight. However, just as everyone was marveling, an accident happened. The people around them suddenly went crazy, opened their bloody mouths, and bit them. The entire street fell into chaos in an instant, with screams ringing out, zombies running rampant, no cell phone signals, and no calls for help being able to be made. Overnight, the whole world fell into apocalyptic hell. But all this has nothing to do with me, Chu Jiangwei. On the first day of the apocalypse, I woke up in the morning and felt a strange energy flowing through my body. The wood power had awakened ahead of time. Compared to the previous life, this time it was a full month earlier, which was undoubtedly the biggest surprise after my rebirth. I stretched out my hand, and a small piece of emerald green vine quietly grew from my fingertips. Just then, there was a hurried knock on the door. "Host, someone is coming." The little fox rushed up from downstairs nervously. I quickly retracted the vine and walked downstairs holding it. But I didn't open the door immediately. Instead, I took out the hotel real-life map book rewarded by the system. Turning to the first page, the scene outside the hotel is in full view. The person standing at the door is none other than Jiang Jinjin. I didn't expect to meet you so soon. In my previous life, when I hadn't awakened my superpowers yet, Jiang Jinjin escaped from school successfully with the help of a fire-type superpower user in the fish pond. Because I hadn't awakened my special powers, I felt like a burden and didn't follow her. I gritted my teeth and relied on my strong will to follow the school's large group to the rescue team at the safety base in City B. Who would have thought that in this life I left school early and actually ran into her here, the good friend who once pushed me into the zombie group. With the corners of my lips slightly raised, I closed the hotel photo album in my hand and walked to the hotel front desk. "Little fox, open the door." "Got it." The little fox was very obedient. With a slight wave of its paw, the door opened silently. "Brother Chui Hao, the door is open." As soon as the door opened, I heard Jiang Jinjin's voice that was so sweet that it almost made me vomit. "Well, baby, let's go in." The man next to Jiang Jinjin responded in a low voice. The next second, a man not much taller than Jiang Jinjin embraced her and walked into my hotel. "Oh, Chu Jiangyue, this is your good friend who once risked his life for Jiang Jinjin, and he is accompanied by such a mediocre man." I could clearly see the disdain in Jiang Jinjin's eyes. Chui Hao's eyes were filled with lust as he scanned my body, especially my chest. I stood behind the counter, saying nothing, waiting to see what expressions the two men would have when they noticed me standing there. As expected, Jiang Jinjin was stunned when she saw me. "Yeah? Why are you here?" Jiang Jinjin quickly noticed something was wrong. I was clean from head to toe. Even the pure white t-shirt I was wearing was spotless. You know, in the last days, this clean and tidy state is more precious than gold. "So you're Jinjin's roommate. What a coincidence." Chui Hao obviously reacted faster than Jiang Jinjin. He had a hypocritical smile on his face, but his eyes hadn't left me. He might have been infatuated before the end of the world, but after awakening his supernatural powers, his mentality obviously changed. At this moment, the desire in his eyes almost overflowed, and he completely forgot about Jiang Jinjin beside him. "Classmate, yeah, right? My name is Chui Hao, and I'm a fire-type mutant." Chui Hao stretched out his hand and looked at me with a lewd expression, but his eyes still lingered on places where I shouldn't be looking. My eyes instantly turned cold. As expected, the one who likes Jiang Jinjin is not a good person. "Hello, this is Jianglin Hotel. I'm the boss here. Please recharge your accommodation first." I didn't want to waste time talking to them, so I just introduced myself and got straight to the point. "Yeah, what are you talking about? This is just a shabby thatched hut, a hotel?" Jiang Jinjin's voice was full of disbelief. She obviously thought I was crazy. Chui Hao also sneered. "Hotel? Are you planning to book a room for me?" I narrowed my eyes, and the next second, vines quickly extended from between my fingers, wrapped around Chui Hao's neck like a snake, and suddenly tightened, lifting him up, Student Chui, you are an uneducated person. Let me teach you a lesson. I swung the vines hard, and Chui Hao was smashed against the wall and fell heavily to the ground. He coughed so hard that tears came out, and he obviously didn't expect that I would also awaken my superpowers. You actually have superpowers. Zhang Jinjin's eyes widened, her face full of jealousy. Why? Chu Jiangyue, a poor student who had to work part-time to earn her living expenses, could actually awaken superpowers? And she could only rely on scum like Chui Hao to survive. Yeah, didn't you? I asked with a light smile, a hint of amusement in my tone. Zhang Jinjin trembled all over, and the jealousy in her heart almost turned into reality. Of course, she didn't have any special abilities. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to follow Chui Hao and even sell herself out for him. If Chu Jiangyue had stayed in the dormitory, if she had also awakened her superpowers, Zhang Jinjin would never have ended up like this. It was all Chu Jianyue's fault. Yeah, I haven't eaten since yesterday. Can you share some food with me? Zhang Jinjin immediately changed her expression, still looking weak. Of course, I could see that Zhang Jinjin's inner jealousy was almost about to explode, but on the surface, she pretended to be very convincing. Of course. I smiled gently, but the next sentence directly shattered her fantasy. Recharge first, and then buy. I pointed to the tray on the counter and said, this hotel supports the exchange of any items. For the first recharge, we will also give you an exclusive ID card. Jinjin, you are so kind. You will definitely not let me give it to you for free, right? The smile on Jiang Jinjin's face froze, but she managed to hold back her outburst. After all, she still had to maintain her image of being a beautiful and kind person. At the same time, Chui Hao, who was thrown against the wall by me, finally recovered and tried to use his supernatural power to attack me. But after several attempts, he was shocked to find that his supernatural power was ineffective. What did you do? Why doesn't my ability work? Chui Hao's face was full of horror, and he obviously didn't expect to encounter such a situation. Didn't I tell you? Within the hotel, everyone except me is prohibited from using superpowers. I said casually. Chui Hao's face suddenly turned gloomy, but he also knew that there was no way he could deal with me at this time. He was silent for a moment, and then he squeezed out a sentence. I want to buy something. You just said that I can exchange it with any item. How do I do it? Well, although Chui Hao is not a good person, at least he can recognize the situation. Zhang Jinjin, who was standing by, almost exploded when she heard this. Why? Why couldn't she beat Chu Jiangyue in school? Now it's the end of the world, and she still can't beat Chu Jiangyue. Chu Jiangyue, why don't you just die? Zhang Jinjin roared madly in her heart. Chu Jiangyue didn't care at all about Zhang Jinjin's madness. After all, she had already seen through the nature of this scumbag. As for Chui Hao, he was just a fence-sitter who knew the current situation. Seeing that I had no ill intentions, he humbly accepted the hotel's exchange and purchase rules. I gave Chui Hao a brief demonstration, and he was able to operate it proficiently right away. Young people learn quickly. In addition to food, our hotel also provides accommodation services. There are currently 10 single rooms, 200 copper coins a day. I said lightly. Chui Hao's eyes lit up, and he was obviously quite interested in the accommodation, but when he heard that it was a single room, his eyes dimmed instantly. He couldn't bear to let Zhang Jinjin leave his sight, even if it was just to sleep. Zhang Jinjin lowered her head and remained silent, her eyes flickering, and she was obviously thinking about something in her mind. Chui Hao didn't have many items that could be exchanged, so he finally pulled Zhang Jinjin with him to go out and search for some gold, silver, and jewelry to exchange for food. Before leaving, Zhang Jinjin looked back at me with a hint of pleading in her eyes. However, I just looked at Zhang Jinjin indifferently, without any response. In this life, I will not fall into her trap again. In my previous life, my fate has already told me that Zhang Jinjin and Chui Hao are not trustworthy at all. Zhang Jinjin took advantage of my sympathy and tricked me into giving to her again and again, and even in the end, she pushed me towards the zombies with her own hands. Thinking of this, I narrowed my eyes and made up my mind that this time, I would never give her another chance. Just as I was thinking alone, the little fox's voice rang in my ears. Host, someone is calling for help. Shouting for help? I frowned, feeling a little impatient. In the end times, saving people is not my responsibility. But the little fox was obviously a little excited. Since it was so enthusiastic, I couldn't just stand by and watch. I walked out of the hotel, pushed an electric bike, plugged in the hotel Lord token, and rode towards the direction of the cry for help. The air was filled with the stench of decay, Body parts were scattered all over the ground, and the tragic scene of doomsday was clearly visible. I quickly found the girl who was crying for help. She was running desperately, followed by a group of slow-moving zombies. The zombies in the early days of the apocalypse moved slowly, so she was able to shake them off, but her screaming all the way only attracted more zombies. I stopped not far from her and frowned. This girl obviously had no sense of danger. Not only did she not think about how to escape, but she also ordered me to help. "Hey, come here and help me drive away these zombies," she shouted, her voice full of command. The little fox's voice was a little hesitant. "Host, host." I simply turned the bike around and rode towards the hotel. She was so strong that it seemed she could do without my help. When people are on the verge of death, they can always burst out with incredible strength. Sure enough, when the girl saw me leaving, she panicked and chased after me desperately, and her speed was quite fast. "Host, she's following us," the little fox reminded. I remained unmoved and continued to ride into the hotel's protective shield. When I parked my electric bike and stepped into the hotel door, the girl followed me breathlessly. However, as soon as she entered the door, she tried to sneak attack me and push me out of the hotel's protective shield. I was prepared and kicked her hard in the stomach. She flew out and hit the wall of the hotel with a loud bang. "Bitch, how dare you kick me?" She covered her stomach, her eyes full of anger. "I've already kicked you. It's a bit late for you to say that." I responded bluntly. "Do you know who I am?" she said viciously. At this time, the little fox jumped twice on my shoulder and answered, "Host, I know. She is the vicious female supporting role in the plane. Her name is Lu Yi, and she lives in Shengshi Huadu community." I raised my eyebrows. This is quite interesting. Don't tell me that this world is a book. Yes and no. After the host was reborn, this world has become the real world. The little fox replied. So, the reason why I was killed by Jiang Jinjin in my previous life was actually because I was influenced by some kind of plot. She's the evil female supporting role. So who are the male and female protagonists? I asked curiously, thinking in my mind, after all, I don't want the hotel I worked so hard to run to be taken advantage of by some protagonists in the end. This has not been unlocked yet. I will know when I meet relevant information or people. The little fox said after hesitating for a while. TSK, so useless. Hearing this, I sighed, but did not continue to ask. I hope this so-called male and female protagonist will not cause me trouble. I turned my gaze to Lu Yi lying on the ground again. Lu Yi? Lu Yi's eyes widened, her face filled with horror. How? How do you know my name? Brother Wonen, help me. When I heard the words Brother Wonen, my heart moved. Could the male protagonist be this person? It's out, it's out. The Brother Wonen that Lu Yi mentioned is the male protagonist. The little fox shouted excitedly, obviously unlocking a new plot. As expected, I raised my eyebrows. I didn't expect that I guessed it right. What about me? I won't be cannon fodder too. The little fox paused, his voice getting smaller and smaller. If I hadn't bound you, host, you would really be cannon fodder. The corners of my mouth twitched slightly, and I sneered in my heart. In my previous life, I only survived for 3 years, and I was indeed destined to be cannon fodder. As for Jiang Jinjin, she is just female, no. The host does not need to take it to heart. The little fox then comforted me. Who is the heroine? This is the point. If the heroine is also a troublemaker, I'm not sure if I can resist killing her. It hasn't been unlocked yet. The little fox felt a little guilty. After all, it didn't even know who the heroine was, which made it seem like what it said before was a little unconfident. What's the use of you? I couldn't help but shake my head, feeling a little helpless. The little fox grumbled aggrievedly, like a scolded child. I sighed. It seemed that this end of the world was much more complicated than I had imagined. Lu Yi stared at Chu Jiangyue with a face full of resentment and forced herself to stand up, gritting her teeth and shouting, Bitch, how dare you kick me? Do you know who I am? Chu Jiangyue smiled lightly, stepped forward and kicked him again. Look, isn't it kicked? Why are you still asking me if I dare? Lu Yi felt as if her internal organs were about to be dislocated by the kick, and she couldn't even stand up due to the pain. But she knew that the outside world had completely collapsed, and there were man-eating monsters everywhere. If she was driven out, she might not even be able to save her life. Lu Yi suppressed her anger and chose to curl up in the corner without saying a word, but her resentful eyes revealed the hatred in her heart. The little fox carefully sensed Chu Jiangyue's emotions, and the soft voice sounded again. Host, non-hotel room guests can only stay for 2 hours. Do you want a reminder? Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows, obviously not caring much about it. but decided to give a friendly reminder. Starting from the moment you enter the door, you will be automatically expelled in 2 hours. If you don't want to be thrown out without any preparation, it is recommended that you leave as soon as possible. Chu Jiangyue said this in a lukewarm way, and she had fulfilled her obligation to inform him. As for whether Lu Yi listened to it or not, that was none of her business. Lu Yi snorted coldly when she heard this, feeling disdainful in her heart. She didn't believe that Chu Jiangyue could really kick her out even though she was already here. This woman was just trying to scare her. Chu Jiangyue didn't bother to pay attention to her and walked into the hotel kitchen to prepare breakfast for herself. The refrigerator was filled with all kinds of food, both meat and vegetables. This was one of the things Chu Jiangyue was most satisfied with about this doomsday hotel system. After a while, Chu Jiangyue cooked a bowl of hot noodles, which was filled with fragrance. Chu Jiangyue took the noodles and sat at the dining table in the hall and began to eat leisurely, with no intention of preparing any food for Lu Yi. Since Chu Jiangyue entered the kitchen, Lu Yi has been staring at her eagerly, greedily inhaling the aroma coming from her. In order to lose weight, Lu Yi hasn't eaten much for several days. Now the tempting smell of noodles makes her stomach rumble. Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Lu Yi stood up and shouted to Chu Jiangyue, "Hey, I want to eat too. Make me a bowl." Chu Jiangyue didn't even look at her and continued to eat noodles, completely ignoring her existence. Lu Yi had been spoiled since she was a child. How could she have been ignored like this? Seeing Chu Jiangyue ignoring her, she immediately flew into a rage. She cursed and rushed over, trying to knock Chu Jiangyue over. But Chu Jiangyue is no longer the ordinary girl who can be manipulated by others. The 3 years of survival experience in the apocalypse have made her cold and sharp. Seeing Lu Yi reaching out, Chu Jiangyue's face turned cold, and he raised his leg without any hesitation, kicking Lu Yi out again. "Get out!" Lu Yi was kicked away like a rag doll, hit the wall heavily, and then spit out blood when she landed. It was obvious that Chu Jiangyue used all his strength this time. After being kicked 3 times in a row, Lu Yi finally felt a deep fear, but that fear was still mixed with resentment and hatred. She had never suffered such humiliation since she was a child. Lu Yi secretly swore in her heart that one day she would make Chu Jiangyue pay for what she did today. Chu Jiangyue didn't care at all. She ate her noodles slowly while communicating with the little fox in her mind, with a teasing tone. "You asked me not to kill her, but she wanted to kill me right away." The little fox felt a little guilty, and it also understood that Chu Jiangyue had indeed suffered a loss today. However, as a newly released system, it had no trump cards of its own and had no way to compensate Chu Jiangyue. The guilt made its 9 tails fly around restlessly. 2 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Lu Yi was still thinking about how to stay here to avoid the limelight, but an invisible force suddenly enveloped her and dragged her out. Lu Yi panicked, struggled desperately, and yelled, "Bitch, what did you do to me?" Chu Jiangyue glanced at her indifferently and said coldly, "I have reminded you long ago that you can only stay for 2 hours. Bye." Lu Yi was completely panicked. "I don't want to go out. I don't want to. Save me. Bye." Before Lu Yi could finish her words, she was enveloped by a ray of light and instantly disappeared at the entrance of the hotel, completely expelled. The little fox poked his head out to look outside and asked hesitantly, "Host, she shouldn't be dead, right?" Chu Jiangyue shrugged nonchalantly. "She is a vicious female supporting character in the plane. Can she die?" The little fox hurriedly explained, "Don't worry, host, she won't die until her story is over." Chu Jiangyue nodded and didn't ask any more questions. She was not interested in Lu Yi's fate. She only cared about how to live a better life in this apocalypse. Not long after, Cui Hao and Jiang Jinjin returned to the hotel again. Cui Hao was carrying a bulging black backpack. Obviously, he had gone out to search for something. As soon as Cui Hao entered the room, he threw his backpack on the counter and began to pour things into the tray of the exchange machine. 20 metal blocks, 10 jades, 20 diamonds detected. A total of 2 gold coins, 50 silver coins, and 60 copper coins can be exchanged. Do you want to exchange? Press yes to confirm, or no to cancel. Seeing these things, Chu Jiangyue guessed that Cui Hao might have found a jewelry store. But no matter how valuable the items looked, the exchange amount made Cui Hao look very ugly. But he also knew that he had no choice but to press the confirmation button. "Dear Mr. Cui Hao, congratulations on becoming the first customer of Jianglin Hotel. We have exchanged 2 gold coins, 50 silver coins, and 60 copper coins for you. The first recharge will give you an ID card. Please keep it properly." The item on the exchanger disappeared instantly and was replaced by a silver ID card the size of a bank card. This is your ID card. From now on, all your consumption and activities in the hotel can be completed by swiping the card. Chu Jiangyue explained concisely. Cui Hao nodded and did not let Jiang Jinjin exchange the items. He went to the shelf and bought some steamed buns and dumplings, then hurriedly took her away. Jiang Jinjin had been looking at Chu Jiangyue with pleading eyes since she entered the hotel, but Chu Jiangyue never even looked at her straight in the eye. After experiencing the betrayal in her previous life, she would never easily trust this so-called best friend again. Jianglin Hotel is located near Shengshi Huadu community. Although this is an upscale villa area, there are many residents and people coming and going. Not long after Cui Hao took Jiang Jinjin away, Chu Jiangyue saw through the open door of the hotel that a man was using his lightning power to chop several zombies into charcoal. The power of this man's lightning ability made Chu Jiangyue immediately realize that he was a standard big boss in the end times. The lightning ability was recognized as the strongest attack ability, and he had already awakened when the end times just began. Chu Jiangyue was puzzled. She had never heard of such a powerful person in her previous life. Shen Jigui has lived in Shengshi Huadu for 5 years, and he knows everything around him. But now, the sudden appearance of the hotel and the mysterious woman made him feel something was very wrong. In order to ensure the safety of himself and his teammates, Shen Jigui decided to explore the depths of this hotel. Approaching the hotel, Shen Jigui felt that the aura around him was a little abnormal, especially when he found that his powers could not be used in the hotel, which made him even more vigilant. His eyes glanced at the woman behind the counter with a right smile. "Hello, this is Jianglin Hotel. Do you need accommodation? The grand opening offer is only 100 copper coins a day," Chu Jiangyue said with a smile. Shen Jigui frowned and asked, 100 copper coins? What is this? Copper coins are the common currency of this hotel. 100 copper coins are equal to 1 silver coin, and 100 silver coins are equal to 1 gold coin. Guests can exchange it with any items, and they will also receive an exclusive identity card as a gift for their first recharge. Chu Jiangyue smiled very friendly, thinking to himself, this is a potential customer, so of course we must treat him well. Shen Jigui looked around and said calmly, someone told me that there are supplies here. Chu Jiangyue's heart skipped a beat, and he immediately thought of Lu Yi. Lu Yi? Shen Jigui shook his head. I don't know him. Since it wasn't Lu Yi, Chu Jiangyue didn't ask any more questions and continued to smile. It's okay. If you want to buy supplies, please top up first. Shen Jigui felt a little uncomfortable with Chu Jiangyue's bright smile. He felt more and more that this place was full of traps, but he really needed supplies at the moment. He had to hold back his doubts, took off the metal watch from his wrist, and placed it on the exchanger. On the tray, metal watch detected *1 can be exchanged for 500 copper coins. Do you want to exchange it? Press yes to confirm or no to cancel. Shen Jigui pressed confirmation, and the exchanger prompted, Dear Mr. Shen Jigui, congratulations on becoming the second customer of Jianglin Hotel. 500 copper coins have been redeemed for you. You will receive a free identity card for your first recharge. Please keep it properly. The watch disappeared, and a silver ID card appeared on the tray. Chu Jiangyue said with a smile, This is your ID card. In the future, you can swipe your card for consumption or entry and exit in this hotel. The guest room is 100 copper coins per night. Sir, do you need accommodation? Shen Jigui picked up his ID card and replied calmly, No, I'll buy supplies. After saying that, he walked to the container and started picking food. Chu Jiangyue gritted her teeth helplessly, cursing the man in her heart for being cold, but she still had a smile on her face and guided him on how to buy. Shen Jigui quickly became self-taught and followed the instructions to place an order on the virtual screen. His balance and purchased items were also displayed on the screen. However, what Shen Jigui cares about most is the friends column, even though there is no one in it now. Shen Jigui turned around and asked, Boss Chu, what is this friend column? Oh, if your friend is also a customer of the hotel, you can add each other as friends, just like the social software before the apocalypse. It is simple and easy to use. Chu Jiangyue replied casually, thinking that this was just a small bonus provided by the system. Functional, nothing special. But this was a huge surprise to Shen Jigui. After the apocalyptic outbreak, the magnetic field of Blue Star was disordered. All electronic equipment became unusable, and communication between people became extremely difficult. And if this hotel allows them to establish communication links, that would be very important. Shin Jigue bought some food and had already made up his mind to ask his teammates to come over. Shin Jigue put down the food he bought and said calmly, "I'll go back and call my friends over." Before leaving, Chu Jiangyue suddenly reminded, "Friendly reminder, if you encounter a level 1 zombie, you can kill it and take out the crystal core. Each level 1 zombie crystal core can be exchanged for 100 copper coins." Shin Jigue paused for a moment, then turned to look at her, with a flash of deep thought in his eyes. This woman seemed to know more than he expected. Chu Jiangyue did not avoid his gaze, but smiled more calmly. "My hotel can only prosper if the guests are rich." Shin Jigue said nothing more, turned around and left with his ID card. Chu Jiangyue stood behind the counter, feeling a little complicated. The task issued by the system requires her to receive 10 guests and complete check-in, but currently there are only 2 customers who have recharged, but no one has actually stayed. Chu Jiangyue was a little depressed, but before she could think about the next step, Shin Jigue came back with a group of teammates. Shin Jigue brought a group of companions, each carrying large and small bags. After entering the door, their eyes were shining. They are obviously looking forward to the hotel's functionality. "Boss Chu, they all have to recharge, it's troublesome." Shin Jigue's attitude was obviously much better than before, and he was obviously convinced by the functions of the hotel. "Okay, line up and come one by one." Chu Jiangyue was secretly happy. This is a big order. These people have been informed of the hotel's rules in advance by Shin Jigue, and they are very skilled in operating them. The things in their backpacks are basically gold, silver, jewelry, emeralds, jade, and other useless things in the apocalypse. It doesn't matter anyway. They are all exchanged. After everyone had finished recharging, Chu Jiangyue was so happy that she had made a profit this time. A teammate named Jiang He and Shin Jigue's team had awakened his space powers, which surprised Chu Jiangyue. Jiang He's space is currently about the size of 2 24-inch suitcases, and it can also keep items fresh. This function is particularly important in the apocalypse. Chu Jiangyue watched them loading food into the space in an orderly manner, and couldn't help but have more doubts about this team. Chu Jiangyue remembered that it took a year after the end of the last world to hear that someone had awakened the space system power. However, it was only the first day of the end of the world, and there were already people with such powerful powers. Chu Jianyue's eyes narrowed slightly, and more questions arose in his heart. She asked softly, "Little Fox, do you know what role Shin Jigue and the others are?" With such great strength, it was quite unusual that she had never heard of their names in the 3 years since the end of the world. "Host, I haven't detected the plot roles of Shin Jigue and his party here." The little fox scratched his head and said. Chu Jianyue's heart moved slightly. "Not detected? Does that mean that Shin Jigue and others might just be ordinary passersby?" "Of course, there is another possibility. They will die in the future, and the dead people will naturally have no plot." Various speculations flashed through Chu Jianyue's mind, but there was not enough evidence to support any conclusion at the moment. Chu Jianyue could only put these doubts aside for the time being. Watching Shin Jigue and his party leave the hotel with supplies, she felt that some things had been ignored. However, Chu Jianyue was not the kind of person who would embarrass herself, and she would not force herself to figure out things she couldn't understand. Chu Jianyue stood behind the counter and suddenly thought of a question. "Little Fox, don't you think our hotel is too low-key to attract many customers?" Although Shin Jigue brought several people over, no one chose to stay overnight. Perhaps because the appearance of the hotel is so simple, these people who live in the villa area don't even bother to live in this thatched house. The little fox huddled on the counter and pretended not to hear. It was just a newcomer. It had just started doing tasks with the host. Where would it get the energy to upgrade and decorate the hotel? It can only wait for the task to be completed, and upgrading the hotel is the only way. "Speak. Don't you want to complete the task earlier?" Chu Jianyue urged. As a unified spirit, the little fox should have been upgraded together with the hotel, right? "Host, I don't have any energy," the little fox said with tears in his eyes, looking extremely aggrieved, as if all this was beyond his control. Chu Jianyue sighed helplessly. "What's the use of you? If the little fox is useless, then I can only rely on myself." Chu Jianyue turned around and began to search in the hotel. Finally, he found a stack of A4 paper in a corner and a pen in the suitcase. Chu Jianyue thought to herself that it was better to rely on herself than on others, so she began to write the slogan on a piece of white paper. Headline: Zhonglin Hotel Grand Opening Promotion. Content: Doomsday is coming. Are you still hungry? Zhonglin Hotel provides steamed buns, meat buns, white rice, corn, potatoes, whatever you want, I have it. Opening promotion room rate is a bargain. Not 998, not 888, Just 100 copper coins. What? What are copper coins? Whether it is gold, silver, jewelry, or scrap metal, our hotel provides exchange services. No upper limit. Don't miss it if you pass by. Come here if you want to eat steam buns. Address: thatched house on the lawn near Shengshihua. Business hours: 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. No waiting after the time. After writing these, Chu Jiangyue felt her hands were numb, and she looked down at the thick stack of white paper in front of her. She immediately regretted it. Although she had only written a few pages, she was afraid that her hands would be crippled if she had to copy so many pages. Chu Jianyue's gaze shifted to the little fox again. The little fox felt the host's gaze. Its tail flared up, and it asked nervously, "Host, host, what do you want to do?" Chu Jianyue raised her eyebrows and smiled meaningfully. "I have even written the slogan. You just need to spend a little energy to help me copy the content. Is that okay?" The little fox hesitated for a moment and finally sighed. "Okay, I'll try." It began to concentrate all its strength, its 9 tails flying around, its body tense. Fortunately, the little fox successfully copied Chu Jianyue's writing onto the remaining A4 paper. Looking at the pile of flyers, Chu Jianyue nodded with satisfaction. As for whether it could attract people, as long as someone saw the flyers, there would always be a glimmer of hope. Chu Jianyue picked up the backpack filled with flyers and prepared to go out to distribute the flyers. Of course, when we say distribute, it's more like placing one flyer at every other place. The little fox jumped on her shoulder and said with some concern, "Host outside the hotel, my energy may not be able to protect you." "Don't worry, your host is not a weakling." Chu Jianyue was full of confidence. In her previous life, she was able to survive for 3 years under the oppression of Jiangxinjin. In this life, she will only become stronger. The little fox was still a little uneasy, but he still mustered up the courage to say, "Then host, please be careful. If you are in danger, I will do my best to save you." Chu Jianyue smiled and said, "Save that little bit of energy you have and wait for the upgrade." After that, Chu Jianyue picked up the Tang sword, put on her backpack, and walked out of the hotel. Her target was the residence of Shengshihua. After all, there was business to be done where there were many people. Walking on the streets of Shengshihua, the little fox nervously observed the surrounding situation and kept reminding, "Host, there are zombies coming over there. Host, there are more zombies. Host, several zombies are rushing towards you. Little fox, shut up. The zombies didn't kill me, but you made me die first." Chu Jianyue finally couldn't stand it anymore and got angry at the little fox. The little fox was so frightened that he dared not speak anymore. Chu Jianyue, who was upset by the little fox, started killing zombies more neatly and neatly. She doesn't need any superpowers. She can easily cut through these junior zombies with just her Tang Dao. Chu Jianyue's movements were quick and decisive, and the residents of Shengshihua were gradually attracted by her movements. Even Shen Jigue and his party noticed Chu Jianyue chopping zombies outside. Shen Jigue originally didn't plan to go out again, but seeing Chu Jianyue being so active, he finally brought a few people out, and he happened to encounter Chu Jianyue. "Boss Chu." Shen Jigue nodded slightly as a greeting. Chu Jianyue glanced at him, nodded, and moved on. "Why did Boss Chu come out to kill zombies?" Shen Jigue asked. Having been to the hotel twice, he has already realized that Zhonglin Hotel is different. Zombies will not attack the hotel. The unlimited supply of food, and the virtual screens and ID cards that are obviously beyond the current level of technology all make him interested in the hotel. Background generated strong interest. "The hotel is out of business, so I'm going to hand out leaflets. If you don't mind, you can help," Chu Jianyue said, easily dealing with a zombie that just rushed over, and then took out a few leaflets from her backpack. A leaflet was handed to Shen Jigue. "Conditions don't allow it. The leaflet is a bit crude, but don't worry about the details," Chu Jianyue said calmly. Shen Jigue took the flyer, glanced at the content, and raised the corners of his mouth slightly. "The food in the hotel is indeed good. We will help Boss Chu promote it." Shen Jigue understood in his heart that the existence of Zhonglin Hotel might become the last hope for many people in the future. "Thank you then. I'll continue handing out leaflets." After Chu Jianyue finished speaking, he walked around them and continued to move forward. Looking at Chu Jianyue's leaving figure, a teammate beside Shen Jige couldn't help but sigh. "This Boss Chu looks so cute, but I didn't expect him to be quite strong. How can you think that someone who can open a hotel in this apocalyptic world is weak?" The man with glasses next to Shen Jigue pushed up the frame of his glasses and said coldly to his teammates. Only Shen Jigue said nothing, silently watching Chu Jianyue's precise killing of zombies, and fell into deep thinking. Chu Jiangyue killed zombies and distributed leaflets along the way until she felt the fatigue gradually coming to her body, and then she started to return to the hotel. However, Chu Jiangyue didn't go long before he encountered an annoying thing on the way back. "Brother Wonin, it's her. This bitch kicked me this morning. You must avenge me." Lu Yi led a man and stopped Chu Jiangyue on his way back, with a look of resentment on his face. The little fox's voice immediately sounded, "Host, this man is the male protagonist Zheng Wunen. Please be gentle when you do it. He can't die yet." Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows and sneered in her heart. "Can't you die for the time being? Meaning, can I die in the future?" The little fox suddenly panicked. I didn't say anything." It hurriedly covered its mouth, its tail flying nervously, for fear of leaking more words. Chu Jiangyue did not continue to question it, but just smiled softly. Chu Jiangyue looked at the male protagonist, Zheng Wunen, in front of her, and couldn't help but laugh in her heart. This so-called male protagonist looked nothing more than that. He was not even as good as Shun Jigue, and even the man wearing glasses next to Shin Jigue was better, more pleasing to the eye than him. Chu Jiangyue said coldly, "Don't block the way." Zheng Wunen stood in front of Lu Yi with a righteous look on his face, listening to her accusations, and said coldly, "Yi said that you kicked her several times. You must apologize to her." Chu Jianyue's eyes were cold, and she asked back, "Apologize? Why don't you ask her what she did?" Zheng Wunen frowned. "Yi never lies. If you don't apologize, don't blame me for being rude." Zheng Wunen has always been the center of attention since he was a child. This was the first time someone dared to openly ignore him, and he felt extremely uncomfortable. Chu Jiangyue sneered, and became even more suspicious of this person's selection criteria for the male protagonist, and she didn't even bother to say anything more. "If you don't give way, then die," Chu Jiangyue said coldly, raised his tang sword, and slashed at Zheng Wunen's neck. "Host, the hero cannot die," the little fox screamed in his mind. Although Zheng Wunen was not a top master, his reaction was not slow. When he saw the tang sword coming, he quickly dodged to the side. Chu Jiangyue didn't really want to kill him. She just wanted him to give way. So the moment Zheng Wunen dodged, she quickly retracted her strength, walked past Zheng Wunen and Lu Yi, and walked straight forward. On the way, she encountered a zombie that pounced on her. Chu Jiangyue raised her knife and killed it with one strike. She finally returned to the hotel in the evening. After returning to the hotel, Chu Jiangyue closed the door without hesitation and went straight to the second floor to rest. She had killed many zombies today, and she always felt that her hands were sticky with blood, so she washed her hands several times before she finally felt refreshed. After washing his hands, an hour had passed. "Host, you almost killed the hero today." The little fox's voice was still trembling with fear, and it was obvious that he had been frightened just now. "Who said I was going to kill him? If I didn't do it cruelly, how could he give way? Also, are you sure that the male protagonist you chose has no problem with his eyes?" Chu Jiangyue complained while wiping his hair. The little fox was so stunned by Chu Jiangyue that he didn't know what to say for a while. "You have nothing to say, right? Look at Shin Jigue now. Even the guy wearing glasses next to Shin Jigue is more reliable than Zheng Wunen." Chu Jiangyue continued to complain. "Lu Yi is such a big white lotus. He also told me. He never lies. TSK Tut, it really made me dumbfounded." "Oh, stop talking. I didn't choose this male protagonist, and I didn't expect him to be like this." The little fox said aggrievedly, feeling cold in his heart, feeling that he might need to go back to the drawing board and reinvent himself. Chu Jiangyue smiled and comforted him. It's okay. If the male lead is not good enough, we still have the female lead. Maybe the female lead will be more reliable than the male lead. If the female lead kicks the male lead, you can't blame us, right?" The little fox felt a little better after hearing this. Yes. I must find the heroine as soon as possible. She is the hope of this world." On the second day of the apocalypse, Chu Jiangyue slept until she woke up naturally. She looked at the time. It was 9:30, half an hour before her scheduled work time. She got up leisurely, washed up, and walked downstairs slowly. As soon as I opened the door of the hotel, a large group of people suddenly rushed in. "Are there really steamed buns and meat dumplings?" a man said. "I heard the big guy next door said that everything written on the flyers is true," said a woman. "I have money. I'll buy all the steamed buns and meat dumplings," said another woman. Chu Jiangyue was annoyed by the noisy crowd, so she simply used the lion's roar technique. "Shut up. Line up one by one. Those who don't line up will bear the consequences at their own risk." With a lion's roar, the scene suddenly became quiet. "If you want to buy something, Please recharge here first. After you recharge, I won't stop you from buying as much as you want. Chu Jianghua pointed to the exchange machine next to the counter and motioned for them to line up in order. The first person to come forward was a tall and thin boy. He looked somewhat expectant and took out a worn iron bowl and handed it to Chu Jianghua. The bowl is already tattered. Even the beggar bowls before the end of the world are probably newer than it. A broken metal bowl *1 is detected. 1 copper coin is too much. Do you want to exchange it for 0.5 copper coins? Yes/no. Chu Jianghua almost laughed at the prompt on the exchange machine. She raised her head and said calmly, 0.5 copper coins. This is already considering that you are a new customer. 0.5 copper coins? Are you kidding me? The tall and thin man immediately showed a look of dissatisfaction, and a hint of hostility flashed in his eyes. Chu Jianghua still had no expression on her face. Didn't you see the hint? A broken metal bowl. 1 copper coin is too much. I'm very polite to give you 0.5. Do you want to change? If not, take your bowl and leave. There are people waiting behind. Yes, you just brought a broken bowl. The boss is not a fool. The people in the queue behind him accused the tall and thin man of being unreasonable. The tall and thin man glared at Chu Jianghua and finally nodded yes. 0.5 copper coins are also copper coins. After taking the ID card for the first charge, he could only reluctantly take out the truly valuable things to exchange. Detected a low-purity metal block *1 can be exchanged for 200 copper coins. Do you want to exchange? Yes/no. This is a gold nugget. How can it be only 200 copper coins? It sells for more than this in the market. The tall and thin man shouted angrily, looking extremely dissatisfied. Chu Jianghua shrugged indifferently. Everything is subject to the exchanger's quotation. If the customer is not satisfied, he can choose not to exchange. After the end of the world, supplies are scarce, and gold and silver, which were once valuable, are now worthless. Chu Jianghua didn't need the exchange amount from this order at all, so he was very calm. Chapter 8 Announcement. New products at Jianglin Hotel. The tall and thin guy was not willing to accept it. This was totally different from what he had expected. No, you have to pay me more. Otherwise, I will block you here and stop your business. The tall and thin man thought he could control Chu Jianghua, but the next second he found himself restrained by a force. It is detected that the customer's behavior has affected the hotel's business. The customer is expelled and given a warning. Only Chu Jianghua could hear this sound, and all others saw was the scene of the tall and thin man disappearing directly. When the people present saw this, they were all shocked and suspicious. Those who had some small thoughts in mind also gave up their thoughts silently. Boss Chu, what's going on? Some brave people raised questions. The gentleman's behavior just now affected the normal operation of the hotel. The hotel system has decided to expel him and give him a warning. But you can rest assured that as long as you don't do anything that violates the hotel rules, nothing will happen. Okay, the next person who needs to recharge can start now. Chu Jianghua didn't want to say more. As long as they understood that the hotel rules were absolutely inviolable, that would be enough. With the tall and thin guys serving as an example to scare the monkeys, the subsequent recharges went very smoothly, and Chu Jianghua also saw more and more customer information on his panel. Boss Chu, I heard that the hotel also provides accommodation. When someone asked about accommodation, Chu Jianghua immediately became alert. Yes, today is the second day of the opening promotion, and tomorrow is the last day. A single room is 100 copper coins per day, and it will be settled on a daily basis. This place is so shabby. Why are you so depressed? Some people tried to persuade him not to be impulsive, but that person seemed to have made up his mind and wanted to stay at Jianglin Hotel. Boss Chu, I'll stay for 10 days and move in today. No problem. You can swipe your card here to travel. Chu Jianghua operated on the virtual screen in front of him and asked the man to swipe the card. Xiong Changyuan happily swiped the card and then hurried back to pack his things. Many people are saying that Xiong Changyuan is out of his mind, but Chu Jianghua is sighing that this man has foresight. You know, the temperature has been gradually rising in the past 2 days, and many places are now experiencing water and power outages. There was no air conditioning, and the big villa was not as useful as her thatched cottage. However, Xiong Changyuan is not the only person with foresight. Chu Jianghua looked at the 4 familiar people in front of him and smiled. Mr. Shun is here to stay this time? When she first came, she was so aggressive in promoting accommodation, but was rejected. Now look at it. You're not coming to find her yet. Shin Jigawei touched his nose. When he entered the hotel for the first time, he was indeed wary of Chu Jiangyue. We are here to stay. Are there any rooms left? Yes. How many days will you stay? 10 days. 100 copper coins a day. 10 days is 10 silver coins. Okay, let's line up and swipe our card. After Shin Jigue and the other four had checked in, Chu Jiangyue fell into deep thought as she looked at the task of 5 people left. However, Chu Jiangyue's luck may have really come true. After checking in with Shun Jigue and the other 4 people, people started to come over to check in one after another. Among them were Cui Hao and Jiang Jinjin. Cui Hao helped pay for Jiang Jinjin's room fee, and the credit card was swiped with Cui Hao's card. The remaining 3 people are all Shun Jigue's neighbors. They probably think they can eat meat by following Shun Jigue. After successfully receiving 10 people and checking in successfully, Chu Jiangyue received a notification that the task was completed. After everyone bought their things and left, Chu Jiangyue looked at her task completion notice. Task: ask the host to receive guests and check in successfully, October 10th. Completed. Mission reward: unlock double rooms on the 2nd floor, 10 rooms. Unlock food 5. Stir-fried vegetables, braised pork, shredded potatoes and vinegar, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, tofu mixed with green onions. Experience value plus 100. Meet the upgrade conditions for level 1 hotel, 100 out of 10. Do you want to upgrade? Yes/no. Of course, Chu Jiangyue nodded yes. If not now, when? The hotel is being upgraded. The upgrade will take 10 minutes. Please stay where you are and do not move. Otherwise, you will be responsible for the consequences. Now Chu Jiangyue was the only one in the entire hotel, and all she had to do was stand still. The next second, Chu Jiangyue heard a series of ping-pong sounds, and through the hotel door, he could see the flying dust outside. Looking from the outside, the Zhonglin Hotel was shrouded in a cloud of dust, with various construction tools flying in the dust from time to time. 10 minutes passed quickly, and the thatched hut turned into a mud brick and tile house. The front desk where Chu Jiangyue worked was changed from the original old wooden cabinet to a carved wooden cabinet. The area of the hall has also become significantly larger, with an additional set of tables and chairs for 4 people. Originally, there were only rooms on the 1st floor, but now there are rooms on the 2nd floor, and Chu Jiangyue's room was automatically moved to the 3rd floor. The kitchen area has also become larger. The most obvious change is that the original single-door refrigerator has become a double-door one, and the variety of ingredients inside has also increased a lot. Of course, the most obvious one is Chu Jiangyue's room. The cloakroom was separated into 2 parts and was filled with all kinds of clothes and jewelry. The clothes Chu Jiangyue brought with her had long been squeezed into the corner. In addition to the cloakroom, there is also an open-plan study which, like the cloakroom, is connected to the bedroom. What do you think? I said that as long as the host wants it, we have it all. Chu Jiangyue was indeed quite satisfied. From now on, when she was not going out, she could dress freely in the hotel. Well, which girl doesn't like to wear a beautiful little skirt? Task release: please host to receive 20 customers and complete the first recharge. Mission reward: to be unlocked. Host, a new mission has arrived. You can post an announcement to notify all the guests of the hotel. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder and reminded Chu Jiangyue. Why didn't you tell me before that you could still issue an announcement? Why would she go out and distribute flyers so hard when she could just post an announcement? Host, this is a feature that only becomes available after the hotel upgrades. Also, handing out flyers can help you expand your customer base, but only customers who have applied for ID cards can receive announcements. There is still a difference between the two. Okay, I'll make the announcement now. Announcement: good news, good news. Zhonglin Hotel has new products. 10 double suites, newly renovated, not yet occupied, with electricity, water, and air conditioning. What are you waiting for? Be quick and get it. P.S. Our hotel not only has steamed buns and meat dumplings, but also braised pork and shredded potatoes with vinegar. Chu Jiangyue edited the announcement and sent it out directly. For those who had been to Zhonglin Hotel and successfully recharged, a virtual screen was forced to appear in front of them the moment Chu Jiangyue issued the announcement. On the virtual screen was an enlarged and bolded announcement, the kind that couldn't be closed without clicking on it. In Villa Number 1 of Shengshi Shun Jigue, Su Zhucheng, Zhang He, and Lin Shiyuan happened to be discussing things in the villa when they received the announcement. They were all surprised when they saw the announcement. The hotel is new, and they even have braised pork. Zhonglin Hotel. After Chu Jiangyue sent out the announcement, he went into the kitchen and started making breakfast for himself. Chu Jiangyue had just been busy with the guests recharging their cards to buy steamed buns, and Chu Jiangyue herself didn't even have time to eat. When Chu Jiangyue prepared a dish and a soup for herself and brought it to the dining table in the hall, she welcomed the first guest who came back today. Chapter 9. The sense of security given by the boss is enough. Boss, I would like accommodation. There are only double rooms left, but the decoration is the same. The opening price is 200 copper coins per day, and it will return to the original price of 400 copper coins tomorrow. How many days do you want to stay? Chu Jiangyue asked as she opened the virtual screen at the front desk. Stay here for 10 days first. 200 copper coins a day was a bit expensive, but CS Silin thought about it for a while and agreed. This is equivalent to half price. When he goes back and finds someone to come over, he won't have to worry about paying for two people's room when he's playing alone. Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows and operated on the virtual screen. Swipe here with your ID card. CS Silin took out his ID card from the pocket of his windbreaker and swiped it at the place designated by Chu Jiangyue. Dear Mr. CS Silin, welcome to Jianglin Hotel. The duration of this stay is 10 days, and the fee is 2,000 copper coins, opening gift, which has been deducted. I wish you a happy life. Your room number is 0201. Go in here, go up the stairs, and turn right. It's the first room. Just swipe your ID card when you enter the room. CS Silin nodded to show that he understood. However, he did not take any action, but looked at Chu Jiangyue, seeming to be hesitant to speak. Anything else? Nothing. I want to eat. By the time she checked him in, her food was almost cold. Boss Chu, can the hotel buy what you were eating today? I made this myself, so I can't sell it to you. But the hotel has some new dishes today, so you can go over there and take a look. Chu Jiangyue pointed to the cabinet over there and saw that a lot of new dishes had been added today. Chu Jiangyue also tried to discuss with the little fox whether the ingredients in the kitchen could be sold to other people, but the little fox clearly said no. The only food that hotel guests can eat is the unlocked food. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's rejection, CS Silin drooped down completely, and his expression was visibly lifeless. I turned around and went to the container, and when I saw the braised pork, my eyes lit up. Boss, our hotel is so great. Braised pork, this is not a simple dish. If it's delicious, you can buy more. There's no limit on the supply. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, CS Silin's eyes brightened even more. Boss, I'll go back and pack my things now and come back to check in right away. After saying that, he disappeared the next second. Chu Jiangyue shook his head. He was indeed a young man. He would be startled when something happened, and he was too full of emotions. Ignoring CS Silin, Chu Jiangyue returned to the dining table and continued eating her breakfast. Villa number 1. Bang, bang, bang. Brother Shen, Brother Su, Brother Jiang, Brother Lin, it's my little Xie. Shun Jigue and others originally heard someone tapping on their door and thought it was some ignorant person who wanted to come over to provoke them. But they didn't expect it was CS Silin. Lin Shiyuan went to open the door and was a little surprised to see CS Silin's face beaming with joy. What's the matter? I went to Jianglin Hotel to book a room, and Boss Chu said, I just saw several new dishes on the shelves, some of which were not mentioned in the announcement. Then I thought that you should also check in at the hotel, so I wanted to come over and talk to you. Brother Shun, can I go to the hotel with you? CS Silin quickly made his purpose clear. Otherwise, these four bosses could kill him with one hand. Yes, but if you are in danger, we may not be able to take care of you. It's okay, it's okay. I am responsible for my own safety. I just feel safe following you. I have all my luggage. CS Silin was very excited to be traveling with some big guys, and now his safety was guaranteed. Shun Jigue and the others didn't say anything more. They each picked up their belongings, placed CS Silin in the middle of the team, and quickly approached the Jianglin Hotel. The zombies that rushed towards them after smelling the smell couldn't even get close within 2 meters of them, and were dealt with by supernatural powers or casual weapons. These junior zombies cannot yet pose any threat to Shin Jigue and others. But Shin Jigue has never forgotten in his heart that Chu Jiangyue told him that day that level 1 zombies had evolved crystal cores. If there are level 1 zombies, are there also level 2 zombies, level 3 zombies, or even level 4 zombies? For the safety of everyone in the team, Shin Jigue has already begun to plan for the future. Chu Jiangyue didn't know that Shin Jigue would think so much because of his words. Are you still a little surprised to see them coming in with CS Silin? Come together? Yes, Brother Shin and the others are very powerful. They walked all the way just now, and I didn't even have a chance to make a move. This is the sense of security given by the boss. Leverage. Chu Jiangyue clicked her tongue. The child was still too innocent. Your rooms are all on the first floor. If there is room information on the ID card, You can enter by swiping the ID card in the corresponding room. Shun Jigue nodded, indicating that he understood. There are 5 people, and only CS Silin's room is on the 2nd floor. Brother Shin, I'll go upstairs first. If you have anything, come to me at any time. After saying that, CS Silin carried his luggage upstairs. Shin Jigue and the other 4 also went to find their own rooms. Shin Jigue quickly found his room. Su Zhucheng and others were not in a hurry and followed Shin Jigue to visit the skill room. The door opened, and the scene inside came into view of everyone. Although it's not big, it's very clean. A sparrow may be small, but it has all the organs. Su Zhucheng and others commented on the room. To be honest, even in the end times, such a clean room is really rare. Jiang He raised his hand and pushed his glasses. This boss Chu is really not a simple person. There were obviously no signs of the Zhonglin Hotel having been attacked by zombies, and the guest rooms were clean and tidy, completely consistent with what was stated in the promotional leaflet. A newly renovated hotel that had not been occupied. Don't think too much. If the weather is really as the boss speculates, and the temperature continues to rise, with this hotel, we can at least take a breath. I don't know how other places without Zhonglin Hotel can survive. Su Zhucheng didn't want to think too much. Let's go eat first. It's useless to talk more. Even if they ask, Boss Chu can't tell them everything. Good. When they heard about eating, several people's eyes lit up. They almost vomited after eating fast food these days. Chapter 10 Reward. Random Fruit Sapling. After Ciesilin moved into the double suite alone, he began to think about who he could find as a roommate. However, before finding a roommate, Ciesilin pestered Shin Jige and the others every day and went out to search for supplies in order to be able to pay the 400 copper coins per day. He put almost everything he could sell into the hotel's exchange machine and exchanged it for copper coins. In the past few days, Shun Jigue and his party brought back many survivors. The latest task was to receive 20 guests and complete the first recharge, which was also completed quietly when Chu Jiangyue was not paying attention. Chu Jiangyue was currently looking at the new reward after completing the task. Task: please host or receive customers and complete the first recharge, 20/20ths, completed. Mission reward: unlock 3rd floor guest room, 3-person room. Asterisk 20, reward random fruit tree seedling asterisk 1, experience plus 200. Current hotel level, 1, 290/100. Meet the upgrade conditions for level 2 hotels. Do you want to upgrade? Yes/no. Task release. Hotel ID card processing reaches 100 people. Mission reward: to be unlocked. Seeing the fruit saplings, Chu Jiangyue stood up straight. After the zombie virus outbreak, there was a 3-month period of high temperatures, during which many plants died. Most of those who survived have turned into mutated plants. If you encounter mutated plants while searching for supplies, there is basically no chance of survival. But now that she is offering a fruit tree reward, doesn't that mean that she can sell fresh fruits in the future? Chu Jiangyue directly collected all the rewards, and the fruit tree seedlings appeared directly at her feet. Fortunately, she was the only one in the hotel lobby, and no one saw this scene. Little Fox, where is the best place for me to plant this fruit tree? There is definitely no place inside the hotel, but it is not suitable outside the hotel either. After a while, the temperature will continue to rise, and it will be difficult for ordinary people to walk outside, and they will get sunburned if they are not careful. Host, just plant it in front of the hotel. The system will automatically include the fruit tree in the hotel area. Don't worry about it not growing. The little fox was actually surprised when he saw the fruit tree seedling that Chu Jiangyue had drawn. Isn't it said that the probability of winning this series of rewards is very low? It has heard many predecessors complain about this problem. Why did the host pull it out after only the 3rd mission? However, although the little fox was surprised, he did not show it. By planting more trees, the host will be able to experience the benefits in the future. Chu Jiangyue didn't know the little fox's psychological activities and was a little surprised to hear its words. Just plant it right away? Do you need to water it? Water it once after planting, and then water it every 2 days. The host doesn't need to worry too much. Of course, if the host wants, you can also feed it some wood-type energy. Maybe there will be a surprise. A reward with a low explosion rate that has been complained about by seniors is of course different from the saplings that the host thinks need careful care. The fruit saplings produced by the Doomsday Hotel are absolutely full of vitality. Okay, I'll plant it now while no one is around. Chu Jiangyue carried the fruit saplings out to the door of the hotel, and then she remembered that she didn't have the tools to plant trees. Little fox, do you have a shovel there? How is she going to dig without a shovel? The little fox was silent. Because the plant series reward explosion rate was too low, it forgot to configure a tool room for the hotel. Chu Jiangyue at hashtag and $% carrot. What is Boss Chu doing? Chu Jiangyue was greeting Little Fox's programmers, but she didn't expect Shun Jigue to come out at this time. Aren't they cooking? Oh, I just found a sapling. It's growing well. I want to plant it in front of the hotel to add greenery. Unexpectedly, I brought the saplings back, but I didn't have the tools to plant them. Shun Jigue looked at the young saplings that were growing very well and wanted to say that the plants nearby seemed to be wilting. From this look, they were not the plants that appeared nearby. However, he did not expose Chu Jiangyue's thoughts. He thought that if he could successfully check into the hotel in the future, he would have to know what to say and what not to say. Those who know the current affairs are the ones who can survive to the end. I'll ask the others. After saying that, Shun Jigue walked in again. Not long after, Shun Jigue came out with a big shovel. To be honest, Shun Jigue, a man with such a glorious reputation, was holding a shovel in his hand, and his image was a bit disillusioned. It took Chu Jiangyue a lot of effort to finally hold back his laughter. Huan Jianghe, who was following Shun Jigue, calmly raised his glasses when he saw the vibrant saplings at Chu Jiangyue's feet. All I can say is that he is a capable person who can open a hotel in the last days. Chu Jiangyue took the shovel from Shun Jigue's hand and prepared to dig a hole about 1 meter to the left of the hotel entrance. Do you need our help? Looking at Chu Jiangyue's slender arms and legs, holding a shovel and preparing to dig soil, Shun Jigue always felt that it didn't fit her image. No, host. Now you have to plant the trees in the hotel yourself. Otherwise, they won't survive. The shovel that Chu Jiangyue originally wanted to hand out retracted. Thank you, but no, I can do it myself. Chu Jiangyue tried hard to press the shovel down, trying to dig out as much soil as possible at once. When the digging was almost half a meter deep, Chu Jiangyue finally stopped, put the shovel aside, and then went back to the hotel entrance to move the fruit saplings and put them into the pit. He filled the pit, watered it, and transferred the wood power in one go. Okay, thank you for the shovel. I'll wash it for you and give it back to you. Chu Jiangyue took the shovel and was going to the public restroom on the first floor to wash off the contaminated soil. No, I'll just take it back and let them wash it. Shun Jigue took the shovel from Chu Jiangyue's hand and walked back towards the guest room. However, everyone who entered the hotel did not notice that the land around the fruit saplings that Chu Jiangyue had just planted was gradually changing back to the color of normal land, and the fruit saplings were slowly starting to sprout. The color of the land outside the hotel is particularly distinct from the color of the land inside the hotel. Chu Jiangyue waited in the hotel for a whole day, but could not wait for the third wave of people who wanted to stay. After 6 o'clock, she closed the hotel and started cooking for herself. Shun Jigue and others could smell the fragrance of Chu Jiangyue's cooking in the room. Chapter 11: The Arrival of Hot Weather. The next day, when Chu Jiangyue went to open the hotel door, she noticed at a glance that the fruit saplings planted yesterday seemed to have grown a lot taller. Little Fox, has it gotten taller? It was only up to her knees yesterday, but today it has reached her thighs. Isn't this growth rate a bit too fast? This is not scientific. That's right, it just grew taller. This is normal. The host doesn't need to worry about it. If it keeps growing at this rate, won't I be able to sell fruit in the hotel soon? Anyway, there are fruits in the kitchen refrigerator which are grown by this tree. She can generously distribute them to the hotel guests. Let's wait until the fruit trees are ripe. The reward is a random fruit sapling, and you never know what kind of fruit it will grow. However, Chu Jiangyue obviously hasn't noticed this yet. Chu Jiangyue shifted his gaze away from the fruit saplings and looked outside. Little Fox, look over there. Is that a level 1 zombie? Because the distance was a bit far, Chu Jiangyue couldn't see it very clearly, but the zombie was obviously much faster than the other zombies. It's a level 1 zombie. Does the host want to kill it? The strength of level 1 zombies is actually not too high. The main thing that scares them is the zombie virus they carry. As long as ordinary people are scratched, they will enter the incubation period and eventually turn into zombies at any time. This is the most difficult thing about zombie viruses. Let Shinjige and the others handle it. I don't make a living by killing zombies. This is the first time Chu Jiangyue has seen level 1 zombies since his rebirth, but this also shows that the zombies have begun to evolve. There are very few zombies in the villa area, and they have all evolved into level 1 zombies. In places where zombies are densely populated, level 2 or even level 3 zombies may have appeared. But the host, Shun Jigue, and the others don't seem to be here to kill zombies. Chu Jiangyue didn't open the door until 10 o'clock, and Shun Jigue and the others had already swiped their ID cards and left the hotel. If you're not here now, you will always meet me. Moreover, Chu Jiangyue suspected that Shun Jigue and the others did not kill zombies near the hotel because there were too few zombies here. However, Chu Jiangyue thought that Shun Jigue and the others would fight outside until evening before returning, but he did not expect that they would come back at noon. Boss Chu, didn't you go out today? CS Silin can be regarded as holding him in his lap. Today he went out to kill zombies with Shun Jigue and the others. Seeing Chu Jiangyue sitting at the counter looking fresh and fresh, she would be lying if she said she wasn't envious. She even had time to braid her own hair today. Chu Jiangyue shook his head. Although I didn't go out, I saw a level 1 zombie at the door. I don't know if you have encountered it. It's not the zombies. The temperature seems to have risen a lot today. We can't stay outside for too long. There is no water or electricity in the villa area. People hiding in the villas may not be able to bear it. However, they also discovered that Zhonglin Hotel was not affected by the weather at all. As soon as they entered the door, the temperature returned to normal, and they could even feel a cool breeze. There are still empty rooms in the hotel. If you have friends, you can ask them to come over. Chu Jiangyue had no way to deal with the hot weather. She relied on the hotel to live in peace. Well, if you can find more people to come to the hotel to apply for ID cards, there should be more rooms available. Chu Jiangyue would not let her go out alone. The 5 people looked at each other in silence. Let's wait until the sun sets in the afternoon. The temperature is too high at this time, and they are not that stupid to ignore their own safety for the sake of others. Chu Jiangyue was non-committal. She didn't care anyway. Let's go back to the room first. His whole body was covered with the stench of sweat, and Shin Jigue just wanted to take a shower as soon as possible. Little fox, you said, there is no way to deal with it? Chu Jiangyue felt that since the little fox could come here, it couldn't be as simple as letting her open a hotel. The host only needs to work hard to complete the task and accumulate experience to upgrade as soon as possible. If there are too many, the little fox won't want to say anything. It's easy to say. It's hot right now, and few people can go out. We only have a few guests in our hotel right now, and they don't come every day. Those who are timid may not have even left the house yet. The little fox didn't say anything else. If it had a way, it wouldn't still be a fox in raw skin. Oh, boss, help! Chu Jiangyue was just about to go into the kitchen to get a watermelon to cut and eat, but she didn't expect someone to come to the door at this time. It looks like he must be a guest who has been to the hotel before. There were 2 people who came, both of them had beer bellies, and it was obvious that they must have lived a good life before the end of the world. Wow, it's really cool in the hotel. Boss, do you have any ice water for sale? Before the end of the world, when had they ever drunk ice water? They only drank coffee and tea. There's no ice water. Take your time. By the way, the hotel still has unoccupied rooms. Do you want to stay? 200 copper coins per day. Today is no longer a grand opening sale. Stay. I'll stay. Boss, book me a 10-day room first. The villa is useless in this horrible weather. I'll stay there too. For 10 days just like him. The 2 men with big bellies had surprisingly similar reactions. Okay, when you're done resting, come over and pay with your ID card. Chu Jiangyue processed the order for them and then went into the kitchen. She was just thinking about the big watermelon. Chu Jiangyue cut it in half, then took a spoon and went out with the watermelon. Watermelon. Boss, how much do you want to sell this watermelon for? I have money. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. This is mine. You can't eat it. This is the preferential treatment the hotel gives to her as the boss, which no one else has. We can only wait and see if she'll be lucky enough to have it bloom in the future. Boss, you have watermelons. Why can't you sell them? Chu Jiangyue glanced at the man and said, this is the rule. Another man poked the man in the arm to tell him to stop talking. It's good enough to have a place to live. If they stay in their own villa, they will probably die of heat sooner or later. Although the man felt regretful, he didn't say anything more in the end. He was also afraid of offending Chu Jiangyue, so he just kicked her out. They saw the tall and thin man disappear that day with their own eyes. The 2 of them took out their ID cards to pay, and then entered the room empty-handed. As long as there was money in their ID cards, they would not starve to death in the hotel, so Chu Jiangyue ignored them. Since 2 people were able to run here safely from their own villa, it proves that they still have some ability. As long as they are not really lazy to do nothing, they can afford to live here. Chu Jiangyue looked outside through the hotel entrance, and his mood began to become serious. This hot weather is really difficult to deal with. Chapter 12. The hero and the supporting actress are here. 2 pot-bellied men entered the room and came out again shortly afterwards. In order to get into Zhonglin Hotel faster, the 2 did not bring much stuff with them when they came. Now that they have settled down, they begin to feel reluctant to leave the supplies at home and prepare to go back and bring back all the supplies they did not bring with them. Chu Jiangyue advised them to wait until the sun sets before going back to get the things, but the two refused. If they went back later, the things in their villa might be taken away by others. Although Chu Jiangyue felt that it was not worth taking the risk for such a small amount of supplies, she was only the boss and could only guide but not influence the customers' decisions. Since they insisted, she could only wish them safe journey. Host, I detected that the male protagonist and the female supporting role are approaching the hotel. The little fox suddenly spoke, and when Chu Jiangyue heard the news about the male lead and the female supporting role, she immediately lost interest in listening. A greasy man and a pretentious woman. If she were the heroine, she would really lock them up in every minute. I don't know which unlucky person got to have such a pair of male protagonist and female supporting role. Host, they seem to be heading towards the hotel. The little fox now has no good feelings towards the male protagonist Zheng Wenin, and only wants to find the female protagonist as soon as possible. Chu Jiangyue was a little surprised. She kicked Lu Yi several times that day. Lu Yi should hate her very much. Why did she come to the hotel? Isn't this just asking for trouble? Brother Wenin, this is it. Before he even walked into the hotel, Chu Jiangyue heard Lu Yi's voice. As soon as he finished speaking, Zheng Wenin and Lu Yi walked in. Chu Jiangyue was sitting behind the counter and had no intention of standing up to greet him. She just treats people differently based on their personalities. She can't help but give quality service to people she doesn't like. Hey, didn't you see us coming in? Since you own a hotel, why are you so bad at providing service? Lu Yi disliked Chu Jiangyue from the first time they met because she hated that face that was prettier than hers. Near Shengshihuadu, only my place is not affected by the high temperature. If you think my attitude is bad, you don't have to come. She did not forget that when they first met, Lu Yi wanted to push her out of the hotel door. If the little fox hadn't asked her to stay, Lu Yi would not have survived the day when they wanted to push her out. Miss Jiangyu, please call me Boss Chu. Hearing her name being spoken by Zheng Wenin, Chu Jiangyue felt goosebumps all over her body and felt physically uncomfortable. Zheng Wenin didn't expect that his way of getting close to others, which always worked, would be interrupted by Chu Jiangyue. However, he has always been a patient person and quickly adjusted his attitude. I heard that the hotel has unoccupied rooms available. Please open 2 for us. Hearing Zheng Wenin's words, Chu Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. She didn't expect that the male protagonist would also move in. Would this affect the development of the plot? Chu Jiangyue thought about it in her mind and asked the little fox in her mind. It should not have any impact, right? The male protagonist is still in Shengshihuadu with Lu Yi at this time. According to the plot, they will leave Shengshihuadu with the rescuers in half a month. Anyway, it's all within the scope of Shengshihuadu, so it shouldn't have any impact, right? Regardless of whether it has any impact or not, since they are already here, there is no reason for Chu Jiangyue to let them leave. There are still rooms, but there are no single rooms left. There are only double rooms and triple rooms. You too, would you like to stay in a double room? Chu Jiangyue looked at the two of them with a smile on his face, somewhat teasingly. Sure enough, when they heard that there were only 2-person suites and 3-person suites, their expressions were different. Let's take 2 double-person suites. It's not suitable for a single man and a single woman. Zheng Wenin's destined person is only the heroine, and he still values his innocence. He spoke before Lu Yi could say anything, fearing that if he spoke too slowly, Lu Yi would ask them to share a room, and by then he would not be able to wash himself clean even if he jumped into the Yellow River. Brother Wenin, please don't leave me. I'm scared living alone. Lu Yi obviously didn't expect that Zheng Wenin would rather spend more money than live in the same room with her. You're already grown up? This is inappropriate. You have to think about your reputation. Zheng Wenin advised earnestly. Lu Yi really didn't want to live separately, but Zheng Wenin insisted, so she had no choice. She pouted and untied the gold and jade bracelets on her hands, and without paying attention to the amount announced by the exchanger, she directly clicked to agree to the exchange. I have exchanged it. Please book a room for me for 5 days. After Lu Yi finished the exchange, Zheng Wenin quickly took out the jade guanyin pendant and a silver brooch he had prepared and placed them on the exchange tray to exchange for copper coins. Boss Chu, I have also exchanged it. Please help me get another room. Zheng Wenin was afraid that Chu Jiangyue would listen to Lu Yi and arrange a double room for them. However, given the long-standing friendship between the two families, if the end of the world had not arrived, the two would most likely have become husband and wife. China's tradition of strengthening family ties has far-reaching influence. So even if we live in one room, no one will question anything. Just swipe your card here. Chu Jianghua pointed at the machine in front of her, indicating that they could swipe their cards separately. Dear Ms. Lu Yi, welcome to Jianglin Hotel. The duration of this stay is 5 days, and the fee is 1,000 copper coins, which has been deducted. I wish you a happy life. Congratulations. Chu Jianghua looked at Lu Yi, saying congratulations, but in her heart she was thinking about reading gossip. After Lu Yi successfully swiped her card, Zheng Wunan also swiped his card successfully and checked in successfully. Brother Wunan? Lu Yi looked at Zheng Wunan and still wanted the two of them to live together so that she could take action more easily. Zheng Wunan's parents and Lu Yi's parents went on a business trip together. Before the trip, their parents called them together and asked them to take care of each other. There is also the idea of bringing them together. Brother Wunan, why don't you want to live with me? Lu Yi's tone was aggrieved and her eyes were red. Chu Jianghua rolled her eyes in her heart. This acting was too much of a performance. Yi, a girl's reputation is the most important. It's obvious that you don't want to do it, but you still say it in such a high-sounding way. Host, this male protagonist is so hypocritical. How did he choose the male protagonist? The second time he met Zheng Wunan and confirmed his identity as the male lead, the little fox still couldn't hold back. Who is it? Did you really not look at it when choosing the male lead? The little fox's complaints almost made Chu Jiangyue burst out laughing. Before anyone could notice what was going on, Chu Jiangyue covered her mouth. Chapter 13. One warning. Double punishment. Realizing that she really had to live in a double suite alone, Lu Yi blamed Chu Jiangyue for all the trouble. Bitch, is it you? Did you say something to Brother Wunan that's why he doesn't want to live with me? Do you like Brother Wunan too? You are dreaming. Brother Wunan can only be mine. It is detected that the guest Lu Yi has malicious intentions towards the hotel owner. Warning once. The guest Lu Yi will be punished by paying 2 times the sales amount for consumption in the hotel. As a result of this sudden punishment, Chu Jiangyue's breast ducts became unblocked instantly. See, you dare to yell at her in her territory. You really don't know what you are doing. Why? Ms. Lu, please be careful with your words. What Chu Jiangyue said was simply ridiculous. Lu Yi was afraid that if she said anything more, the next punishment would be direct expulsion. Although she was unwilling, she finally endured it. When Lu Yi entered the room, Chu Jiangyue's expression instantly fell. Little fox, can I really kill Lu Yi? Lu Yi shrank in front of her again and again, and she had murderous intentions towards her. If she kept him alive, he might stab her at some point. She and the male protagonist haven't met the female protagonist yet, and they haven't started to finish the plot that needs her to trigger, so that just doesn't work. Chu Jiangyue was a little unhappy, but in the end he suppressed those emotions. She better not cause trouble in the hotel. When Chu Jiangyue said this, there was a bit of gritted teeth in his tone. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the sun has set in the west, and the temperature has dropped slightly. Shen Jigue, the 4 of them, and Xie walked out of the room one after another, and happened to bump into the 2 potbellies who were returning with their luggage. When the 2 of them saw Shen Jigue and the others, their expressions were a little surprised, but they quickly recovered. Are you guys going out? It's very hot outside now, so it's better to go out less. Thanks for the reminder, but we still have to kill zombies to earn crystal cores. Gold, silver, and jewelry will run out one day, but zombies are endless, at least for now. They want to continue living in the hotel, and their main source of money in the future will be to exchange zombie crystal cores for copper coins. Kill zombies to earn crystal cores? What does that mean? You can tell right away that these 2 have never killed zombies before. With their fat bodies, they probably can't even outrun a primary zombie. It's okay to tell you that a level 1 zombie has appeared in the community recently, and a crystal core has evolved in the head of the level 1 zombie. Crystal cores can be exchanged at the hotel, and 1 level 1 crystal core can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Just kill 2 level 1 zombies, and you can earn enough for 1 day's accommodation. As for food, as long as you are not picky and spend 20 copper coins a day on a steamed bun, you won't starve to death. 100 copper coins. That's too little. It's not even enough for a day's accommodation. The potbelly man who had wanted to buy a watermelon from Chu Jiangyue before heard that a level 1 zombie crystal core could only be exchanged for 100 copper coins, and he subconsciously shouted out, I'm just talking to you. I'm not asking you to fight zombies. Xie felt a little uncomfortable when he heard the fat man's words. The accommodation fee of Jianglin Hotel is 200 copper coins a day, which is already very cheap. He dares to guarantee that if a safe base is built somewhere now, the accommodation fee will only be higher than that of the hotel. Anyway, Silin has already decided that he will take advantage of the time when Boss Shen and his four companions are still here to learn a few more moves from them, so that when Boss Shen and his four companions leave, he will be able to stand on his own. In this era, if you don't work hard to become stronger, you will become the food of zombies sooner or later. He doesn't want to live such a useless life. Shen Jigue glanced at the two potbellies and said nothing more to them. Boss Chu, we plan to go somewhere farther this time to deliver news about Jianglin Hotel to some survivors. Okay, as a thank you, when the fruit tree outside the hotel door matures, I will sell you the first batch of ripe fruits first. Chu Jiangyue couldn't sell what she ate, but there was no such restriction on fruit trees that grew by themselves. Hearing Chu Jiangyue talk about fruit trees, Shen Jigui's eyes lit up. Because of the zombie virus, many of the fruits they find now, unless they are packaged in completely sealed plastic bags, are already rotten. The zombie virus has only broken out for a few days, which is completely unreasonable for those fruits that are resistant to aging. But they had to accept this fact. When they saw Chu Jiangyue digging half a watermelon by herself today, they were really envious. Then thank you, Boss Chu, for your promise. Shen Jigue had no intention of refusing. Although he didn't know when the fruit tree would bear fruit, it did not affect his agreement. Boss Chu, this is unfair. Everyone should have a share of the fruits grown in the hotel. What's the point of selling them alone? The meddlesome potbelly is at it again. If you can also help me promote it outside, I can also make the decision and give you a share. How about it? Chu Jiangyue's words successfully silenced the meddlesome pot-bellied man. He wants fruit, but he doesn't want to risk his life to earn fruit. He said that those men were just full and full. It would be funny if they went so far and couldn't come back. However, no one paid attention to his thoughts. Shen Jige and others stood outside the hotel. After making sure that the temperature was bearable, they went out without hesitation. Host, I seem to have detected some information about Shen Jigue and the others, but it's not complete. This was the little bit of information it suddenly received when Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigue reached a verbal deal. The little fox suddenly spoke out, still talking about the news about Shen Jigue and the others, and Chu Jiangyue suddenly felt no longer sleepy. Expand it? Shen Jigue and the others will leave Shengshi together with the male protagonist in half a month, and then join the official security base in City B. Later, it was only said that Shen Jigue's team went on a mission, and then it was gone. What tasks were performed, where they went to perform the tasks, how long they went, whether the tasks were successful, etc. were not explained. Only an ellipsis was given. Chu Jiangyue frowned slightly after hearing this confusing information. Something is wrong. Something is very wrong. The strength of Shen Jigue and others is obviously much better than that of Zheng Wen'an. How could Zheng Wen'an be able to break into the world, while Shen Jigue and others are unknown? He's not really a passerby, right? Is there nothing else? What tasks are performed? As soon as they entered the base, they went on a mission? Have no idea. What's the use of you? Little fox. I feel wronged, but I won't say TT. Chapter 14 Dinner Dispute. Not long after Shen Jigue and the others left, it was time for Chu Jiangyue to get off work. He closed the hotel door without hesitation, and Chu Jiangyue began to cook dinner for himself. Halfway through, he attracted the two potbellies and Lu Yi in the room. Boss Chu, if you don't sell watermelons at noon today, you can always sell us some for dinner, right? Chu Jiangyue ignored him. The one who spoke was the pot-bellied man who was always busy with things. Boss Chu, Uncle Jiang is talking to you. Isn't it bad for you to ignore him? Lu Yi was very happy that someone would cause trouble for Chu Jiangyue. When she heard Jiang Jinzhong talking, she helped him out. Although the other person didn't say anything, he didn't try to stop him either. In Chu Jiangyue's opinion, this kind of person is the most hateful. They do nothing, and if something goes wrong, they will just say it has nothing to do with them. But if they succeed, they can also get a share of the benefits. It seems that the kick I gave you that day wasn't severe enough. It hasn't been long since you were able to jump around like this. Chu Jiangyue finished cooking the dish and took it out of the pot before looking up at Lu Yi. When Chu Jiangyue mentioned her dark history of being kicked, Lu Yi's expression froze for a moment. You kick people? As a hotel owner, your service attitude is really poor. Jiang Jinzhong had opinions again and started to speak in a fatherly manner. Chu Jiangyue didn't even want to pay attention to him. If you have any problem with me, you can leave the hotel. Otherwise, just shut up. And you, if you don't want to be kicked by me again, then you should keep your tail between your legs in the hotel. Otherwise, your brother, Wen'an, should be happy to stay in the hotel in your place, right? After saying that, Chu Jiangyue brought the prepared meal to the dining table in the lobby on the first floor. Little fox, next time you upgrade and renovate, can you move the kitchen and dining room to the side of my room? Otherwise, it will be very inconvenient for me. If the kitchen and dining room are upstairs, even if the aroma of her cooking drifts to the first floor, no one can come up and disturb her peace. But host, I have been upgrading and renovating according to the regulations. It is not within my job scope to decide what kind of decoration it should be. The little fox is still a newbie and has no permissions. It has to figure out many things on its own. Chu Jiangyue sighed. No wonder she was assigned to a plane where the male protagonist was a hypocritical scumbag who worked as a central air conditioner. She was really a newbie who knew nothing. However, when Chu Jiangyue had served the food and was about to sit down, Jiang Jinzhong suddenly exploded and snatched the fried tomato and eggs that Chu Jiangyue had just placed on the table, even with the plate. Warning! Warning! Bad behavior has been detected in the guest. To ensure a civilized and harmonious relationship between the buyer and seller in the hotel, the customer Jiang Jinzhong, who has bad behavior, will be punished with electric shocks and expelled. He can only re-enter the hotel after 24 hours. At this time, Chu Jiangyue's ability also gave birth to a vine, which tied up Jiang Jinzhong. The fried tomato and eggs in his hand were also picked up by Chu Jiangyue, using his wood-related ability, and placed back on the table. What is this thing? It was the first time that Lu Yi saw superpowers, and she didn't know that Chu Jiangyue was using wood-related superpowers. She just wondered if she had seen a ghost. Chu Jiangyue had no intention of explaining to Lu Yi. She looked at Jiang Jinzhong, who was tied up by her wood-based ability. I didn't sell it to you, but you robbed it? You are really capable. Boss Chu, we haven't had a hot meal in several days. He's just too greedy. Please let him go. The pot-bellied man who had been watching the show nearby saw Jiang Jinzhong being tied up and quickly spoke up to plead for him. Chu Jiangyue glanced at him without saying anything and watched Jiang Jinzhong's figure disappear in the hotel, leaving only a few vines that Chu Jiangyue had grown with her wood-based supernatural powers. After the people were gone, Chu Jiangyue also collected all the vines scattered on the ground, and they finally disappeared without a trace at Chu Jiangyue's fingertips. Boss Chu, how can you be so cold-blooded? If he is expelled to a place with zombies, wouldn't that be the end of Uncle Zhang's life? Lu Yi's words also successfully made Jiang Jinhai, who had just pleaded for Jiang Jinzhong, gasp for breath. Thinking of this possibility, he looked at Chu Jiangyue with resentment in his eyes. You're so worried. How about I find a way for you to get to him through a back door? Chu Jiangyue looked at Lu Yi with a smile, wanting to morally blackmail her. She had found the wrong person. As long as she has no morals, no one can kidnap her. Jiang Jinhai also looked at Lu Yi, but Lu Yi originally just wanted to make Chu Jiangyue unhappy. If she really made her pay the price, she would be quiet. Mr. Jiang, what about you? With so many people standing here, Chu Jiangyue had no appetite to eat. She just wanted to get rid of them as soon as possible. Although Jiang Jinhai was angry that Chu Jiangyue sent his brother away, he was unwilling to go out and find someone. So he said a few words in a hurry and made an excuse to go back to his room. There was no one else around, and Lu Yi was afraid of being kicked by Chu Jiangyue until she vomited blood, so she slipped back to her room. Only after everyone had left could Chu Jiangyue finally sit down and eat quietly. Each and every one of them is a tough guy. Because he was delayed by Lu Yi and the Jiang brothers, Chu Jiangyue finished his dinner at 7 o'clock. By this time, the sun had completely set, and it was starting to get dark. However, based on the experience of the previous life, Chu Jiangyue knew that from the day the zombie outbreak began, the sun would set later and later until the extreme daylight phenomenon occurred. The extreme daylight phenomenon occurs when high-temperature weather completely turns into extremely hot weather. At that time, the global apocalypse officially begins. Chu Jiangyue glanced outside, put the dishes and chopsticks into the automatic cleaning machine in the kitchen, and went up to the second floor. Little Fox, do you think Shinjiguei and the others can come back smoothly tonight? I don't know, host. Shinjiguei's team and Xiesilin didn't even appear in the plot the Little Fox received, so it had no way of knowing the fate of Shinjiguei and the others. Moreover, due to the appearance of Jianglin Hotel, the current plot development has deviated, but the Little Fox felt that it was not a big problem, so he did not make a fuss. Well, whether they can come back depends on their fate. Chu Jiangyue was not the kind of person who would let herself be entangled. She didn't get the answer from the Little Fox, nor did she think about it any further. She found her pajamas and took them to take a shower. There were many skincare products and cosmetics on the dressing table. After Chu Jiangyue came out of the shower, she directly put on a facial mask. I have to say, her life now is much more comfortable than before the end of the world. After finishing her skincare routine, Chu Jiangyue did not stay up late. She climbed onto the bed very contentedly and prepared to go to sleep. Wake me up at 9 o'clock tomorrow. Well, going to work at 10 o'clock and getting up to wash up at 9 o'clock. Nothing wrong. Okay, host, good night. Good night and sweet dreams. Little Fox, although I don't seem to need to sleep. Underscore underscore. ZZZ. 12 midnight. Dee dee. Dee. Host, wake up. Chapter 15. A large wave of guests arrive. The sudden siren sounded, frightening Chu Jiangyue. Damn Fox, what are you doing? Don't look at what time it is now. She clearly said she would be woken up at 9 o'clock the next day, but it was only 12 o'clock at midnight. Host, it's not my problem. It's Shinjige and the others who came back and brought back a group of people. These are all their potential guests, and any delay in receiving them will be their loss. Chu Jiangyue smiled wryly. Guess why I set working hours? If everyone comes after my get-off-work hours, I have to come to open the door for them. Then the working hours I set are just for show, right? Do you know what a seller's market is? A seller's market means that they have to act according to my mood instead of asking me to accommodate them in everything. Little Fox, I don't blame you for being immature just a few days after you came out of the oven. But from now on, even if there are guests coming after get off work, don't disturb me unless it's an emergency, understand? Chu Jiangyue felt that if she didn't talk to the little fox, this situation would happen again in the future. Chu Jiangyue didn't want to be pulled out of bed in the middle of the night again. I'm sorry, host. I was too impatient. The little fox drooped its ears and lowered its head to its chest, looking so pitiful. Okay, if we don't do this next time, how many people did Shinjigue and the others bring? There must be many people who can make the little fox excited to wake her up, right? No more, no less. Exactly 100 people, the host's mission can be completed. Chu Jiangyue's current task is to entertain 100 people and successfully apply for identity cards. Chu Jiangyue felt a little better after hearing that the task could be completed, and she was no longer so angry about the little fox asking her to wake up temporarily. Let's go down and have a look. Shinjigue and the others originally wanted to bring people over early the next morning, but they did not expect that they suddenly encountered a small zombie wave at night. There is no way Shinjigue and 5 people can deal with so many zombies. In the end, after weighing the pros and cons, they could only take the people and leave overnight. However, only half of the original team of almost 200 people escaped now. To be honest, even Shinjigue breathed a sigh of relief at being able to return to the hotel safely. However, when he arrived at the hotel and saw the closed hotel door, Shinjigue knew that things were embarrassing. Chu Jiangyue emphasized her business hours to them more than once, and told them not to come to her outside business hours since it was not an emergency. But now, even without a clock, you can know that it must be late at night. At this time, Chu Jiangyue has already got off work and has probably rested. Without Chu Jiangyue opening the door, these survivors would not be able to enter the hotel without ID cards. Don't think about it. The 3rd floor is Boss Chu's private area. We can't go up at all. What should we do then? This huge group of people here will become sitting ducks if they can't get into the hotel, and the zombies will come just by smelling the scent. Now, they can still breathe a sigh of relief because the area around the hotel provides a certain shielding effect against the zombies. However, this effect is time-limited. After a long time, it will be ineffective. It's just their bad luck that they encountered a wave of zombies. Why don't you go in? Yeah, it's so hard to find a place without zombies surrounding it. Bringing us here, but not settling us down. What's the point of this? What nonsense. It's already good enough that he can help us escape the zombie tide. Do you still want others to be responsible for you for the rest of your life? There was everything in the crowd. It was not that Shinjigue and the other 5 had not heard what those ungrateful people said, but there were also people standing by to speak for them. To be honest, things between Shinjigue and the other 5 people are a bit complicated at this time. Wait a minute, I think I saw the lights on the 2nd floor turn on. Siesilin originally wanted to take a look at the 2nd floor. Maybe they would be lucky enough to meet Chu Jiangyue. Unexpectedly, I actually saw the lights on the 2nd floor come on. Shinjigue and others also looked in the direction of the stairs on the 2nd floor, and sure enough they saw a light. After a while, Chu Jiangyue came down dressed neatly, but with a big fisherman's hat on his head. You guys really know how to choose a time to come back. Although they brought her guests, Chu Jiangyue was still unhappy when she was woken up in the middle of the night. She could only grab the little fox and knead it into a round shape when no one was around. Anyway, it was a bunch of data and she couldn't squeeze it to death. But it doesn't mean that Shinjigue and others can escape responsibility. This was an accident. We must pay attention next time. Shinjige also knew that this time was really awkward. Okay, bring people in, let them line up, and tell them how you want to operate. Chu Jiangyue opened the hotel door, yawned, and then slowly walked into the counter. Shin Jigue and the other 5 knew they were in the wrong. Faced with Chu Jianyue's obvious laziness, they didn't say anything. They spontaneously began to maintain order and left one person at the front of the team to teach them how to exchange copper coins. Why do you still need us to take things to recharge and apply for a card? You are not a fraud gang, are you? Chu Jianyue raised her eyes and glanced at the person who raised the question. He was alert, but his brain was not very good. It's already this late. What's the point of us cheating you out of your money? Even if you have nothing better to do, you won't have the time to do this. If you feel there is a problem, you can leave now. We won't force you. They were exhausted from the journey, and just now, they heard those people's complaints. They finally waited for Boss Chu to open the door, but they were still suspected of being a fraud gang. C.S. Sillen immediately didn't want to serve him anymore. It's true that good intentions don't get rewarded. I didn't mean that either. Those who raised questions did not expect that C.S. Sillen would ask them to leave. They had finally escaped here, so how could they be willing to leave just like that? Chu Jianyue didn't care about this little farce. As the number of people on the mission increased one by one, his mood gradually turned from gloomy to sunny. Boss, I saw it said outside that this is a hotel. Finally, someone noticed the most critical problem. Chu Jianyue raised her eyes and nodded slightly to the person asking. Yes, those who want to check in should first apply for an ID card, and then come to my place to queue up. After hearing Chu Jianyue's words, many people consciously lined up. Are there really steam buns for sale? To be honest, because the end of the world came suddenly, many people did not have food reserves at home, and many people had not eaten a proper staple food for several days. Steamed buns are also eaten as a staple food in the north. Of course, I don't have any copper coins to lie to you. Chu Jianyue raised his hand and waved, and a virtual screen appeared at the front desk. C.S. Sillen went up to teach him how to buy it. After paying the money, the steamed buns or dumplings will appear directly in front of him. As for how to store it, that is something they have to consider themselves. Chapter 16, Upgrading to Level 3 Hotel. Give me 2 steamed buns. Me. I want buns too. I want meat buns. These people are generally ordinary people who don't have much on them to exchange. Steamed buns and meat dumplings are the 2 most cost-effective items among all the food in the hotel. Chu Jianyue had just introduced the steamed buns and meat dumplings, and those who had just recharged and received their ID cards all ran back. Who would want to eat those dry bread and biscuits when you can have steamed buns and meat dumplings? Over there, look at the prompts on the virtual screen and place your order by credit card. Chu Jianyue showed them the way to the virtual screen in front of the container. A group of people rushed to buy it first, and some even fought with others. Stop it. I told you there's no limit on the supply. Why are you rushing? Get in line. Chu Jianyue was already in a bad mood after being woken up in the middle of the night, and when she saw such a terrible scene, her temper flared up immediately. Some people originally thought that Chu Jianyue was just a woman and did not listen to her. Chu Jianyue was so angry that she mobilized her wood ability and turned it into a thorny vine whip, which she swung hard on the ground, making a loud noise. Whoever doesn't follow the rules, let's see whether you have thicker skin or my whip is sharper. C.S. Sillen looked at this group of people who had turned into quails and shook his head. I repeatedly reminded them on the road that they must not offend the hotel owner after entering the hotel, but these people didn't listen at all. However, C.S. Sillen was very envious when he looked at the vine whip in Chu Jianyue's hand. Boss Chu's vine whip, Boss Shun's lightning, and Boss Zhang's space. The more you look at them, the more enviable they become. Under Chu Jianyue's strong suppression, everyone lined up obediently, those who needed to buy bought things, and those who needed to exchange things. Finally, after an hour and a half, everyone had completed the recharge and had their own ID cards. Chu Jianyue successfully completed the task of receiving 100 people and successfully processing their identity cards. Task: 100 people have obtained hotel ID cards. Completed 118/100. Mission reward: unlock building 1, unlock food. Chinese cabbage, experience plus 1,000. Last time Chu Jianyue forgot to upgrade the hotel, but this time he can make up for it all. Current hotel level: 1, 1290/100. Meets the upgrade conditions for level 3 hotel. Do you want to upgrade? Yes/no. Chu Jianyue was not in a hurry to upgrade the hotel because people who had processed their ID cards were still queuing up to buy steamed buns and meat dumplings. By the time everyone had finished buying, the 2-hour time was almost up. Non-resident guests can only stay in the hotel for 2 hours a day. You have almost stayed here today. Please leave before the time is up. Otherwise, when the hotel enforces the order, I can't guarantee where you will be taken. If you are unlucky and are sent to the lost pile, you can only blame yourself for your bad luck. The hotel will not be responsible. A group of people looked at Shun Jigue and the others. They came with them, and they couldn't stay in the hotel. They had to find a place for them to stay. Hey, you can't really be so shameless. We have done our best to bring you away from the zombie wave. Is it possible that you still want us to find a good place for you and settle all of you? You have to understand, this is the end of the world. The end of the world. In other words, Brother Shin, have a good heart. Otherwise, you would have been wiped out by the zombie wave. 2 hours are coming. You go out and find a place to live. The whole Shihua is so big. There are always villas that no one lives in. Anyone you find is better than the residential building you stayed in before. C.S. Silin really couldn't see his idol's suffering. When he saw that the expressions of these people were wrong, he immediately jumped out and interrupted what they wanted to say. He's right. We have no obligation to be responsible for you. Leave before the time is up and find a place to live. Chu Jiangyue ignored their confrontation. After making sure that everyone had their ID cards and had done their shopping, she planned to go back to her room to take a nap. Having worked 2 hours overtime tonight, she decided to go to work 2 hours later tomorrow. You have 5 minutes to think about it. If you don't leave after 5 minutes, the hotel will automatically clear the area. After saying that, Chu Jiangyue went upstairs without caring about their reactions. You decide for yourselves. It's late today, and we need to rest. Jiang He looked gentle and refined, but his words were full of unquestionable attitude. The 5 people ignored the survivors and went back to their respective rooms. I just don't believe that he can really drive us away with so many of us staying here. Dad, let's go. If what they say is true, it doesn't matter to us, but Nyonyo can't deal with the zombies by herself. Those with families basically choose to leave as they cannot afford to take the risk. Within 5 minutes, some people left one after another, but some people who refused to believe in it did not leave. However, the 5 minutes passed quickly, and those who did not leave suddenly felt themselves being restrained by a force, their whole body being torn apart. And then their eyes went dark, and they disappeared in the hotel. Hearsay and seeing it with one's own eyes are indeed different. Those who were only a few seconds away from their deadline didn't care about anything else and crawled towards the hotel entrance. However, the lobby of Zhonglin Hotel, which had been renovated twice, was still very spacious. Within a few seconds, another group of people swarmed in. Everyone was blocked at the entrance of the hotel. In the end, they watched the people around them disappear one by one in front of them. Chu Jiangyue, who had already returned to her room, had no idea what had happened in the lobby on the first floor. After confirming that there was no one walking outside the room in the hotel, Chu Jiangyue clicked to upgrade. When it was late at night and everyone was asleep, Zhonglin Hotel was quietly being renovated, and the next day it gave everyone a surprise. The next day, just after dawn, someone woke up in Zhonglin Hotel. When Lin Shiyuan got up, he subconsciously glanced out the window. In the past few mornings when he got up, it was foggy outside the window, and garbage, or human and zombie limbs, were scattered on the ground. But when he woke up this morning, he saw a vibrant green lawn. Lin Shiyuan didn't bother to brush his teeth and wash his face. He opened the door to the room and went to take pictures of Shun Jigue's room one by one. Boss, get up soon. Get up. All the guests in the hotel were awakened by Lin Shiyuan's noise early in the morning. When Shun Jigue and others came out of the room, they thought that Dao Lin Shiyuan's voice could not be hidden. Boss, Jiang He, look outside. When they left the room before, they were in the hotel lobby. Outside the hotel lobby, except for the unknown sapling planted by Chu Jiangyue, it was a depressing scene. But today, outside the hotel lobby, there is a circle of lawn about 2 meters wide. It is growing very well, and there is no feeling of wilting at all. The tree planted by Boss Chu has also grown significantly taller, and even the leaves on the branches are much lusher. No, why is there an extra house over there? C.S. Silin turned around and saw a 2-story cabin surrounded by lawns. From the outside, it looked pretty good. Chapter 17 Host, go to work. Shun Jige and others turned to look in the direction C.S. Silin pointed, and they all saw the existence of the wooden house. There is a road connecting the 2 houses. Isn't this caused by Boss Chu? Su Zhuqing quickly noticed some details. Sure enough, as soon as Su Zhuqing said this, everyone looked at him. It seems that there is less water in your brain than I thought. Zhang Yi smiled and said something quietly. With such a big commotion, we didn't hear anything yesterday. Isn't Boss Chu a little too powerful? Lin Shiyuan felt that all this was too unbelievable. Ever since he met Boss Chu, he felt that everything began to become unscientific. I can only say that the world is so big that there are all kinds of things. What about Boss Chu? After making such a big fuss, no one came to explain to us? Ciesilin just looked back and realized that the place where they lived had changed from a 2-story mud brick building to a 10-story red brick sloping roof building. And considering that they just came out and didn't need to go downstairs, their room should still be on the first floor. Boss Chu doesn't get up until 10 o'clock. Let's have breakfast first and go out to look for supplies. When we come back at noon, Boss Chu should be out. I really envy Boss Chu. His life here is more comfortable than the end of the world. None of the office workers before the end of the world lived as comfortably as Chu Jiangyue does now. If you think the money in your account is enough for you to live in the hotel for the rest of your life, you can choose to lie down. Because of the exchange mechanism of Zhonglin Hotel, in addition to looking for level 1 zombies to obtain crystal cores, they will also collect some gold, silver, jewelry, antique vases, and other things they think are valuable. Unfortunately, many of the things they think are valuable are not worth much at the exchange machine. The final conclusion is that it is most cost-effective to collect crystal cores from killing zombies and redeem them. Hey, there's an extra baby cabbage here for you to buy. It's a pity that I didn't collect the seasonings, otherwise I could have bought a few and went back to try them. Returning to the lobby again, Ciesilin originally wanted to buy himself a meat bun for breakfast, but unexpectedly, he discovered that the hotel had new food. The green cabbage will whet your appetite just by looking at it. As soon as Ciesilin said that, Shinjigue looked over, and his eyes lit up when he saw that it was really Xiao Baikai. Hey, the price is also very nice. Lin Shiyuan originally wanted to buy a few and fry some green vegetables, but he knew that there must be seasonings in Jianghe's space. But looking at the price, 1 piece is 100 copper coins, and 2 pieces are equivalent to their accommodation fee for a day. Everyone, how about let's collect some copper coins, buy 2 or 3 slices each, and eat together? Ciesilin himself was definitely reluctant to buy too many pieces at once, but he was still willing to pay for 1 or 2 pieces. Shinjigue directly ordered 20 slices and swiped his card to purchase in one go. The next second, 20 slices of green vegetables appeared on the counter. Shinjigue directly gave them to Jianghe. You can handle the rest. Jianghe threw it to Ciesilin. You are responsible for washing the dishes. Open the door, and we will go to your room to cook. Okay, right now. Ciesilin hugged Xiao Baikai and couldn't suppress the smile on his face. After all 5 people entered Ciesilin's room, Zhang Jinhai and Lu Yi's room door opened. The two looked at each other, and then closed the door with a bang. Chu Jiangyue was woken up in the middle of the night yesterday and worked overtime until 2 a.m. He returned to his room and fell asleep immediately. When I woke up, it was already 9:30 in the morning. However, she had decided yesterday to delay going to work for 2 hours today, so Chu Jiangyue was not in a hurry. Host, the hotel has been upgraded and renovated. New tasks have been released yesterday. There are so many guests waiting to check in. Hurry up and get to work. Seeing that Chu Jiangyue was moving slowly and even showed signs of taking a nap, the little fox hurriedly urged him on. New mission? Chu Jiangyue opened the system panel and saw the task issued by the system after the hotel upgrade and renovation was completed yesterday. Task release. Building 1 has been fully unlocked. Please host or receive guests and complete check-in. 8 out of 100. This really doesn't give me any time to rest. As soon as a building was unlocked, the move-in task was immediately issued. Even the donkey in the production team felt miserable when seeing this. Host, this is not my fault. The system issues tasks based on the host's progress. There is no time limit for completing the task. This is very humanitarian. The little fox quickly distanced itself from the task, saying that it was just a leader spirit who knew nothing and was not responsible for the task module. Chu Jiangyue didn't say anything. She was just complaining casually. By the way, your fur seems to be a lot smoother to me. I don't know if it's Chu Jiangyue's illusion, but I always feel that the little fox's fur is more realistic than before. Is that so? Host, you think so too? When the hotel is upgraded to level 5, I will have a physical body. At that time, it can also eat and eat without having to watch the host satisfy its appetite every day while it cannot eat anything itself. You can still have a physical body, but it's not easy for you to appear in this image, right? The nine-tailed fox only existed in the legend of Dragon Kingdom. It's the end of the world now, and you, the host, have awakened your powers. It's not impossible for a nine-tailed fox to appear, right? The little fox showed Chu Jiangyue its 9 tails in all directions. Now only Chu Jiangyue is lucky enough to rub its nine tails. You have a point. Now that superpowers have appeared, there is no need to focus on science anymore. Oh no, I came here to tell you to go to work, but I got off topic. Hurry up and get ready for work. Now quite a few people have come to consult you about accommodation issues. Anyone with eyesight can see the changes in Jianglin Hotel. Of course, there are also people with quick brains who can think of the possibility of rooms being available. However, Chu Jiangyue had not shown up for a long time, and many people who wanted to come and try their luck were getting a little impatient. The daytime temperature was too high now, and they couldn't waste too much time in Jianglin Hotel. I know. I'm already cleaning it up. Chu Jiangyue got up from the bed, quickly brushed her teeth and washed her face, then grabbed a set of clothes from the cloakroom and changed into them. Thanks to the urging of the little fox, Chu Jiangyue successfully came out of the room in 30 minutes and made breakfast for herself. By the time she finished breakfast and came out of the two-story cabin, it was almost 11 o'clock. After yesterday's upgrade, the scope of Jianglin Hotel has been expanded significantly, and the boundary line is based on the scope of the lawn. As long as there is a lawn, the temperature outside can be ignored, and the temperature is still as comfortable as the spring breeze. People with sharp eyes have already seen Chu Jiangyue coming out of the wooden house and walking towards Building 1. Boss Chu, you are finally here. Boss Chu, do you have any rooms in the hotel today? Can I book one? Good morning, Boss Chu. Chapter 18. New guests arrive. As soon as Chu Jiangyue appeared, everyone rushed towards her and looked at her eagerly. The hotel does have new rooms. You can go to the front desk of Building 1 to check the details. The hotel has been upgraded. All rooms in Building 1 have been unlocked, and the front desk has also been upgraded. On the virtual screen above the front desk counter, guests can see the floor plans of all rooms and clearly see which rooms are available and which are occupied. The lobby is already crowded with a large number of guests who want to stay at Jianglin Hotel. Zheng Wunan, Lu Yi, and Jiang Jinhai were attracted by the noise outside and soon opened the door and came out of the room. Chu Jiangyue didn't care about the little actions of these three people. No matter who stayed in the hotel, she would be the one who made money in the end. During the day, the temperature outside reached as high as 50 degrees Celsius, and there was no water or electricity. Even inside the house, the temperature was unbearable. In addition to the survivors brought by Shun Jigue early this morning, many of the Aborigines from Shengshihua also came with their families. The fact that Jianglin Hotel is not affected by the outside weather has spread throughout the Shengshihua community. Boss Chu, we have elderly and children at home. Do you think there is a family suite? It only has 3 bedrooms. We don't choose. The person asking the question was a man about 30 years old. He was accompanied by his wife, who was holding a child waiting to be fed, and 4 elderly people. A grown man with a whole family of elders and younger ones, and his wife looked quite weak, and Chu Jiangyue even sweated for him. But he can be considered lucky if he can be with his family in the last days. There are certainly 3-person suites, but the room rates are much more expensive than single rooms. The 3-person suite has a regular version and a deluxe version, which costs 600 copper coins per day and 1,200 copper coins per day respectively. If you want 6 people to live in one suite, you need to register your relationship as a couple so that 2 people can live in one bedroom, and the child also needs to register a guardian. There are suites for 3 people, but the room rate of 600 copper coins / 1,200 copper coins per day is really too high for ordinary people. But she had to stay there. They were in the villa in Shengshihua, and she didn't even have enough food left. If she stayed any longer, she would only be waiting for death. Jianglin Hotel is their last hope. Thank you, Boss Chu. We'll stay here. We'll just stay in a regular suite for a month. After a month, maybe Guijiao will have found a solution and get their lives back on track. Chu Jiangyue did not hesitate and operated directly on the virtual screen in front of him. One person swipes the card once. Adhering to the principles of fairness and justice, the hotel will deduct 3,000 copper coins from the ID card accounts of the 6 people when making payment. As for the baby, if she lives with her guardian until she is 8 years old, the room fee can be waived. The 6 people took out their ID cards and swiped them. Each of them was deducted 3,000 copper coins, which is equivalent to 30 silver coins. When the 4 elderly people saw that their balances were instantly reduced by 3,000 copper coins, they all had painful expressions on their faces. Chu Jiangyue saw it, but didn't say anything. Since she chose Jianglin Hotel, she should abide by the rules. Otherwise, if someone comes and pretends to be pitiful, she will give a discount. If everyone comes and pretends to be pitiful, and everyone asks her for a discount, she might as well not come to the hotel and open a charity instead. Boss, we are also a couple. The double suite is too expensive. Can we stay in a single room together? Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows, but she had already agreed to the double room just now, so it would be unreasonable for her to disagree to this single room. Register your relationship as husband and wife, and the system will authenticate successfully, and you're good to go. After getting Chu Jianyue's affirmative answer, the two's eyes lit up. Now the room fee only needed 50 copper coins per day, and the savings they had were enough to support them for a long time. Chu Jianyue had no idea what these two people were thinking. After they completed the check-in procedures, he continued to call the next person. Boss Chu, my family is out of town. Can the hotel help me find someone? Looking for someone? It was the first time that Chu Jianyue encountered such a request. Host, I can, but this function consumes a lot of energy. He has to make up for the energy I consume, and I am not working for nothing. What this means is that in addition to making up for the energy of finding someone, you also have to pay extra. Where is the person you are looking for? Chu Jianyue remained calm and asked. In H province, we just talked on the phone yesterday. If he knew the end of the world was coming, he would definitely go to H province to find her before the end of the world arrived. Host, if you want to buy information, do you want him to find it himself, or do you want us to help him find the person and bring him back? The former is 1 gold coin, the latter is 10 gold coins, no bargaining. The little fox directly raised the price. Now it is a seller's market, so it is not afraid of having no business. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins, and 10 gold coins are equivalent to 100,000 copper coins. Even Chu Jianyue felt that the little fox was asking for too much. However, the little fox is still his own fox after all, and Chu Jianyue can still distinguish between relatives and strangers. Originally, the hotel does not provide this service, but since you have a need, it is not impossible for us to help you. But I am a businessman. I won't do business at a loss. How much can you give me? Boss Chu, we haven't checked in yet. Can we handle other things later? Chu Jianyue glanced at the long queue with an embarrassed expression. Then you sit over there for a while. I'll entertain other guests first. Chu Jianyue asked someone to sit aside and wait. The man also knew that Chu Jianyue was busy and that his issues would indeed take some time to resolve. Without saying much, he sat down on the sofa in the lounge area, waiting for Chu Jianyue to finish her work. Chu Jianyue didn't like making people wait, so he sped up his movements significantly. After a long time, Chu Jianyue finally completed the check-in procedures for everyone. Although it looked like there were a lot of people, the final count showed that there were only 63 people who came to check in today. There is still a long way to go before the 100 people required for the mission. But what needs to be solved now is the problem of finding people. Chu Jianyue walked out from the counter and sat down in the lounge area. Jin Churen, this person is a native of Shengshi Huadu, but Chu Jianyue always feels like he has heard this name somewhere before. Host, I get it. The little fox suddenly spoke, and Chu Jianyue was startled as he was almost stepped on. What do you know now? The last time I was startled was when I met the male protagonist of the central air conditioning. Host, he has an identity. The little fox didn't notice it just now, but now that it's close to Jin Churen, a lot of information has been unlocked. Please elaborate. Chapter 19, Jin Churen's identity. He is the heroine's younger brother, and he's a sister complex. Before the heroine and the hero were together, Jin Churen created a lot of obstacles for them. Of course, in the end, the little boy was influenced by the male protagonist and finally successfully became a crazy CP fan of his sister and brother-in-law. However, the little fox now dislikes Zheng Wenin, the male protagonist of this dimension, and is beginning to become dissatisfied with the development of the plot. How can such a cool and beautiful heroine be paired with a scumbag like Zheng Wenin? Central air conditioning is not suitable. Chu Jianyue raised an eyebrow when he heard the little fox's words. Did she mess with the protagonist? First of all, it was a female supporting role that killed her in her previous life. After coming to Shengshi Huadu, first a vicious female supporting role came, then the male protagonist of the plane, and now the brother of the female protagonist of the plane has come. According to what the little fox said, Jin Churen is a sister con. Chu Jianyue guessed that the person he was looking for was most likely the heroine of the plane. By the time the person is found, the heroine of the plane follows Jin Churen to Zhonglin Hotel and meets the hero in advance. Does this count as a plot breakdown? Chu Jianyue quickly told the little fox about this possibility. He is the heroine's brother, so the person he is looking for is not the heroine, right? Didn't you say that the hero and the vicious female supporting role will leave Shengshi Huadu in half a month? The heroine is here at this time. Isn't this plot development wrong? Meeting the right person at the wrong time may not necessarily mean anything will happen. Little fox, what should I do then? The heroine must not meet the hero in advance. Otherwise, the plot would collapse, and this plane would be almost over. It doesn't want to fail in its first mission and be sent back for retraining. Then we will just help him find where the person is and let him go find him on his own. Okay, then the income is only 1 gold coin. Host, you can talk to him. At this time, the heroine of the plane should have formed her own team in Province H. If she hadn't met the hero, the little fox thinks that the heroine of the plane and the affectionate second male lead are quite a match. Oh, what a twist of fate. You have to tell me where the heroine is, where he should go to find her, and how to find her when he gets there, right? Anyway, Chu Jiangyue himself doesn't have this ability. The heroine is now in the safety base in S City, H Province. She has awakened her ice ability and formed a superpower team called the Peace Superpower Team. The little fox flipped through the unlocked plots, and the more he read, the more he felt that the female protagonist in the plane and the affectionate male second were a better match. Who on earth is it? Who actually gave it such a powerful female protagonist and a central air conditioning male protagonist? Who is it? The little fox roared in his heart. S City Safe Base. This place seems a bit miserable in the later period. However, it had been a while, and Chu Jiangyue didn't know if she remembered it wrongly. She just remembered the incident silently in her heart and didn't say anything. Chu Jiangyue and the little fox communicated a lot, but it only took a few breaths and Jean Churin didn't notice anything wrong. Boss Chu, I want to find my sister. Her name is Jean Chuyu. Sure enough, the person the younger brother was looking for was his sister. Well, I do have some information here, but I spent a lot of effort to get this information. If you want it, I'll give you a price of 2 gold coins. Do you want to buy it? Host you. It never occurred to it that the host would be such a middleman. Isn't the profit from the price difference too huge? It only asked for 1 gold coin, but the host doubled it just by asking for it. 1 gold coin is the price you sold it to me, and 2 gold coins is the price I sold it to Jean Churin. You didn't suffer any loss, did you? The 1 gold coin difference is what she deserves. No problem, but how do I pay? This is easy. Just add me as your friend and transfer the money to me directly. Chu Jiangyue waved her hand and opened her virtual screen. She found Jean Churin's profile picture on the hotel guest list and clicked Add Friend. Jean Churin quickly opened his virtual screen and clicked to agree. Then, under the guidance of Chu Jiangyue, I transferred 2 gold coins to her. Chu Jiangyue immediately clicked on the payment button and then said, in the safety base of S City, H Province, the ice power has been awakened and the safety power team has been formed. Jean Churin didn't know how to describe his feelings after getting this sentence for only 2 gold coins. However, he was still very happy to know the news about his sister. Although Zhonglin Hotel is very good, he will still go to see his sister. If he had the chance, he would bring his sister to Zhonglin Hotel. Thank you, Boss Chu. When I find my sister, I will definitely come back to repay you. No need to repay. You gave me money. I will give you the information in one hand. Chu Jiangyue collected 2 gold coins and gave 1 gold coin to the little fox, which meant she earned 1 gold coin for free today. Ah, today is a good day. Boss Chu, I want to stay here. Can you recommend a better room for me? After receiving the news from his sister, Jean Churin's mood improved visibly, and when he was in a good mood, he wanted to spend money. If Chu Jiangyue were to introduce it, she would definitely introduce the luxury suite. If you don't mind the price, the presidential suite on the 10th floor is the best, 288 silver coins a day. 288 silver coins are equivalent to 28,800 copper coins, which means more than 20,000 and almost 30,000 yuan a day. If it was before the end of the world, Jean Churin would have stayed in a hotel that cost 30,000 yuan a night without hesitation. But now it is the end of the world, and he doesn't have much savings in total. He just spent 2 gold coins and will spend more than 20,000 copper coins. His savings are really going to run out. Well, Boss Chu, please introduce me to something more economical and affordable. 288 silver coins was not a place he could afford to live in. Chu Jiangyue coughed twice and said, the most economical one, a single room, 200 copper coins a day. This is it. Although it's a little small, it has water and electricity, which is better than a villa without water and electricity. How many days? 5 days. Jean Churin was planning to go to S City to visit his sister and had no intention of staying there for long. Staying for 5 days is to give yourself some buffer time. After 5 days, once you leave Zhonglin Hotel, there is no turning back. Chu Jiangyue operated skillfully, and Jean Churin also took out his ID card and swiped it to pay. The temperature was too high during the day, and there were almost no people walking outside. Chu Jiangyue also discussed with the little fox whether she should move the business hours to the evening. Of course, the little fox agreed wholeheartedly. God knows how heartbroken it felt when it saw people passing by the hotel every night, but couldn't keep them. Now that Chu Jiangyue raised it himself, it certainly had no objection. In the evening, Shun Jigue and the other 5 people came back from outside after a long journey and brought back a bunch of survivors along the way. Chu Jiangyue looked full of admiration. You can just go out and save a few people. Why hadn't she discovered before that these people still had the potential to become holy fathers? It's the end of the world, and I can't even take care of myself, but I still have the mood to save others. However, this also brought her new customers, and Chu Jiangyue was quite happy. Didn't Boss Chu say that if there were more guests, the hotel might have more rooms? We just want to do our little bit. Chapter 20 Boss Chu must never be offended. Chu Jiangyue did not expect that Shin Jigue and the others would be so active in rescuing survivors and taking them back to Zhonglin Hotel because of her words. Theoretically, that's the case, but I can't guarantee this. After all, the rewards after completing each task are random, and she didn't know what reward she would get before completing the task. It's okay, we're just taking it easy anyway. Before Shin Jigue saves people, he will make predictions in advance. If it is life-threatening for them, he will definitely not do it. This is the hotel that Brother Shin said can provide accommodation. Chu Jiangyue and Shin Jigue had only said a few words before someone interrupted. What Chu Jiangyue wanted to say was blocked in his throat. Shin Jigue glanced at the speaker indifferently, a little unhappy at her sudden interruption, but seeing that Chu Jiangyue had no reaction, he finally nodded slightly as an answer. Great. Thank you, Brother Shin. If it weren't for you, we would have been trapped and died in the underground garage. In the underground garage, there is nothing but cars. However, because of this, they were lucky enough not to be attacked by zombies. They were able to survive for so long because they knocked on the windows of other cars and occasionally found some biscuits and snacks in the cars. If you want to stay in the hotel, please register with Boss Chu. Why are you looking at Mr. Shin? Silin realized that the atmosphere was not right and quickly spoke to calm down. The girl who just spoke didn't look very happy. But when he thought that Silin was with Shun Jigue, he just curled his lips and said nothing more. The smart man ran to the counter to ask Chu Jiangyue when Silin reminded him. Is what they said true? There is really accommodation here. What do they want us to register for? There are rooms, but let me make it clear that I run a hotel, and accommodation must be paid for. Chu Jiangyue felt that these people might have regarded Zhonglin Hotel as a relief station. Didn't they provide accommodation and food? Why do you want money? Sure enough, as soon as Chu Jiangyue asked for money, someone raised an objection. Su Zhucheng, Lin Shiyuan, and Silin all widened their eyes and looked at the person who said this. He actually understood it this way. Boss Chu, I swear, we never said that accommodation and meals are free. Su Zhucheng immediately distanced himself from them. Boss Chu is the one who controls the food and accommodation of all of them, and he must not be offended. Chu Jiangyue certainly knew that this was not their fault, but that some people took things for granted. I opened the door to do business. If you don't want to spend money, then go straight out and turn right to leave Shengshihuadu. Chu Jiangyue is not the type of person who would swallow her anger. Sister, we are still students and don't have much money. Can you be flexible? We are not staying here for free. We can exchange our labor for accommodation time. Do you think it is okay? The person who spoke should be a more prestigious person among these students. Although some people showed reluctant expressions, at least no one said anything to refute. To be honest, Chu Jiangyue admired him for coming up with this idea, but Chu Jiangyue picked up the glass of water on the table and poured it on the floor in front of the counter. Hey, why did you pour out the water? If you don't want it, you can give it to us. God knows how they got through these days. Seeing Chu Jiangyue wasting water, many people showed expressions of disapproval. What about you guys take another look? Chu Jiangyue asked them to look at the water stains on the floor. Everyone looked down, and soon the water stains on the ground disappeared. Everyone looked at Chu Jiangyue at the same time. Do you still think I need you to work? Chu Jiangyue looked at the boy who had just proposed to exchange labor for accommodation time. The hotel has an automatic cleaning system. Even if they spill a bowl of soup on the floor of the hotel today, it can be cleaned instantly. The boy didn't say anything else. The hotel didn't need any labor, and he had no other choice. Anything you think is valuable can be exchanged for the hotel's unique currency. You guys can figure it out for yourselves. After all, They were still students, so Chu Jiangyue was relatively tolerant towards them and did not take their previous impoliteness to heart. I think you just want to trick us into giving you all the valuable things we have, and then you can sell them for money. I think the sofa over there is pretty good. I'm going to stay here tonight. Su Zhuqing looked at the girl who had just spoken as if she were a fool. Had she never listened carefully to what they said all the way here? Forget about them. We have done them a great favor by bringing them here. When introducing Zhonglin Hotel on the road, they had already emphasized the hotel rules many times. If she still doesn't know anything about it, then she deserves it. Non-hotel guests can only stay in the hotel for 2 hours a day. If they do not leave after the time limit, the hotel will automatically evict them. Although Chu Jiangyue didn't like this kind of unreasonable customer, she still gave a reminder. However, some people just don't understand what others say. Even if Chu Jiangyue has reminded them, they still insist on doing what they want. In this case, Chu Jiangyue didn't care, because she wouldn't be the one to be expelled in the end anyway. However, there were those who didn't understand what people were saying, and there were also those who listened to advice. They searched their bodies and exchanged anything they could get. The boy who just wanted to exchange his labor for accommodation time also took off the jade pendant around his neck. Artificially carved jadeite is detected, which can be exchanged for 10 silver coins. Do you want to exchange it? Please press the time to confirm, and press no to cancel. How much is 10 silver coins? This is the first time he has seen this currency unit, and he doesn't know what its purchasing power is. The hotel has 3 common currencies: gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins. The exchange rate is 1:100:10,000. 10 silver coins equals 1,000 copper coins. The purchasing power of copper coins is approximately equal to the common currency of Dragon Country. Can I stay in the guest room? Sure, but you can only stay for 5 days at most. I suggest you save some to buy yourself something to eat. Chu Jiangyue was kind enough to give the reminder. The boy thought about it for a while and finally decided to stay for 3 days and use the remaining 400 copper coins to buy food. Now that food and accommodation were solved, the boy breathed a sigh of relief. He finally made it. Chu Jiangyue looked at the others. When several students saw their leader taking out the pendants they had worn since childhood to exchange for gold, silver, and copper coins, they also took out various things from their bodies and started to exchange them. Chu Jiangyue gave answers to everyone who asked, but as for those who didn't want to listen, Chu Jiangyue didn't even glance at them. Brother Shin, where are you going? Seeing that Chu Jiangyue had taken control of the situation, Shin Jigue felt relieved and prepared to go back to his room. But before he took 2 steps, he was stopped by someone. Stop! We have completed our promise to you by escorting you to the hotel. You decide what to do next. Also, you are still underage. Don't think about those who have something and don't have it. The boss is not interested in you little bean sprouts. Chapter 21, The Superpower Team from the Base. Su Zhuqing stopped the person who wanted to pester Shin Jigue and finally gave way to him when Shin Jigue entered the room. Chu Jiangyue sat on the luxurious boss chair inside the counter, happily watching the show. Sure enough, outstanding people are always in need of suitors, and it seems that they are all taken by young and old. There were more than a dozen students. The obedient ones already had their own rooms, while the disobedient ones were automatically expelled from the hotel when the 2 hours were up. Chu Jiangyue had no sympathy for this. It was all her own fault. After taking care of the new guest check-in, Chu Jiangyue walked out of Building 1 and came to the random fruit sapling she had planted before. She raised her hand and transferred some wood-related abilities to it. She didn't know if it was an illusion, but Chu Jiangyue always felt as if she could feel the excitement of the fruit tree seedlings. Even Chu Jiangyue felt that the fruit tree seedlings were telling her that they were delicious and I want more. What's going on? In her previous life, her supernatural power was upgraded to level 4, but she didn't have this function. Chu Jiangyue couldn't figure it out. However, Chu Jiangyue thought about it for a while but couldn't figure it out, so she gave up. It didn't affect her normal use. This function could even let her know the emotions of the plants, which would only benefit Chu Jiangyue and not cause any harm. Chu Jiangyue was in a very good mood as she watched the fruit tree seedlings she had planted grow taller day by day. Host! Another person is coming. It seems someone is injured. Host, hurry up and save them. The little fox, who had gone to play somewhere before, suddenly ran over and jumped on a Chu Jiangyue's shoulder with a few jumps. Who? I don't know, but it looks like a psychic team. The special power team most likely came from the safe base. H province already has a security base, so it doesn't make sense that City B, as the capital of Dragon Country, hasn't established a security base yet. How far is it from the hotel? And I'm a businessman. There is no such thing as a quick buck without a profit. Chu Jiangyue would not do it if the reward she got after saving someone did not meet her expectations. I think the injured man can't hold on any longer. If he falls, the whole team might be wiped out. The little fox spoke more and more quietly, but Chu Jiangyue's brows furrowed more and more as he listened. Okay, I'll go check it out. Chu Jiangyue knew that the little fox was trying to make her feel sorry for him, but she just fell for it. Just consider it as giving the little fox some face. Time was running out, and Chu Jiangyue had no time to go back and get his weapon, so he left the protective shield of Zhonglin Hotel empty-handed. With the little fox around, Chu Jiangyue soon saw several people fighting hard with zombies. There are not many zombies here, but their luck is bad as they encountered several level 1 zombies at once. There are not many people who have awakened their superpowers now, and the level of their superpowers is generally not high. You can handle primary zombies with ease, but when you encounter level 1 zombies and are outnumbered, it is really difficult to escape. Not to mention, they also have to prevent themselves from being scratched and bitten by zombies, which restricts them everywhere and makes it even harder for them to fully exert their strength. When they heard someone was coming, those people's faces lit up with joy, but when they saw that the only person coming was Chu Jiangyue, the light in their eyes dimmed again. However, Chu Jiangyue tied up several zombies with vines as soon as she came up. Her special ability and long-range attack still had advantages. The few people who were fighting hard just now found that the zombies were tied up. They all looked happy and quickly retreated. They no longer cared about the crystal core of the level 1 zombie. Now they just wanted to leave as quickly as possible. The farther the better. Several level 1 zombies who were tied together watched the meat that was about to fly away from their mouths. They danced in frustration and made huh sounds. However, Chu Jiangyue's vines were also transformed by supernatural powers after all, and her current supernatural power level is only level 2, which is still much weaker than in her previous life. The vines that bind the zombies can only last for 5 minutes at most, but this time is enough for others to escape. Several people supported each other and moved closer to Chu Jiangyue. Thank you for your help. We came from the security base in City B. We originally came here to look for any survivors. I didn't expect to encounter 5 level 1 zombies. Thanks to your help, otherwise we would probably have died here today. They have awakened their superpowers and formed a superpower team. Their life in the apocalypse has just gotten back on track. It would be really unwilling for them to die in such a miserable way. Fortunately, they were not destined to die, and someone came to rescue them at the critical moment. It's just a small favor. I open a hotel in front. If you want to thank me, why don't you take care of my business? Chu Jiangyue led his men towards Zhonglin Hotel. Hearing Chu Jianyue's words, everyone was a little surprised. It's the end of the world. Is there anyone who can still open a hotel? Although they felt that this was unlikely, they still followed Chu Jiangyue forward. Whether it is true or not, the fact is that someone saved them. After walking a few steps, they saw the Zhonglin Hotel, which seemed to be in a different world from other places. Where is what? The lawn. It's still green. Is this really not a mirage? All three couldn't believe what they saw. After the end of the world, the plants outside began to wither, and the green became less and less every day, until now they could not see any green at all when they went out. But who could have imagined that they would see such a vibrant scene here? That's my hotel now. Currently, the hotel's main business is accommodation. Chu Jiangyue raised her hand and pointed in the direction of the vibrant lawn, completely unaware of the shock her words had brought to the three people. That's your hotel? The leading boy's face was filled with disbelief when he heard Chu Jianyue's words. Chu Jiangyue nodded. It has just been open for a short time, but the business is pretty good. You can go and have a look. It's okay if you don't want to stay. These people came from the B City base. When they go back, they will definitely tell their relatives and friends in the base about the Zhonglin Hotel. This is her walking advertisement. This place really looks like a paradise. Chu Jiangyue smiled and said it was all thanks to the system. What are those two houses used for? The wooden house on the left is where I live, and the red brick sloping roof house next to it is a guest house for guests. There was nothing to hide. Chu Jiangyue told the truth. There's still a tree there. It doesn't show any signs of withering at all. The more they looked at it, the more amazed they were. What kind of magical place was this? Oh, that's what I planted. It's said to be a fruit tree, but it hasn't borne fruit yet, so I don't know what kind of fruit it is yet. You have a wood-type ability, so it's not surprising that you can grow crops. In the base, wood-related abilities are very popular. Not only can you have your own land, but you can also sell what you grow directly to the base, so you don't have to worry about sales. It's a pity that their team consists of people with offensive abilities. Chapter 22 Surprise. It just so happens that there are no other guests right now. I'll take you in to have a look. You can ask me any questions you have. These people are potential customers that Chu Jiangyue is very optimistic about. Once they get to know the base, they may be able to help her develop some new customers, so Chu Jianyue's attitude is quite enthusiastic. Thank you for your help. No trouble, my last name is Chu. You can call me Boss Chu. Chu Jiangyue took them directly into Building 1. Seeing the clean and tidy floor of Building 1, they became more interested in this place. What's this? As soon as the three people entered the door, they saw the virtual screen above the front desk counter. This is where you check in for your stay, this is where you buy things, and this is where guests can exchange currency. Chu Jiangyue explained patiently. Currency exchange? Did you set the currency used in the hotel yourself? Now the common currency in the base has been changed from paper money to points. The way to earn points is to go to the office to receive tasks, complete the tasks, and get the corresponding points for the tasks, or sell supplies to the office to get points. The common currencies in the hotel are gold coins, silver coins, and copper coins, and the exchange rate is 1:100:10,000. They can be exchanged for zombie crystal cores or any other items. However, apart from the zombie crystal cores, which have a fixed exchange rate, there is no fixed rate for how much other things can be exchanged for. When it comes to gold, silver, and jewelry, the quality, style, and year of each person's jewelry are different. The system undergoes a comprehensive evaluation from multiple dimensions, and the amount given each time is different. Crystal core? We have this. Among the three people, the one who was obviously the leader's eyes lit up when he heard Chu Jianyue's words. Although there are only three people in their team, they have all awakened superpowers, and their strength is still ranked among the top superpower teams in the base. So, do you want to exchange it? Just put it here and follow the instructions. Chu Jiangyue pointed to the exchange machine on the counter. To be honest, if Chu Jiangyue hadn't told them, they really wouldn't have been able to tell that this strange-looking tray was actually an exchanger. The three men looked at each other, and the leader took out a few zombie crystal cores from his backpack and placed them on the tray. 3 level 1 zombie crystal cores detected, exchangeable for 300 copper coins. Do you want to exchange? Press yes to confirm, press no to cancel. The man clicked yes, and the next second, the zombie crystal core on the tray disappeared, replaced by a silver L card the size of a bank card. This is the first time I redeemed the ID card given by the hotel. You can open the panel and see the balance. In the future, when you make purchases at the hotel, you can just swipe the card. Of course, you have to make sure there is enough balance in it. Before he could ask any questions, Chu Jiangyue explained. When the other two heard this, their eyes lit up. It sounded much more convenient than manual registration at the base. It's a pity that this card can probably only be used in Jianglin Hotel. This friend column. Ling Feng followed Chu Jianyue's instructions and successfully opened the panel attached to the ID card. When he saw the friends column on it, he felt a little excited. Ah, this is where you can add friends with people who have the same ID card as you. You can think of it as a social software before the end of the world. Apart from other things, this friend function is a feature that hotel guests like very much. You mean, as long as we are friends, we can send messages to each other anytime, anywhere? Ling Feng couldn't quite believe it. After all, due to the disordered magnetic field on Blue Star, those electronic products were equivalent to scrap metal. There is basically no way for them to contact their former relatives and friends now. But if the friend column function of this ID card is really as Chu Jianyue said, it would be a real surprise. If the leaders of the base knew the news, they might organize the people in the base to come in batches to handle it. Of course, so far, there has been no possibility that the message could not be sent. If you don't believe it, you can try it yourself. Chu Jianyue is still very confident about this. Boss, let me try to get an ID card. If what Chu Jianyue said is true, then this matter is extremely important. Boss Chu, if we successfully verify this matter, we may report it to the base. I wonder what you think. If everyone in the base can be equipped with an identity card, then they will have restored communications within the base. The difference between having communication and not having communication is huge. For businesses that are open, of course the more people there are, the better. Chu Jianyue was not afraid at all that the hotel would be known to others. Instead, she hoped that they could give her more publicity. The hotel rooms are not fully occupied yet. Boss Chu is a righteous man. Ling Feng really admires Chu Jianyue. Having such a huge treasure, he actually shared it so generously with everyone. If it were him, Ling Feng was not sure if he could do what Chu Jianyue did. Chu Jianyue's face was full of questions. What kind of justice was this? Did he misunderstand something? However, Ling Feng did not see Chu Jianyue's expression, because after he finished speaking, he urged the other two to quickly take out the crystal cores to exchange for their identity cards. To add a friend in the simple version, just put your ID cards together and follow the prompts. Those present were all young people in their 20s, and they were quite good at using smartphones, so Chu Jianyue didn't need to say anything. They learned it all on their own and added each other as friends. Boss Chu, can we add you as a friend? This was the first time someone took the initiative to ask Chu Jianyue about this matter. They are all guests, so Chu Jianyue certainly won't refuse. Can. Chu Jianyue didn't need an ID card. She just waved her hand in front of her, and her own panel appeared in front of her. Chu Jianyue's panel has a guest list and a friends column. Currently, there are only 5 people in this friend list. Shun Jigue. Now 3 more people, Ling Feng, have been added. Chu Jianyue found the names of Ling Feng's 3 people from the guest list and clicked on them all to add them as friends. It didn't take long for them to click and agree. Then, in order to verify the authenticity of the matter, Ling Feng sent punctuation marks to his team members respectively. The moment he clicked send, the other 2 people also received messages on their panels. I have to say, the internet speed is really fast. Sent successfully, Ling Feng looked at Chu Jianyue with a different look at this time. The friend column of this ID card really solved a big problem for them. It can be said that at the moment when global communications were interrupted, all the relevant personnel of Guijia were working overtime to respond to communications as soon as possible, even if it was just being able to make a phone call. It's a pity that so much time has passed since the end of the world, and safe bases have been established, but communications have not been restored, not even on a small scale. But they didn't expect that the person they met accidentally would give them such a big surprise. Boss Chu, regarding the information exchange between identity cards, I need to report it immediately. Someone may come to verify it by then, so I would like to trouble you to cooperate as much as possible. This matter was too important. Ling Feng didn't dare to waste any time. Chapter 23. Let me be frank. As long as they are not here to cause trouble, they can get the ID cards as they please. Chu Jianyue is not the type of person who would just accept things as they come. If the people coming from the base are not to her liking, she will not give them a good face. Don't worry, Boss Chu. We will definitely tell the leaders when the time comes and ask them to send someone who is easy to talk to. Let me be frank with you. If they make me unhappy, the hotel has the right to blacklist them. Those on the blacklist are not allowed to set foot in Zhonglin Hotel for life. After all, they were people from the security base in City B, so Chu Jianyue made the blacklist matter clear to them in advance. Otherwise, it would be funny if someone was blacklisted and couldn't enter the hotel and came to her for an explanation. Don't worry, Boss Chu. We will definitely make it clear to the leadership. Thinking of the blacklist Chu Jianyue mentioned, Ling Feng's expression became more serious. Boss Chu, I just heard you say that you sell food here. What do you sell? How do you sell it? Tian, who was next to Ling Feng, had just heard Chu Jianyue say that he could buy food here, and he had kept it in mind. Now that it has been verified that the friends column can indeed communicate with each other, he brought it up. Steamed buns, meat dumplings, and Chinese cabbage, which is fresh. There are also braised pork, fried tomato, and eggs, etc. You can go to the shelf over there and take a look. If you want to buy something, just place an order on the screen and swipe your card. Chu Jianyue replied casually. Because the hotel rooms were not fully occupied, the food was not unlocked again, and there were only these few items for the past 2 days. However, since the supply was unlimited, the hotel guests did not show any dissatisfaction. Now except for the sealed packaged food, the rest is basically rotten and inedible. After this period of searching, there is very little food left outside. Although the food at Zhonglin Hotel is not much, at least the ingredients are absolutely fresh, and there are plenty of staple foods to fill your stomach. It's the end of the world, and filling your stomach is the most important thing. Steamed bun, little greens, meat buns. Boss Chu, are you sure you're not kidding? These foods are very rare even in the base. I don't have any gold coins if I lie to you. Chu Jianyue simply raised her hand and clicked on the food column on the virtual screen above the counter, then clicked on the staple food and vegetables categories and let them look at them themselves. Click here to enter the quantity you want, swipe your ID card here to pay, and the item will appear in front of you. Ling Feng immediately followed Chu Jianyue's instructions and bought a steamed bun. The moment the card was swiped, a steamed bun appeared out of thin air on the counter. The balance on his ID card was also deducted by 20 copper coins. Now, no one doubted what Chu Jianyue said anymore. This was another big surprise. Ling Feng even felt that the Zhonglin Hotel was like the dawn of their lives in the end times. Seeing the dawn meant seeing hope. Chu Jiangyue doesn't care what they think. As long as they can generate sales for her, they are good people. Ling Feng and the other three were anxious to go back and report what happened at Zhonglin Hotel. They hurriedly bought 5 items of each item from the container and left. Not long after Ling Feng and the other three left, several students who had gone back to their rooms to tidy up came out. Seeing Chu Jiangyue at the front desk, they all said hello. Boss Chu, good evening. Boss Chu, good evening. Chu Jiangyue nodded slightly and had no reaction to what they came out to do. Boss Chu, let's buy some food. They were trapped in the underground garage before, and when they were rescued by Shun Jigue and the others, they had basically no supplies on them. Now that I'm settled, my stomach is starting to protest. However, on their way here, Shun Jigue and others also told them that they could buy food in the hotel. You're welcome to do whatever you want, don't worry about me. After saying this, Chu Jiangyue was afraid that she would make them uncomfortable here, so she stood up and left Building 1. After Ling Feng and the other two left Zhonglin Hotel, they ignored their injuries and rode back at full speed. The level 1 zombies that were tied up by Chu Jiangyue had disappeared at this moment, and they quickly left the area of Shengshi Huadu. Boss, who should we tell about this after we go back? The matter of Zhonglin Hotel is too important. If they don't find the right person, they may indirectly offend Boss Chu. Even though Boss Chu is just a young girl, she is not an ordinary person if she dares to open a hotel alone in the apocalypse. It is definitely not a good thing to offend Boss Chu. Go directly to the base commander. Ling Feng didn't know about other leaders, but the base commander was definitely thinking about the best interests of all the residents of the base. The other two people all followed Ling Feng's lead, and they basically had no objection to what Ling Feng said. Zhonglin Hotel. Host, I have a feeling that we are about to welcome a new group of guests. As long as Ling Feng and the other two do some publicity for them in the safe base in City B, there will always be people who believe them and come here in the hot weather. And as long as they come, the little fox believes that the hotel can keep them. After all, the hotel is the only paradise that is not affected by the high temperature outside. Hearing what the little fox said, Chu Jiangyue also smiled. As long as the people in this base are not stupid, they should know what to do. Chu Jiangyue was walking on the stone path of Zhonglin Hotel and soon reached the edge of the hotel. Little fox, why do I feel that the desertification of the land around us is getting more and more serious? Chu Jiangyue hadn't noticed it from afar, but suddenly he stood at the edge of Zhonglin Hotel, looking at the land with distinct colors inside and outside. His brows slightly frowned. Host, the blue planet has now entered the apocalypse era. So, whatever happens is possible. Chu Jiangyue pursed her lips. This apocalypse really brought a devastating disaster to mankind. The little fox didn't say anything else. It stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, with the 9 tails behind it moving in the wind. At this time, a zombie staggered past Chu Jiangyue, but because there was a layer of Zhonglin Hotel's protective shield between them, the zombie was completely unaware of Chu Jiangyue's presence. I don't know if it's Chu Jiangyue's illusion, but I always feel that these gradually decertified lands are rising little by little. For some villas located in low-lying areas, decertified land has even begun to submerge the villas. The high temperature and decertified land really leave no way for human beings to survive. However, Chu Jiangyue looked at it for a while and then stopped looking. Instead of being sad here, it would be better to upgrade the hotel as soon as possible and try to get more people staying in it. Chu Jiangyue walked back to her 2-story cabin. The first floor was the living room, kitchen, dining room, and toilet. The second floor was Chu Jiangyue's bedroom, study, and cloakroom. The toilet, bathroom, and bedroom were connected. Ling Feng and his 2 companions were traveling at full speed, and the B City security base was not too far from Zhonglin Hotel. The 3 of them hurried and finally returned to the safe base in City B at 11 o'clock in the evening. Because Ling Feng was injured, after returning to the base, he needed to be put in a separate room for observation for 24 hours. He could only come out after it was confirmed that he would not turn into a zombie. Chapter 24. Tell the base commander. He Yin and Tang Hung first took their things back to where they lived. After Ling Feng's 24-hour quarantine was over, they went together to find the base commander. 24 hours is not a long time. Ling Feng slept for 2 hours in the isolation room and then came out. When I came out, both He Yin and Tang Hung came over. Boss, we just heated up a steamed bun. You can eat it when you get back later. The steamed buns they were serving were from Zhonglin Hotel, and they tasted much better than the hard black-faced steamed buns provided by the base. However, they did not have many crystal cores on them, so there were not many copper coins that could be exchanged, and in the end they did not buy many steamed buns and dumplings. However, their eldest brother has just been released from quarantine, so it is very necessary for him to eat something good. Ling Feng didn't act pretentiously and walked behind the two of them all the way back to where they lived. The steamed buns on the table were still hot, so Ling Feng just showed off two of them. If a person with poor psychological quality experiences 24-hour isolation too many times, he or she may develop a mental illness. Fortunately, Ling Feng has not been in this situation many times, and today is his first time entering the isolation room. Boss, when are we going to see the base commander? Ian was an impatient person. He waited until Ling Feng finished his meal before asking directly. Immediately, Ling Feng finished the steamed bun in his hand in a few bites and also had a mouthful of pickled mustard tuber. Who would have thought that pickled mustard tubers have become a luxury item these days? After Ling Feng finished eating, the three of them left the room together. The three-member special ability team is still ranked well in the security base of City B, so when people saw them acting together, many people looked over. Ling Feng and the other two were accustomed to all this. They ignored the looks around them and went straight to the base commander's office. Because the end of the world came suddenly, many things did not have time to prepare, and the security base in City B was temporarily established in a high-end residential area. This high-end residential complex is located in a remote area and has a low occupancy rate, which makes it easier for officials to clean up the zombies. The base commander's office was temporarily set up in a house located in the center of the community. Now the second floor has been fully opened up, and the base commander's office is in one of the rooms. This building is home to some important elderly people. Even if Ling Feng and his companions want to meet the base commander, they can't just come here to see him. Sure enough, when the three of them were on the first floor, they were stopped by the soldiers standing guard at the door. Who are you? Hello. We are from the Red Maple Ability Team, and we have something important to report to the base commander. Ling Feng didn't plan to force his way in. Anyway, as long as the base commander knew about the existence of Jianglin Hotel, he would be the one who would be anxious, not them. What's up? Do you have an appointment? The guards also knew about the Red Maple Ability Team, but the base commander was an important figure in the base and was busy with many things every day, so it was impossible for him to meet everyone who came. Regarding the issue of food, we may be able to solve the food shortage on the base. Let alone other things, there is absolutely no shortage of food at Jianglin Hotel. When the guard heard Ling Feng say that he could solve the food problem at the base, his pupils shrank slightly. Wait a minute, I'll go and make a report. One of the two guards turned and entered the staircase behind them. As long as someone comes in to report and explains the reason clearly, Ling Feng is confident that the base commander will definitely meet with them. After all, food is the most important issue in the base, and the base commander will definitely not miss any opportunity. Sure enough, not long after the guard went up to report, he came down and let Ling Feng and the other two pass. However, he continued to walk in front and brought Ling Feng and the other two to the base commander's office. The base commander is inside. You can go in by yourselves. Thank you very much. Ling Feng thanked him, then went forward and knocked on the door. After hearing a come-in sound from inside, he pushed the door open and went in. The base commander is an old man with a vigorous spirit, but if you look closely, you can see that the hair at his temples has gradually turned white. After Ling Feng and the other two entered the office, Lu Jingyao raised his head with a kind expression. Please sit down. We are short of supplies now, and there is nothing to treat you. We only have boiled water. Is that okay? At this time, a man walked in from outside, holding a tray with 4 glass cups of hot water on it. Water resources are very precious nowadays, which is good. The water used in the base now is provided by water-type or ice-type ability users in the base. The amount that each person can exchange every day is limited, and the price is not cheap. Lu Jingyao has always adhered to the principles of fairness and justice, and he exchanges the coins at a uniform price and quantity every day. It can be said that these 4 glasses of water were paid for by Lu Jingyao out of his own pocket for Ling Feng and others. I heard that you have a way to solve the food problem in our base. Tell me what the specific method is. Lu Jingyao asked the assistant who brought in the water to sit down next to him, and then he spoke to Ling Feng and the other two. It's like this. Ling Feng sent them out to search for supplies, and by the way, he wanted to go to Shengshi Huadu to see if there were any survivors. If there were, he would bring them back to the base. By chance, he met Chu Jiangyue again and found out what happened at Jianglin Hotel. He told her everything. The emphasis was placed on the unlimited food supply at Jianglin Hotel and the fact that identity cards could be used to send messages to each other. These two things are of utmost importance. When Ling Feng's explanation was not sufficient, He Yin and Tang Hung would provide additional explanations. After the three of them finished saying everything they wanted to say, Lu Jingyao and his assistant on the opposite side fell silent. How do you prove that what you say is true? Lu Jingyao certainly hoped that what Ling Feng and the other two said was true, but he was a materialist and remained skeptical about the events at Jianglin Hotel. He couldn't joke about the lives of everyone in the base. Ling Feng and the other two took out their ID cards that they had obtained at Jianglin Hotel. This is the ID card we got after we recharged our account with crystal cores at Jianglin Hotel. The virtual screen of the ID card opened by three people at the same time. Just this one action made Lu Jingyao stand up, and the assistant next to him stared at the virtual screen in front of them with burning eyes. You need to be inside the Jianglin Hotel to buy things, but we can verify that it can communicate. Yes, we have added each other as friends at Jianglin Hotel. We can send messages to any friend at any time. Lu Jingyao couldn't sit still anymore, and quickly walked behind Ling Feng and the other two. Can you send me a message? If he is really sure that this ID card can be used for communication, then he must ask everyone in the base to apply for one. The world with communication and the world without communication are completely different. Ling Feng directly clicked on the chat boxes of He Yin and Tang Hung and sent a punctuation mark to each of them. He Yin and Tang Hung also performed the same operation. Who is this? Why didn't you send her a message? Lu Jingyao quickly discovered an extra avatar. Chapter 25. You can cooperate with Boss Chu. This is the owner of Jianglin Hotel. If it wasn't something important, Ling Feng still didn't want to send a message to Chu Jiangyue. It would be bad if he annoyed her and was blacklisted. Hotel owner? Then ask her if she can really provide unlimited supply of the steamed buns, meat dumplings, and Chinese cabbage you just mentioned. There are millions of people in our entire base. To be honest, Lu Jingyao is heartbroken as the population has grown from over 20 million to over 1 million today. But the dead are gone, and the living have to continue living their lives. They have no time to be sad and can only face the challenges head-on. Base Commander, it's true that there are millions of people in the base, but are you sure we can bring back so many supplies? Ling Feng felt that it was an impossible task to buy food rations for millions of people at one time. You're right, I took it for granted. Lu Jingyao calmed down immediately. It was indeed impossible to buy millions of rations at one time. Since you, Captain Ling, have been there once and returned safely, could you please lead the other teams in the base? We issued a task and asked the members of the Special Power Team to bring some back for us. A little bit of accumulation will always solve the problem. Moreover, the base still has some inventory and can last for a while. Once the base's inventory is used up, the supplies brought back from Jianglin Hotel will be enough to accumulate. In this way, the food shortage problem at the base was naturally solved. There's no problem with leading the way, but I think the base might be able to discuss cooperation with Boss Chu. Based on Ling Feng's observation at Jianglin Hotel, he felt that Chu Jiangyue should really like someone to create sales for her. At present, there should be no other base that has contacted Chu Jiangyue, so why don't their base be the first? Letting the Special Power Team take on the mission to buy it is not a long-term solution after all. Lu Jingyao's eyes lit up. I will mobilize people right away, and I'll trouble you to lead them. Regarding cooperation matters, it is better to let them discuss them face to face. No problem, we can leave any time. Ling Feng still has a sense of belonging to the B City security base and is quite happy to help the people in the base. However, I suggest that the base commander conduct some investigation before deciding on a candidate. Boss Chu has a bad temper. If the person you send makes her unhappy, this cooperation may not be successful. If the situation is serious, you may even be blacklisted. Ling Feng remembered Chu Jiangyue's friendly reminder to him. People on the blacklist are not allowed to set foot in Jianglin Hotel for life. Now it seems that it is not a serious matter. After all, there are supplies outside besides Jianglin Hotel. But Ling Feng had a hunch that the longer the apocalypse lasted, the more important the existence of Jianglin Hotel would be to them. Hearing Ling Feng's words, Lu Jingyao nodded slightly. I understand, I will let people pay attention. If possible, Lu Jingyao certainly didn't want to offend the owner of Jianglin Hotel. No matter what, anyone who can open a hotel in the apocalyptic era is definitely not a simple person. If there's nothing else, then we'll leave first. Ling Feng also wanted to take some of the gains from this outing to the free trade market at the base and sell some of the things he didn't need. Lu Jingyao waved his hand. Go ahead, I will arrange some personnel as soon as possible and have someone notify you. Regardless of whether this Jianglin Hotel is real or fake, for the sake of everyone in the base's hunger, Lu Jingyao will have someone investigate it. At the same time, In Zhonglin Hotel, Chu Jiangyue didn't know that she was about to welcome a huge business. She had just finished her meal and was taking a walk on the stone path within the Zhonglin Hotel. She also transferred the wood-related supernatural powers to the saplings she planted with her own hands. Then she returned to the two-story wooden house, went into the kitchen to kill a watermelon, held half of it, and walked towards building 1 with a spoon. Due to the hot weather, people have been unable to go out during the day recently. In order to adapt to other people's schedules, Chu Jiangyue had to change his working hours. Today is the first day at work with modified times. When Chu Jiangyue walked into building 1 with half a watermelon in her hands, she happened to bump into Shun Jige and the other 5 who were about to go out. C.S. Silin's eyes lit up when he saw the watermelon in Chu Jiangyue's hand. "Boss Chu, do you have any watermelon?" "Don't think about it. This is mine. You can't eat it. But you have brought me so many guests. The fruit tree outside is showing signs of blooming today, and maybe it will bear fruit soon. Just wait." The little fox made it clear that all the supplies prepared for her by the hotel can only be eaten and used by herself, even if they are given to others for free. Therefore, even if C.S. Silin and others were greedy, Chu Jiangyue would not share it with them. Is it the hotel's rules again? C.S. Silin felt that if it weren't for the hotel rules, given their relationship with Boss Chu, they wouldn't be reluctant to sell them even a little watermelon. Chu Jiangyue did not answer, but silence was tantamount to acquiescence. "Boss Chu, will you work overtime today? It is now past 6 p.m. According to the past, Chu Jiangyue would have gone back long ago, but now he went back to building 1 with a watermelon. Shin Jigue realized something was wrong immediately. "No, I changed my working hours. In hot weather, people almost move at night, so..." Chu Jiangyue did not continue, but Shin Jigue and others understood what she wanted to express. "That's true. Boss Chu, why did you change the time? Maybe we can meet again when we come back." Su Zhuqing asked the question without hesitation. After he finished speaking, he realized that he seemed to have asked Boss Chu a rather private question. He quickly shut up, stood at attention, and looked at Chu Jiangyue with trepidation. "It's okay. I was going to say it anyway. I changed my working hours to 5 p.m. to 11 p.m. However, she could not guarantee that she would be in Building 1 at 5 o'clock. She might still be having dinner at 5 o'clock. However, after 11 o'clock, she will definitely not be in Building 1. Her main point is that she can be late, but will never work overtime." At this point, Su Zhuqing really couldn't guarantee that they would come back, so he just laughed dryly. The atmosphere was a bit awkward. "You guys should probably go out. Go ahead and don't worry about me." Chu Jiangyue signaled to Shin Jigue and the others that they could go out freely and leave her alone. "Then let's go. Goodbye, Boss Chu," Su Zhuqing said quickly, and then pulled Lin Shiyuan beside him out of Building 1. In the entire Xingshi Huadu area, only Zhonglin Hotel has lights on now like a lighthouse. As long as they see the light every night, they can find their way home. After Shin Jigue and the others left Building 1, Chu Jiangyue began to concentrate on digging watermelons and eating them. I have to say that it is a system-exclusive product. There is not a single watermelon seed in it, and the taste is very sweet. One bite on a hot day, it's so delicious that you won't want to change it. Host, the male protagonist is here." The little fox had been quiet for a long time and suddenly made a sound. Chapter 26, Zheng Wunin's Ambition. Chu Jiangyue raised an eyebrow when he heard the little fox's words. She has always had a bad attitude towards Zheng Wunin and Lu Yi. If Zheng Wunin had a little backbone, he would not take the initiative to look for her. After all, he is the male protagonist. Even if his character is not that good, he should have some backbone. Facts have proved that not everyone has backbone. Zheng Wunin hesitated for a long time in his room upstairs, and finally made a decision. At this time, Lu Yi also walked out of the room. "Brother Wunin," Chu Jiangyue almost felt sick at the sweet voice. "Yi." Zheng Wunin nodded towards Lu Yi, but did not act too close. His target now changed from Lu Yi to Chu Jiangyue. "That's right, it's our boss Chu." Zheng Wunin has a good vision, but he thinks too highly of himself. When you are used to being praised by others, you forget your own opinion. Zheng Wunin had it dressed up before going out today. Although it was carefully taken care of, there were still wrinkles in many places, which lowered the quality of the outfit by several levels. After entering Building 1, without looking at Lu Yi, who was trying to show her courtesy on the other side, she looked at Chu Jiangyue lovingly. "Boss Chu, I want to buy some food. Please place your order on your own at the container. No need to consult me." Chu Jiangyue was completely unable to receive any signal from Zheng Wunin, and even felt that Zheng Wunin was a bit annoying. Zheng Wunin had no idea what Chu Jiangyue's impression and evaluation of him was. When facing Chu Jiangyue, he tried his best to make himself look bookish, which was the most popular type of handsome young man before the end of the world. Chu Jiangyue was indifferent throughout the whole process. Please don't stand in front of the front desk. It will affect my business. Anyone who enters the store is a customer. Chu Jiangyue will not actively refuse a transaction, but her attitude may vary from person to person. Zheng Wenin was dissatisfied with Chu Jiangyue's perfunctory attitude, but thinking of his current situation, he finally endured it. No matter how difficult the process was, Zheng Wenin never showed any impatience. If you want to get something, you have to give up something. Once he catches the girl, he will trick her into taking over the hotel, and then he will have the final say over the hotel. No matter whether it is Chu Jiangyue or Lu Yi, they can only become his playthings. From an angle that no one can see, Zheng Wenin's ambition continues to grow with no end in sight. In other words, Chu Jiangyue didn't know what Zheng Wenin was thinking. Otherwise, she really wanted to say, "What bad luck. I'm sorry, I just saw Jiang Yu, and I was a little distracted. I'll get out of the way now." As he spoke, Zheng Wenin moved a little to the side, then coughed twice in a very weak voice. If Chu Jiangyue didn't know what kind of person he was, she might have been fooled. "Brother Wenin, are you okay? Why are you coughing suddenly? Look, isn't there someone who was deceived? There are basic daily necessities in the room. If you need anything, make sure you do it yourself. Don't ask me." The layout of hotel rooms is uniform, and rooms of the same price range even have exactly the same decoration. This is not something Chu Jiangyue needs to worry about. How can you be so unsympathetic? If anything happens to Brother Wenin, I will never let you go. Chu Jiangyue curled her lips. Some people were impossible to reason with, and Chu Jiangyue was too lazy to say anything. "Host, why do I feel that this male protagonist has a strange attitude towards you?" The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, watching Zheng Wenin's every move towards Chu Jiangyue, and always felt that something was not right. Not too stupid. Chu Jiangyue also noticed some of Zheng Wenin's intentions, but she was not interested in the central air-conditioning male protagonist. Things did not develop as he expected, and Zheng Wenin's expression was a little gloomy, but he quickly adjusted himself. "It's all your fault. If you had a room, why didn't you open it earlier? If Brother Wenin gets sick, you'll be the culprit." At this moment, Lu Yi forgot her fear of Chu Jiangyue and started to blame. "He lives with you. You are not sick, but why is he sick?" Chu Jiangyue put the half watermelon in his hand on the counter with a bang and looked at Lu Yi with an unexpected expression. "You forget it? It was my fault for not paying attention. Don't blame Boss Chu." Zheng Wenin didn't want to fall out with Chu Jiangyue at this time. He was still thinking that he could take Chu Jiangyue down in the future and become the owner of the hotel himself. Lu Yi glared at Chu Jiangyue and carefully helped Zheng Wenin inside. "Chu Jiangyue, it's like you're about to give birth, and no one takes you seriously, baby." Chu Jiangyue complained in her heart and continued to eat her watermelon after the others entered and disappeared. Not long after Lu Yi and Zheng Wenin entered the room, someone else came out. This time the ones who came out were Jin Charan, the younger brother of the heroine, and several students brought back by Shin Jige and the others. Several people came out and saw the half watermelon in Chu Jiangyue's hand, with envious expressions on their faces. Sure enough, he is a person who can open a hotel in the last days. He can only dig half of the watermelon for each person. There is still half of it. I wonder if Boss Chu is willing to sell it to them. "Boss Chu, how do you sell this watermelon?" In hot weather, having a bite of ice-cold watermelon is like going to heaven. It can't be sold. You have to go out and fight zombies. If it's too late, you may not even see the zombies. Knowing that the hotel can exchange zombie crystal cores for money, the guests of Zhonglin Hotel began to organize teams to kill zombies. In the entire prosperous Huadu, there are not many zombies now. And even if there are, they are scattered and walking alone. If it were a junior zombie, no one would even care. Strong teams like Shun Jigue will even go further afield to look for zombies, and will not kill them unless they are level 1 zombies. Jin Charan felt a little regretful. If he could buy watermelon and later find his sister, he could use it to fill the scene. He would not be worse off than his sister, a girl. But with Chu Jiangyue's unquestioning tone, he also knew that it was useless to pester him any longer. Following a group of students, we soon entered the dark night. The lights of Zhonglin Hotel are undoubtedly the brightest stars at night. Let them find their way home, no matter where they go. Tonight is a quiet night. Chu Jiangyue waited until 11 o'clock. Except for the guests of Zhonglin Hotel, who went out to find supplies to kill zombies, he did not meet any new guests. When the time came, no one was there yet, so Chu Jiangyue left work without feeling guilty. Tomorrow I will sleep until I wake up naturally. Don't disturb me unless there is something special. After returning to his residence, Chu Jiangyue immediately gave instructions to the little fox. After all, this was not the first time she was woken up by the little fox. I know. Don't worry about me doing the job. The little fox patted his chest and made a solemn promise. However, Chu Jiangyue didn't really believe its guarantee. Chapter 27 People from the B City security base have arrived. Perhaps because he had woken Chu Jiangyue up twice before, the little fox felt a little ashamed, so he really did not wake Chu Jiangyue up the next day, letting her sleep until she woke up naturally. Chu Jiangyue washed and ate breakfast slowly before walking out. Today, Chu Jiangyue matched a cool and heavy-duty suspender skirt in the dressing room and wore a pair of black marten boots on her feet. Her slightly curly long hair reached her waist. If the outside of Zhonglin Hotel wasn't still in ruins, seeing Chu Jiangyue like this, one would have thought they were still in the pre-apocalyptic world. Sure enough, after Chu Jiangyue went out, the guests who had already gotten up and were strolling around on the lawn within the Zhonglin Hotel were stunned. In the end times, perhaps only Boss Chu has the conditions to dress himself up so exquisitely. Boss Chu, good morning. It's 10:30. It's getting late. Boss Chu, have you eaten? Have eaten. Chu Jiangyue finally walked to the fruit tree that he had planted before. After a few days, it had grown from a sapling half a person's height into a big tree that required one person to hug with both hands. From a distance, it looked like a giant green umbrella. Chu Jiangyue raised his hand and transferred some wood-related abilities to it. Boss Chu, when will it bear fruit? Many people saw Chu Jiangyue eating half a watermelon when they went out yesterday. It would be a lie to say they were not envious. Therefore, when many people learned that the only tree in the hotel was a fruit tree planted by Chu Jiangyue herself, they became excited. Soon, yesterday, Chu Jiangyue saw some flower buds growing in some places. With the growth rate of this tree, it should bloom today, bear fruit the day after tomorrow, and mature the day after tomorrow. However, Chu Jiangyue did not explain all of this clearly. After all, this was just her guess, and it was not certain whether it was exactly in this time period. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Jiangyi's eyes lit up, so he spoke tentatively. Boss Chu, I wonder if the previous statement that you would give us priority in selling this batch of fruit still counts? Chu Jiangyue glanced at Jiang He and nodded. Of course. As long as they can afford it, it doesn't matter if we sell them the whole tree. However, Chu Jiangyue is well aware that scarcity makes things valuable, so he will definitely not sell this batch of fruits at a low price. I just hope that when they see the price, they won't be scared. After giving the fruit tree the wood power, Chu Jiangyue returned to the wooden house. When he came out again, he had a folding chair and a small folding table in his hands. The people chatting on the lawn just watched Chu Jiangyue place the lounge chairs and table, and then lay down on them. She even put a bunch of snacks and drinks on the table. Others, comparing one person to another really makes people angry. Boss Chu's life is so enviable. This little life is more comfortable than I was before the end of the world. No wonder he is the boss. Shen Jigui looked at the person who was resting on the recliner with his eyes closed. There was nothing wrong with him, so he turned around and returned to building 1. Host, how can you be so cool? Now that you have some free time, you haven't thought about going out to the hotel to attract customers. It's so hot outside. How long do you think I can last after I go out? In her previous life, Chu Jiangyue had actually endured the high temperatures on her own, and she definitely didn't want to go through it again. The little fox was left speechless by Chu Jiangyue's words. Well, she was telling the truth. The little fox pondered for a long time, then gave Chu Jiangyue a carrot that was hooked in front of it. Host, as long as you complete the task as soon as possible, I will help you get a more practical task reward this time. What reward? Everyone can make empty promises, but what Chu Jiangyue wants is a promise that can be fulfilled. I haven't fought for it yet, but I promise it must be the most practical reward at the moment. Host, are you still worried about me doing things? The little fox gave Chu Jiangyue a sincere look. Chu Jiangyue, I feel uneasy because you are the one doing the job. Got it. I'll find a way. In fact, Chu Jiangyue has been looking forward to what results Ling Feng and his team can bring her after they visit the B City security base. It would be great if someone could come and stay here. After getting Chu Jiangyue's promise, the little fox gave a thumbs up. It was worthy of being a fox. The little fox jumped twice and then disappeared somewhere to play. The person from the security base in City B that Chu Jiangyue had been waiting for finally arrived in the evening. The little fox also came running back. Host. The leader seems to be Ling Feng, who has been to the hotel before, and his two little brothers. The little fox's surveillance range is much wider than Chu Jianyue's naked eyes. As soon as it sees people, it can't wait to come over and report to Chu Jianyue. Where? Chu Jianyue got up from the recliner. Ling Feng and the others had said that they would go back to the safe base in City B to advertise for Zhonglin Hotel. Right away, host, you can tidy up first. The little fox looked at the recliner and small table at Chu Jianyue's feet. They were filled with packaging bags that Chu Jianyue had eaten today but had not had time to throw away. If other guests saw this, they would definitely have a bad first impression of him. Who would like to stay in a place where the boss looks unreliable? Chu Jianyue was embarrassed. She quickly cleaned up the garbage, then dragged the recliner and small table under the giant umbrella fruit tree. Chu Jianyue had just packed her things when she received a message that the little fox guest had arrived at the door. Turning around, he saw a large group of people, and walking in the front were Ling Feng and his two younger brothers. Looking at the team slowly approaching Zhonglin Hotel, Chu Jianyue's eyes flashed with surprise. He thought that Ling Feng and his team would bring some people with them, but he didn't expect that they would bring such a large team. Chu Jianyue went out to the entrance of Zhonglin Hotel to greet them for the first time. Boss Chu, we meet again. Ling Feng got out of the SUV with a bright smile. When others heard Ling Feng call her Boss Chu, they were slightly surprised. They never thought that the owner of this hotel was such a young girl. However, they were all carefully selected by Lu Jingyao, and their character was absolutely up to standard. So although they were surprised, they did not show any contempt. Captain Ling, please come in. Chu Jianyue stretched out his hand, made a pleased gesture, and moved aside. Ling Feng and a tall man walked into Zhonglin Hotel side by side. Even though this was Ling Feng's second time here, he still felt emotional the moment he entered Zhonglin Hotel. This comfortable temperature is simply heaven on earth. The people who entered Zhonglin Hotel side by side with Ling Feng felt the obvious temperature difference between inside and outside and were slightly surprised. Boss Chu is very generous. Just to maintain this temperature, I don't know how much resources it would consume. Even the security base in City B is far from being able to do this. Chu Jianyue raised her eyebrows, smiled, and said nothing. However, this leader was able to keep his emotions under control, but not all the people he brought with him were able to do the same. Chapter 28. Want to build a safe passage? This is Song Qingjun, the chief of the base patrol team. He is here on behalf of the B City Security Base and wants to cooperate with Boss Chu. Captain Song, this is the owner of Zhonglin Hotel, Chu Jingyue. Ling Feng took the initiative to introduce the two people to each other. Boss Chu, I have heard of your name for a long time. Song Qingjun stretched out his hand. Hello. Chu Jianyue reached out and gently held Song Qingjun's hand, but let go in just a second. The hotel has just opened, and the place is a bit small. I'm sorry to have embarrassed you. The group entered Building 1, which seemed a bit crowded because there were too many people. Let's get down to business first. I'll have them line up to top up their ID cards. Song Qingjun brought a team of no less than 100 people this time. The main purpose is to equip as many people as possible with identity cards and realize online communication on a larger scale. The people brought by Song Qingjun had all been strictly screened, and they quickly formed a team at the command. Whenever Chu Jianyue saw such a well-trained team, he would always feel admiration. In the 3 years since the apocalypse, she had been rescued several times by such a group of people, but they were not Song Qingjun. Chu Jianyue remembered that when she entered the B City security base in her previous life, the captain of the base patrol team was not Song Qingjun. So, what happened to him later? However, now is not the time to talk about this. What kind of cooperation does Captain Song want to discuss with me? The base wants to reach a long-term cooperation with your hotel. If possible, we would like to open a safe passage between your hotel and the base so that both sides can exchange what they have. Song Qingjun comes from the military and likes to be straightforward during negotiations. Chu Jianyue was quite fond of his honesty. If the security base in City B had sent a negotiation expert who could beat around the bush before saying a single word, Chu Jianyue would not be so easy to talk to. It's not an easy task to establish a safe passage. The global magnetic field is now in chaos, and they are unable to conduct surveys in many places, so route planning is a difficult problem. Host, even if they can't, I can. We have the route map and construction materials. As soon as the little fox heard the conversation between Chu Jianyue and Song Qingjun, it knew that its chance had come. This is an important way to expand your customer base. No way. Now the hotel has only unlocked a bunch of food besides the guest rooms. After the host signs an agreement with the B City security base, the relevant items can be unlocked. This is a hidden task. Whether you can start the task depends on your luck. It seems that Chu Jiangyue still has some luck. Just a few days later, we encountered a large base that wanted to sign a contract. After hearing what the little fox said, Chu Jiangyue roughly understood. In that case, she would start to make conditions bluntly. If Boss Chu has any suggestions, please feel free to bring them up. The main reason for coming up with this idea is that Lu Jingyao wants all residents in the base to be able to apply for an identity card. In this way, they will be able to manage more conveniently and quickly in the future. Let me put it this way. I can provide all the construction materials for the safe passage, and I can guarantee that the safe passage built with the materials I provide will not be disturbed by zombies. However, these materials are not cheap. We buy. If this safe passage can really be, as Chu Jiangyue said, without having to worry about zombie invasions, then they must take it no matter what the cost. Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows. When it comes to wealth, the base is still richer. Captain Song, take a look at this contract. If you think it's okay, just sign it. Chu Jiangyue waved her hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of the two of them. On it was the construction material sales contract for the construction of a safety passage that the two parties had just discussed. Song Qingjun flipped through the pages one by one, and when he saw the price of building materials, 1 gold coin per meter, his heart ached. This is all money. 1 gold coin is equivalent to 10,000 copper coins. If you exchange it with a level 1 zombie crystal core, you will need 100 zombies. When Song Qingjun thought about the workload, he almost felt dizzy. Moreover, the contract clearly stated that the hotel was only the seller of construction materials. After purchasing the materials, they had to arrange their own people to construct the road. The most humane thing is probably that Chu Jiangyue will kindly provide an optimal route to ensure that there will not be too much danger when they build the road, and they don't need to take a detour. Boss Chu, isn't the price of 1 gold coin per meter too expensive? The distance from the base to the hotel is not close. Even if it is a straight line distance, it is more than 10 kilometers. If it were before the apocalypse, this distance would only take a few steps on the accelerator, but now there are zombies everywhere, and there are all kinds of rock obstacles on the road. Just clearing the roadblocks is no small project. This is not something I should consider. I've already given a discount on this price. If it were someone else, I would have to double the price. Chu Jiangyue did not fool Song Qingjun. The contract price given by the little fox was 80 silver coins per meter. If she wanted to make money, she would definitely raise the price, usually by doubling it. She was showing mercy by not asking them for 1 gold coin and 60 silver coins per meter. If you can't come up with so much money right away, you can pay in installments. However, the contract will indicate the subsequent payment date, and the hotel will automatically deduct the amount when it is due. You just need to make sure to leave a sufficient amount on the corresponding ID card. The price only increased by 20 silver coins, and he even allowed payment in installments. Chu Jiangyue felt that she was being particularly kind today. When Ling Feng heard 1 gold coin per meter, he thought it was a sky-high price. But then he thought, this is a safe passage that can ensure they will not be disturbed by zombies on the road. 1 gold coin per meter doesn't seem that expensive. I only brought a batch of gold and zombie crystal cores with me this time, and I don't know how much they can be exchanged for. In addition to buying construction materials for the safe passage, I will also keep some money to buy other supplies. Whether it was steamed buns, meat dumplings, or bok choy, he would definitely buy them. As for how much he can buy, it also depends on how much money he can exchange for the things he brings this time. Now the people brought by Song Qingjun are still queuing up to recharge and apply for their ID cards, and they still have time to wait. Host, I'm offering you a converter as a token of friendship. It was a rare opportunity for a big customer to come, so the little fox reluctantly contributed the points it had accumulated from completing tasks for Chu Jiangyue before, and bought an exchanger for Chu Jiangyue internally, placing it next to the original exchanger. Chu Jiangyue looked at the converter that suddenly appeared and fell into deep thought. It seems that the little fox is not as innocent as it appears. It can even provide her with a friendship exchanger. Captain Song has a lot of stuff. You can come here to handle it. However, Chu Jiangyue did not show any abnormality. He led Song Qingjun directly to the exchanger provided by the little fox, and then called all the space ability users he brought over. Chu Jiangyue. So there are already people with spatial abilities in the B City security base? It turned out that she was not capable enough and too ignorant in her previous life. Chapter 29 mission completed. You guys exchange first. I'll wait for you over there. Chu Jiangyue is not needed for this exchange, so she won't interfere with their work here. Boss Chu, wait a moment. We will do it as soon as possible. The little fox ran to the counter at this time and sat next to the exchanger in front of Song Qingjun, just staring at them while they exchanged things. In other words, no one can see it now, otherwise being stared at by a fox like this, these silly men might have red faces the whole time. Chu Jiangyue refilled her tea twice before Song Qingjun finally exchanged all the things he had brought. Host, I just counted. They exchanged a total of 7,059 gold coins, 256 silver coins, and 30 copper coins. To be honest, this amount was a bit shocking to Chu Jiangyue. As I said, the base is still the richest. However, the material for the safe passage costs 1 gold coin per meter, and this amount of money may not be enough. After all, the distance between Jianglin Hotel and the security base in City B is definitely more than 7 kilometers. Not to mention that Song Qingjun still has to save money to buy food. However, when the little fox came to report to her, Chu Jiangyue knew the specific amount. When signing the contract later, she also roughly knew how much the first payment would be. At this time, Song Qingjun, who had already exchanged all the things he brought, came back and sat down next to Chu Jiangyue with skillful movements, one person between them. Boss Chu, let's continue. This is the contract that has just been revised. Take a look at it. According to the route planned by the little fox, the total distance is 40 kilometers, costing a total of 40,000 gold coins. Considering that Song Qingjun still needed to save some money to buy other supplies, Chu Jiangyue finally only accepted a down payment of 6,000 gold coins. The remaining 34,000 gold coins will be deducted by Jianglin Hotel in 3 installments every other day within the next week. The first time is 10,000 gold coins, the second time is 10,000 gold coins, and the third time is 14,000 gold coins. Captain Song, please read the contract carefully. If there are any related disputes later, we must act in accordance with the contract. There are basically no loopholes in the terms of the contract, and the responsibilities that both parties should fulfill under what circumstances are clearly stated in black and white. I believe in Boss Chu. The revised contract is actually similar to the previous one, except that it adds the responsibilities and rights of both parties regarding installment payments. Song Qingjun only looked at the modified part and confirmed that there was no problem, then signed his name on the virtual screen. Chu Jiangyue also signed her name on the virtual contract in front of her. Hidden mission. Sign a contract with any organization worth 5,000 gold coins or more completed. Mission reward. Unlock the industrial sector. Road repair material package. Unlock the plant. Osmanthus tree, recommended to plant on the roadside. Originally, Chu Jiangyue just heard what the little fox said and wanted to give it a try, but she didn't expect that the hidden task would actually be triggered in the end. Chu Jiangyue's mood suddenly brightened. Whatever, it's always right to do as I say. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder and stood out proudly to take credit. Yes, you were right. Okay, but it's a bit too much to take out all the things right away. Let's go outside. The moment the contract was signed, a materials package for Song Qingjun appeared in Chu Jiangyue's system backpack. It is still on credit now. After 1 week, when all the payment is collected, Chu Jiangyue can be considered to have successfully completed this hidden mission. Of course, Song Qingjun had no objection. He once again found the few space-based psychics he had just met and followed Chu Jiangyue out of Building 1 and came to the open lawn of Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyue waved her hand, and packages of road construction materials appeared next to her, finally piling up into a big mountain. Boss Chu, the psychics here may not be able to take so many away at once. Could you help keep them for us? We can take some of them back and come back to get the rest next time. Song Qingjun saw that the material packages were so big and were piled up like a mountain next to Chu Jiangyue. Although he brought quite a few space-powered people with him, most of them had just awakened not long ago, and they could not fit so many together. Chu Jiangyue paused and finally agreed. Anyway, it only takes up 1 slot in her system backpack. Okay, take as much as you can, and we'll talk about the rest next time. Anyway, the contract has been signed, and they dare not play tricks under her nose. After the space-powered people brought by Song Qingjun collected all the material packages they could bring, Chu Jiangyue put all these things back into the system backpack. Boss Chu, we want accommodation. Among the people brought by Song Qingjun, someone suddenly ran over and found Chu Jiangyue. Chu Jiangyue was a little stunned. Wasn't it inappropriate to ask Song Qingjun to stay at her place in front of him? Captain Song, do you also agree to their accommodation? Chu Jiangyue thought that they would sign the contract and buy the things today, and then leave overnight. After all, the temperature is too high during the day. So many people now go out to look for supplies at night. We have been busy all day, and it is too tiring to travel overnight. We can leave before dawn tomorrow. As long as they find a sheltered place, survive the afternoon, and wait until the sun sets before returning to the base, it won't take them long. Since Song Qingjun said so, Chu Jianyue certainly had no reason to refuse. Moreover, even if they only stay for one day, as long as everyone is accommodated, her latest mission can be completed smoothly. Then you guys line up. Chu Jianyue did not say that there might not be enough rooms now. After all, when the task is completed, there might be new guest rooms available. Song Qingjun is the first one. Look here, the gray ones are occupied. You can choose any room that is empty. Song Qingjun looked around and finally found Ling Feng and the other two and booked a presidential suite for a day. Song Qingjun also found that the room might not be big enough, so he finally decided to sacrifice himself and chose the most expensive room. Ling Feng and the other two are typical tools, but they are also very curious about the presidential suite. It took Chu Jianyue more than an hour just to arrange rooms for them. Task: Building 1 has been fully unlocked. Please host to receive the guests and complete the check-in 100/100. Completed. Mission reward: Unlock Building 2. Unlock Restaurant *1. Experience points plus 1,000. Current hotel level 3, 1150/10,000. Task release: A new restaurant is unlocked. Please host to receive guests and complete the turnover 0/50,000. Seeing the newly unlocked restaurant, Chu Jianyue was really surprised, and even a smile appeared in his eyes. Don't worry if you haven't booked a room yet. The hotel will have new rooms in 10 minutes. You can wait here for a while. After saying that, Chu Jianyue opened his virtual panel, opened Building 2 and the restaurant, and clicked on Decoration. Chapter 30 Building 2 is unlocked. Jiang He is injured. 10 minutes later, Building 2 was fully unlocked, and Chu Jianyue asked everyone brought by Song Qingjun to move from the lobby of Building 1 to the lobby of Building 2. There seems to be no difference between the two buildings. Both have 10 floors, and the price is the same. Everyone present was aware of the process and lined up consciously. Faced with such an orderly team, Chu Jianyue's movements unconsciously quickened a lot. Chu Jianyue breathed a sigh of relief only after everyone had checked into their rooms. Thank you for your hard work, Boss Chu. Song Qingjun also knew that Chu Jianyue had to receive all of their team of more than 100 people one by one, and she was tired of standing. It's okay. The more the better. I also want to make money. Although tired, Chu Jianyue was happy at the same time. Who doesn't like to make money? By the way, a restaurant has just opened. If you're interested, you can go and have a look. Chu Jianyue pointed to the restaurant in the two-story wooden house that separated her from hers. This time, both Song Qingjun and Ling Feng looked surprised. They were sure that there had been no restaurant there before. However, when I think about Building 2, it doesn't seem unacceptable. Go and have a look. Everything about Zhonglin Hotel was truly magical, and they were also very curious about the new restaurant. Chu Jianyue walked in front, and Song Qingjun and Ling Feng's team of 3 followed behind. After entering the restaurant, the first thing you see is the robot waiter inside. There are only ready-made dishes in the store, no dishes to choose from, and only food that has been unlocked previously. If anyone pays close attention, they will find that the food shelves in Building 1 are now gone. Just find a seat and sit down, then click the button on the armrest and place your order on the virtual screen. After you swipe your card and pay successfully, a robot will deliver it to you. If Chu Jianyue wants to eat, she just uses her Hotel Lord token, which is the same as swiping a credit card. It's just that Chu Jianyue's Hotel Lord token is free. When Song Qingjun and others saw the Hotel Lord token that Chu Jianyue took out, they all paused in unison. However, Chu Jianyue had no intention of explaining to them, and anyone who knew what was good for them would not ask about the token. Song Qingjun and his companions were obviously tactful. They did not ask Chu Jianyue about the token. Instead, they clicked on the virtual screen and placed orders for what they wanted to eat. Not long after they placed the order, a robot waiter came with a tray and delivered the food to them. When he saw the robot waiter again, Song Qingjun's eyes seemed to be glued to the robot waiter. 2 words were clearly written in his eyes: want. But he also knew that since Chu Jianyue didn't say anything, it probably wasn't available for sale. Chu Jianyue and Song Qingjun are not talkative people. Although Ling Feng is not as quiet as them, he is not a community bull either. Finally, the meal was finished very quietly. After running around all day, Song Qingjun, Ling Feng, and the other 2 planned to go back to their room to wash up and rest. It was not yet time for Chu Jianyue to get off work, so after taking a short walk to digest his food, he went back to Building 1 to continue guarding. It was not until 9 o'clock in the evening that people finally came back from outside one after another. As soon as you come back, put today's harvest outside into the exchanger and redeem it. Some only exchanged for a few hundred copper coins, some exchanged for a few hundred silver coins, and some made a lot of gold coins. Chu Jiangyue has become accustomed to this kind of gap during this time. It was close to 11 o'clock in the evening when Chu Jiangyue saw Shin Jigui and his party coming back from outside. However, this time it seemed that one of them was injured. "Boss Chu, good evening." Jiang He was carried on Lin Shuyuan's back. After realizing that they had returned to Jianglin Hotel, he held on to his last bit of consciousness and greeted Chu Jiangyue. Chu Jiangyue was shocked. The injury looked quite serious. "Injured? Is he okay? If you were scratched by a zombie, this would be serious." Shin Jigui pursed his lips. It was their misjudgment this time that caused Jiang He to be injured. It was injured by a mutated plant. There is no risk of infection. This must be made clear, otherwise someone will definitely come to make trouble. "Don't worry, host. If he is at risk of mutation, the hotel will alert you." The little fox stood on the counter and saw the two injured faces. Seeing that Chu Jiangyue was worried, he quickly opened his mouth and gave Chu Jiangyue reassurance. "That's not what I'm asking. If there's a risk of infection, he can't come in." Chu Jiangyue is still very confident in the hotel's security system. Hearing what Chu Jiangyue said, Shin Jigui and the others also breathed a sigh of relief. Although they knew it was caused by mutated plants, they still couldn't help but worry. Now that they had Chu Jiangyue's affirmation, they were truly relieved. Injuries are trivial. The last thing they want is for someone to be infected with the zombie virus. "It's okay. We have already found medicine. We will clean his wound and apply some medicine in a while. He will be fine in a few days." After awakening their powers, the most notable thing is that their physical fitness has been significantly improved. If this were not the case, Shin Jigui and the others would not be able to trust Jiang He to follow him out to kill zombies every day if he had a space-based superpower. But God's calculations were not as good as those of others, and they still injured Jiang He. Then you go in quickly, don't delay the treatment. When a guest was injured, Chu Jiangyue couldn't do anything. After all, she had not received any medicine reward so far. "I don't know when I can get the drug reward." "Host, don't be discouraged. You will get everything you want." The little fox has said this sentence countless times. Of course, she has everything, but her guests don't want to have everything. But now it was time to get off work, so Chu Jiangyue didn't worry too much. He cleaned up the counter and table and returned to his two-story cabin. Before daybreak, there were movements in Building 1 and Building 2. Song Qingjun, wearing a pair of military boots, quietly led his men to count the number of people on the lawn of the hotel. Only after confirming that no one was left behind did we get ready to go. However, Ling Feng and the other two did not go back this time. This time, in addition to leading the way for Song Qingjun, they also took over the task. Although they also got up with Song Qingjun's team, they separated in two directions after leaving Jianglin Hotel. After Song Qingjun and Ling Feng left, Shin Jigui and 4 others came out of Building 1. "Boss, do you think these are people from the security base in City B? They have stayed at Jianglin Hotel since the end of the world and have not been to other places. I just don't know what the living conditions are like in the security base in City B and how they compare with Jianglin Hotel. You want to go to the base?" Shin Jigui glanced at Lin Shuyuan. "How can that be possible? I must be following you, boss." Lin Shuyuan quickly denied it. He has never thought about separation from the boss. "A base is good, but we are more suitable for Jianglin Hotel. They were originally superiors, and if they went to the base, they might be controlled by others, and they might even be passively involved in some disputes." This was the main reason why Shin Jigui didn't want to go to the base. Chapter 31 Fruit Trees Mature. Go back, there's nothing to see. The reason why he came out was because he noticed the big noise outside and thought that someone wanted to do harm to Jianglin Hotel, so he woke up everyone else. Now that everyone has left, there is no need for them to watch here anymore. These movements in the early morning did not affect Chu Jiangyue's sleep. It's not that her vigilance is weak, it's that the wooden house she lives in is completely shielded from outside sounds. If there was really something wrong, the little fox would come and inform her, so Chu Jiangyue slept very soundly. When Chu Jiangyue got up at dawn, Song Qingjun and his group had completely disappeared. Little fox, are Song Qingjun and the others gone? After all, he had made a big deal with her, and Chu Jiangyue wanted her to get up early so that she could send them off. Unexpectedly, when she woke up, she didn't know where she was. Chu Jiangyue sighed regretfully. If she had known earlier, she would have told the little fox to come and wake her up when Song Qingjun and the others left. Boss Chu, your life is already so comfortable. Why are you still sighing? Lin Shiyuan didn't think too much about it and just asked questions when he had them. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. Nothing. Are you going to continue looking for medicine today? Zhang he was injured, and Shin Jigue and the others did not have the convenience of space superpowers, so they had to find the medicine by themselves. Even if they packed it in a backpack, they could not bring back much at once. Shin Jigue nodded. They had found a pharmacy yesterday, but Zhang he didn't have enough space to put too many things. With Zhang he by their side, the bags they brought were not big. In the end, I only put on a little bit, which was only enough for Jiang He to use 2 or 3 times. Then I wish you good luck. Boss Chu, I'm going to leave today to find Sister Yi. I wonder if I can get Boss Chu's blessing. Jean Charon also walked out of Building 1 at some point. Are you going to find your sister? To be honest, Chu Jiangyue admired Jean Charon's courage. One person dares to go on the road across the entire Dragon Kingdom to find his sister. However, according to what the little fox said, Jean Charon will be the CP fan of the male and female protagonists in the future, and there is a high probability that it will not be that easy. Then, I wish you a safe journey. Chu Jiangyue had nothing to say. After much deliberation, he could only think of this sentence. Thank you, Boss Chu. After receiving Chu Jiangyue's blessing, Jean Charon immediately showed a sunny smile. Chu Jiangyue began to think about the restaurant's turnover. 50,000 copper coins may not seem like much, but there are not many dishes in the restaurant, and everything sold is not expensive. Many customers who don't have much money usually only eat steamed buns 3 times a day. 1 meal per meal, which is only 60 copper coins per day. The only people who can spend a lot of money to eat are big guys like Shen Jigue. But the reason why the boss is the boss is because others are not as powerful as him. If you don't have enough strength, you won't be able to search for more supplies. If you don't have supplies, you won't have anything to exchange for them, so the balance in your identity card won't increase. Mr. Shen, have you been to the restaurant? Shin Jigue and the others came back too late yesterday, and Chu Jiangyue was not sure whether they went to the restaurant for dinner later. After all, the waiters are robots, so the restaurant is open 24 hours a day. Robot waiters also have 2 shifts. After all, no matter how useful the robot is, it can't really work 24 hours a day. 1 in the morning. So what do you think of the taste? And do you think the restaurant's pricing is okay? If the restaurant held an event, what kind of event would you like it to be? Just relying on the consumption of 3 meals a day, 50,000 yuan would be gone in the year of the monkey and the horse. So Chu Jiangyue decided to organize an event. Activity? What activity? Lin Shiyuan suddenly jumped out from the side, almost startling Chu Jiangyue. Shin Jige gave Lin Shiyuan a warning look. I'm consulting Mr. Shun for his opinion on the restaurant's activities. You can also raise any opinions you have. Chu Jiangyue thought that Shin Jigue should be the calmer one. If he wanted to come up with some creative ideas, he would still have to look to Lin Shiyuan, a lively person. It's good to have activities, otherwise we wouldn't be able to go out during the day. It would be too boring just to stay in the hotel. The current scale of Zhonglin Hotel is still too small. Apart from the accommodation, which is Chu Jianyue's house, there is only one more restaurant now. If the restaurant holds an event, Lin Shiyuan said he would be the first to sign up. What good ideas does Mr. Lin have? Chu Jiangyue looked at Lin Shiyuan expectantly. The most classic one is the big eater activity. For example, if you eat a certain amount of food within a specified time, you can get a free meal if you complete the challenge. Or a competition to see who eats the most in the same period of time. Lin Shiyuan talked about several activities that restaurants often held before the end of the world. The only person who has the conditions to organize this activity now is probably Chu Jiangyue. Speaking of which, Lin Shiyuan felt envious. It sounds good, but just giving away free meals seems a bit monotonous. Chu Jiangyue was thinking about what other prizes she could set up. Host, you have forgotten. That fruit tree is about to bloom and bear fruit. The little fox stood on Chu Jianyue's shoulder, relying on others not to see it. When talking to Chu Jianyue, its tail flew around and occasionally hit Chu Jianyue's face. Chu Jiangyue looked at the fruit tree that was already in full bloom and suddenly became enlightened. Although she promised to sell them to Shin Jigue and the others first, there were so many fruits on the whole fruit tree that it was impossible for Shin Jigue and the others to buy them all. If you use fresh fruit as a prize, many people will be eager to try it. You are still thoughtful. When you have a physical body, I will prepare delicious food for you. Chu Jiangyue is not good at anything else, but she still has some talent in cooking. It's a pity that she never had the opportunity to study systematically. Okay. Host, if you need any props for your activities, I'll help you get them. The little fox, which was just a few days old, is still a little naive. The restaurant activity was settled. In addition to considering the details, Chu Jiangyue also supplied wood-related abilities to the fruit trees every day. Finally, after 3 days, the fruits on the entire tree were ripe. Chu Jiangyue stood under the fruit tree, looking at the bright red fruit. Why does this look a bit like an apple, but not quite like one? Host, can you take a look at your hotel item encyclopedia? After hearing the little fox's reminder, Chu Jiangyue took out the hotel item atlas from the system backpack, opened the first page, and saw the introduction of the fruit. Fire fruit. If eaten by a fire-type psychic, it can instantly restore 30% of their psychic power. It has no effect on other psychics, but can improve the health of ordinary people. Suggested retail price: 10 silver coins/piece. I wonder if Boss Chu still remembers our agreement. Certainly, unless there are force majeure factors, Chu Jiangyue will never forget the promise he made. But although I have an agreement with you, I can't sell them all to you. Shen Jigue nodded to express his understanding. Before I sell it to you, I have to explain the situation clearly to you. Chapter 32. The Second Life of Fire Power Users. If you have any questions, just ask Boss Chu. Shen Jigue and the others could also see the appearance of the fruit. Although it looked very similar to an apple, the fact was that it was not an apple. This is a fire fruit. Its main effect is that fire-type superpowers can recover 30% of their superpowers. It is ineffective against other types of superpowers. However, if ordinary people eat it, it will be beneficial to their health. The uniform price is 10 silver coins each. I can only sell half of the fruit from this tree to you at most. Chu Jiangyue told the truth about the fire fruit she just saw. After all, she would sell it on the shelves in the future, and this effect would be clearly marked by then. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Shen Jigue immediately raised his eyes and looked at her. Is what you said true? If this fire fruit really has the effect Chu Jiangyue said, then this fire fruit is too heaven-defying. This is completely beyond their knowledge of fruits. Although it is only effective for those with fire powers, this does not affect its ability to defy the heavens. Of course, I'm at the Zhonglin Hotel. If the fire fruit doesn't have the effect I said, you can come to me with your stuff to compensate. In Shun Jigue's 5-person team, Lin Shiyuan is the fire element user. This fire fruit is the most useful to him. This fire fruit is only effective for those with fire powers. Boss, I can just buy it myself. Originally, Shin Jigue wanted to use their team's public funds to buy from Chu Jiangyue and eventually distribute them evenly. But now that Chu Jiangyue talked about the efficacy of fire fruit, Lin Shiyuan felt that there was no need to use the team's public funds. Although 10 silver coins is a bit expensive, this fire fruit can restore 30% of the superpower, which is equivalent to a life when they go out to search for supplies. Lin Shiyuan felt that buying himself a life for 10 silver coins was worth it. Boss Chu, I'll buy some too. Although CS Silin acted together with Shun Jigue and the others, his supplies were separated separately. Although he does not have fire powers, he still has friends and relatives, and if he buys it now, he might still be able to use it in the future. It's okay, just watch and buy it. However, you only have one chance to purchase it first. If you don't buy it today, after I put it on the hotel mall, you can only place an order like everyone else. After unlocking the restaurant before, the shelves in buildings 1 and 2 were cancelled. But now that there are Huogua, Chu Jiangyue plans to add the shelves back. Chu Jiangyue said this, and Shin Jigue and others discussed it again, and finally decided that each person should buy 20 pieces, which is 2 gold coins. After confirming the purchase quantity, Chu Jiangyue opened the hotel photo album, found the random fruit tree, and clicked on the one-click harvest pattern on the random fruit tree. The next second, all the fire fruits on the random fruit tree disappeared, and Chu Jiangyue had 500 more fire fruits in his system backpack. After watching the fire fruit disappear with their own eyes, Shin Jigue and others looked at Chu Jiangyue with burning eyes. Boss Chu is also a space superpower? But can a person with space powers collect things from a distance? Without Zhang He, Shin Jigue and the others couldn't ask. Let's talk about it back to building 1. You should also ask Mr. Jiang if you want to buy it. Jiang He was still lying in the room while he was recovering from his injuries. Shin Jigue and the others did not refute and followed Chu Jiangyue back to building 1. However, as soon as Chu Jiangyue sat down on a stool in the lounge area of the lobby of Building 1, he saw Cui Hao pulling Jiang Xinjin. When Chu Jiangyue saw Cui Hao, he remembered that he was also a fire-type mutant. However, compared with Lin Shiyuan, Cui Hao's strength is still somewhat lacking. Although he didn't know why Chu Jiangyue suddenly disliked Jiang Xinjin, Cui Hao didn't want to cause trouble for Chu Jiangyue. During this period of time, he tried his best to avoid Chu Jiangyue when taking Jiang Jinjin out. Even if I can't avoid it, I will try my best to keep my distance. In this regard, Chu Jiangyue was quite satisfied with Cui Hao. At this moment, Cui Hao brought Jiang Jinjin over. Chu Jiangyue guessed that they must have heard what she had just said when she introduced the fire fruit to Shen Jigui and the others. Anyone with fire-related abilities probably cannot resist the temptation of the fire fruit. Boss Chu, I don't know how to sell the fire fruit you just mentioned. Cui Hao just listened to part of it, but couldn't hear part of it clearly, so he came over to ask. Fire fruit costs 10 silver coins each, but you have to queue up. I'll go find Lao He first. Su Zhucheng spoke very consciously, and then walked quickly towards the guest room. The purchase quantity had just been determined, and Shen Jigui and others quickly transferred 2 gold coins to Chu Jiangyue. Chu Jiangyue put the 20 fire fruits they wanted from the system backpack on the table and divided them into piles of 20. The movements of Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigui also attracted the attention of many people. When they see the fruit, many people subconsciously think it is an apple. Such fresh apples are now a scarce commodity, and everyone is asking for their price. At this time, Su Zhucheng ran back and said, Boss Chu, Lao He also wants 20. He has already transferred the gold coins to you. Please leave 20 for him. I will take them back for him later. I have also transferred the gold coins for my 20 to you. Chu Jiangyue opened his virtual screen and saw the record of transferring 2 gold coins. He waved his hand and took out 40 fire fruits. Su Zhucheng quickly took out an empty backpack and put all the fire fruits into it. Boss Chu, I want to buy 10. Watching Chu Jiangyue selling the fire fruits one by one, Cui Hao spoke, fearing that they would be gone if he was a little late. Although there are not many people staying in Jianglin Hotel, there are still quite a few people with fire abilities. Wait a minute, I'll put it up later, and you should pay attention to the ID card announcement. Chu Jiangyue only agreed to give priority to 5 people who were sold to Shen Jigui, and she would not give priority to the others. Cui Hao didn't look good after failing to buy the fruit, but Jianglin Hotel was Chu Jianyue's one-stop shop, and he couldn't do anything to Chu Jiangyue even if he was dissatisfied. After Shen Jigui and the others got the fire fruit, they returned to their rooms as quickly as possible without giving anyone else a chance to come over and ask. Chu Jiangyue returned to his wooden house. Little Fox, can the shelves in Building 1 be restored? In the past, what was sold on the shelves was considered food, but after the establishment of the restaurant, the shelves were useless. But now she wants to sell fruit. She still needs a dedicated place. A total of 100 pieces were sold to Shen Jigui to 5 people, and she still had 400 pieces. She planned to give out 10 as prizes for the restaurant event, but she could only sell 390. Yes, the host can see it by clicking on the decoration item column. Following what the little fox said, Chu Jiangyue opened the decoration item column and saw 2 idle containers. Chu Jiangyue clicked on it directly and put it back to their original positions. The shelves in Building 1 and Building 2 were each stocked with 195 fire fruits, and a hotel announcement was posted. Announcement: good news, Jianglin Hotel has new products. Jianglin Hotel's new product, fire fruit. Price: 10 silver coins / piece. Effect: fire-type psychics who eat it can instantly restore 30% of their psychic powers. It has no effect on other psychics, but it can improve the health of ordinary people. Limited to 390 pieces. First come, first served. Hurry up, and you'll be gone. Chapter 33: Can electric cars be rented out? After the announcement was issued, those who had identity cards received it. When they saw that it was a fruit that could restore 30% of their supernatural powers, everyone's hearts were filled with excitement. But when they took another look and realized that it was only effective against people with fire abilities, everyone except those with fire abilities looked disappointed. How come it's fire-related ability? Isn't it something they awaken? Chu Jiangyue also knew that many people would come to ask questions at this time. So after posting the announcement, he left the wooden house and returned to Building 1. Sure enough, as soon as Chu Jiangyue was seen, someone came over. Boss Chu, is that fruit really only effective for people with fire abilities? Is it really useless for people with other abilities? Boss Chu, isn't 10 silver coins a bit too expensive? We may not be able to find something worth 10 silver coins, even if we go out for a whole day. There aren't many level 1 zombies right now, and their main source of income is still from searching for gold, silver, and jewelry. However, they had searched almost all the areas within a 10-mile radius of Jianglin Hotel, so if they wanted to get more, they had to go to places farther away. But those who are not strong enough simply do not have the ability or the courage to do so. This is something you have to solve yourselves, not something I should consider. Chu Jiangyue is not like those people who have a beautiful and kind heart. She not only transfers supernatural powers to the fruit trees every day, but also does it in vain. She thinks 10 silver coins per tree is a bargain. The man shut his mouth awkwardly after hearing what Chu Jiangyue said. He was just bargaining out of habit. If he could get the price down, wouldn't he be able to save some money? Boss Chu, the notice said there were 290 fire fruits, but why did I only see 195? Finally, someone discovered the problem. The other half is in Building 2. There are fewer people living in Building 2, so the competition is not that fierce. However, when the people present heard that there was also a building in Building 2, many of them ran towards it. While there is no one left now, hurry up and try to buy more fire fruits. There were also a few people who were not fire-type ability users and bought 1 or 2 symbolically. After all, the announcement also said that ordinary people can eat it to promote their health, so they don't need it. But those in the family who have not awakened superpowers need it. Chui Hao, who had wanted to buy fire fruit from Chu Jiangyue in advance, also went to buy it. However, because there were too many people, he didn't have time to pay attention to Jiang Jinjin for a while. Jiang Jinjin also took advantage of this opportunity and came to Chu Jiangyue. Yeah, please help me. I really can't hold on any longer. Jiang Jinjin looked at Chu Jiangyue with pleading eyes, but because there were several obvious bruises on her face, her expression looked a little ferocious. What do you want me to help you with? Chu Jiangyue did not reject Jiang Jinjin at the first time because he wanted to give her hope, which eventually turned into despair. Didn't Jiang Jinjin do the same thing in her previous life? She was just repaying the debt. Give me money. Give me gold coins so I can pay for my room. As long as you give me gold coins, I can ask you to do anything. Jiang Jinjin's expression was a little crazy. If there wasn't a counter between the two of them, Jiang Jinjin would have grabbed Chu Jiangyue's body. In order to do manicures, Jiang Jinjin has the habit of growing long nails, so if Chu Jiangyue is scratched by her, her skin might be broken. You and Chui Hao are now living in a double suite. He has your ID card, right? Even if I am willing to give you gold coins, you won't be able to use them. In order to prevent Jiang Jinjin from escaping from him, Chui Hao forcibly took away Jiang Jinjin's ID card when he was processing it. He was also in charge of keeping all the supplies. Now, it could be said that there was not a single coin on Jiang Jinjin's body. I will get the ID card, and you will give me gold coins, right? Yeah. You are the only one who can help me now. Jiang Jinjin looked at Chu Jiangyue with hope in her eyes. You should get your ID card first. Chu Jiangyue did not make a clear promise, but did not refuse either. But Jiang Jinjin's eyes were filled with infinite hope. Just wait, I will definitely get my ID card. After Jiang Jinjin finished speaking, she stood quietly aside without saying anything else, as if she was really waiting obediently for Chui Hao to come back. Sure enough, when Chui Hao came back, he did not notice anything unusual about Jiang Jinjin, and even praised her for being well-behaved. However, when Chui Hao took her back to the room, Jiang Jinjin raised her eyes slightly and glanced at Chu Jiangyue implicitly. Chu Jiangyue raised the corner of her mouth slightly as she watched Jiang Jinjin being taken away by Chui Hao. Jin Churin is also a fire-type mutant. He had planned to set out to look for his sister this evening, but he didn't expect to get such a big surprise just before departure. After a battle of wits and courage with others, Jin Churin finally succeeded in buying 30 fire fruits. Jin Churin was still wealthy, and he bought 30 fire fruits at once, costing 10 silver coins each. However, thinking that he was going to leave Jianglin Hotel to find the heroine, Chu Jiangyue also understood why he bought so many fire fruits at one time. Boss Chu, thank you for the new fire fruit today. I am more confident in finding my sister. Jin Churin carefully put the fire fruit into his backpack and finally patted the backpack carefully. This action is a habitual action for almost all dragon people to put things away. Chu Jiangyue himself also has this habit. You're welcome. You're lucky. Otherwise, he is the heroine's younger brother. If it were someone else, he might not have the same luck. Jin Churin smiled and didn't feel anything special about it. Finally, 290 fire fruits were successfully sold out at 6 p.m., and Chu Jiangyue successfully earned 29 gold coins. The sun went down, and the guests in the hotel went out one after another. If you want to stay in Jianglin Hotel for a long time, you can't do it without money. So even the laziest person will be forced to go out and look for things to exchange due to the pressure of living expenses. Before going out, Jin Churin looked at the several electric cars next to Building 1 and hesitated. In fact, he has always wanted to know what these electric cars are used for. What else do you want? Jin Churin seemed to be hesitant to speak, and Chu Jiangyue couldn't tell that there was something wrong with him. So the only problem was his eyes. Boss Chu, I don't think you ever told me what those electric cars are used for. Chu Jiangyue. Except for the first time when she rode out to save Lu Yi, no one touched these electric bikes since then. Oh, that's the hotel's electric car. It has a certain ability to shield zombies, but if you're too close to the zombies, this function will be useless. Since it is produced by the hotel, it is certainly not an ordinary electric car. Hearing that it has a certain function of shielding zombies, Jean Charon's eyes lit up. Boss Chu, I wonder how long it can last. How do I charge it if it runs out of power? Can I rent it for a while? Jean Charon asked several questions in a row, and Chu Jiangyue was almost confused by him. Chapter 34. No alarm, no problem. You want to rent an electric car to visit your sister? Your sister is in City C, Province H, which is not close to City B. You can't drive an electric car, but go find a car. Although the electric vehicles produced by the hotel have a certain ability to shield zombies, this function is not 100% effective. I don't have gas, and even if I had a car, it wouldn't last long. Under normal circumstances, it takes 4 or 5 days to drive from City B to City C. What's more, there's zombies everywhere now. Many roads are blocked, and we may have to take a detour. Jean Charon just thought that since Zhonglin Hotel could provide so much food, the electric cars that appeared in the hotel must not be that simple. And Chu Jiangyue, after hearing what Jean Charon said, felt that the issues he was considering were indeed reasonable. You can rent it if you want. It's 100 copper coins a day. The hotel will automatically deduct the fee every day until you return the electric car to the hotel. If the balance is insufficient, the hotel will judge you as a defaulter. It will be difficult for guests with a record of default to rent again in the future. Chu Jiangyue explained the precautions to Jean Charon. Of course, I'll be back with my sister before my bank account runs out of money. Compared to other places, Jean Charon felt that he still preferred staying at Zhonglin Hotel. After all, even if it is an official base, it may not be able to provide unlimited water and electricity supply. Hearing Jean Charon's words, Chu Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. Little fox, Jean Charon is going to bring his sister to the hotel. This won't ruin the plot, right? According to the original plot of Little Fox, Zheng Wunan and Lu Yi will leave with the base rescue team in 2 days. But that was when they lived in Shengshi Huadu community. Now that both of them have moved into Shengshi Huadu, it is unknown whether they will leave with the rescue team. Moreover, Zheng Wunan now has plans for Chu Jiangyue. Before the plan succeeds, Zheng Wunan, the male protagonist of Central Air Conditioning, may not be willing to leave Zhonglin Hotel. Lu Yi has always wanted to depend on Zheng Wunan for her life. If Zheng Wunan doesn't leave, Lu Yi will probably not leave either. If you think about it this way, the plot is likely to deviate. Host, my script seems to have some problems. Will it affect the hotel's operations? Chu Jiangyue doesn't care about anything else as long as it doesn't affect her ability to make money. It's okay. If there is a problem, I'll be alerted. If there is no alert, there is no problem. Because it really has no feelings for Zheng Wunan, the male protagonist of the Central Air Conditioning, the little fox is now in a state of giving up. And its main task is to run the hotel together with the host and complete the task to make it bigger and stronger. The main system didn't say that it had to ensure that the plot development remained unchanged, so it could just wait and see. The little fox himself was not worried, so Chu Jiangyue didn't care and continued to talk to Jean Charon about the electric car rental. Then go and choose one, then swipe your ID card, and then swipe it again when you park, and it will automatically lock. Money will be deducted every 24 hours, starting from the moment you swipe your card for the first time. To return the car, you just need to put the car back in the parking space here, swipe your ID card again, and the hotel will make the final settlement deduction. Do you understand what I mean? Chu Jiangyue looked at Jean Charon. Clear. Chu Jiangyue explained it in great detail, and Jean Charon didn't find it difficult to understand. Then go and choose one for yourself. Don't worry about the battery life. As long as the balance in your account is enough to deduct the money, it will never run out of power. Although the introduction of never-ending power outages seems very unrealistic, it is so powerful. Don't ask about the principle, because she doesn't know even if you ask. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Jean Charon's eyes lit up. An electric car that doesn't need to be charged is really a surprise. Jean Charon felt that Chu Jiangyue would not lie to him about such an important matter. Jean Charon happily went to choose an electric car. It didn't need to be charged, so it should be no problem for him to travel across the entire Dragon Country, right? As long as there is still a road, he can ride an electric bike there. Many people heard the conversation between Jean Charon and Chu Jiangyue. Among them were 4 people. Shen Jigui, who had just come out of the room and was about to go out. Jiang, he was still recovering from his injuries in the room. Is what Boss Chu just said true? Obviously, Shin Jigue is also interested in the electric car that Chu Jiangyue said will never have a power outage. I never lie. Chu Jiangyue didn't think there was anything that couldn't be said. Since the electric car was placed there, someone would ask sooner or later. Being able to rent it out can be regarded as bringing income to the hotel. Although it only costs 500 copper coins a day, mosquitoes are still meat no matter how small they are. We rented all the remaining 4 vehicles. It was just that he had not discovered it before. After he found out, Shin Jigue had no intention of letting it go. Mr. Shin, the 4 of you can use 1 car for each of you. Leave 2 cars for us. After saying that, the man quickly ran towards the direction where the electric car was parked in the hotel. In the end, the 4 of Shin Jigue grabbed 2 cars, and the other 2 were snatched by 2 boys from the high school students who were brought back by Shin Jigue and others. The reason is that one of the 2 people has awakened the speed power, and the other has awakened the wind power, which gives them more advantages than the others in terms of speed. In the end, Shin Jigue carried Lin Shiyuan, and Su Zhucheng carried Xiesilin, and left the hotel with their long legs. The 2 high school students who grabbed the electric cars quickly formed a team and then left the hotel with their roommate Yi Ran. Although high school students are young, it is undeniable that people at this age are at their most energetic. As long as they adapt, they can become the mainstay of the team. Boss Chu, are there only 5 electric cars? I can do it for 100 copper coins a day. Yes, there is nothing to search nearby. With the electric car, we can go further. Chu Jiangyue has no way to deal with the electric car issue for the time being. Currently, there are only these 5 vehicles. If you want one, please come early next time. Chu Jiangyue was not sure whether Shin Jigue and the others would return the electric car when they came back in the middle of the night, so she didn't tell them to ask for an early morning tomorrow. After this group of people left the hotel, Zheng Wenin also came out, followed by Lu Yi. Seeing the 2 of them, Chu Jiangyue suddenly lost interest in talking and pretended to be busy clicking on her virtual screen. They couldn't see what was on her virtual screen anyway. Good morning, Jiangyu. Zheng Wenin found out that Chu Jiangyue and Jiang Zhenjin were students of the same school, so he started addressing Chu Jiangyue as classmate Jiangyue, insisting on calling her something different from others. Chu Jiangyue really didn't want to respond. It's more appropriate to call me Boss Chu in the hotel. I really have no interest in visiting Jiangyu or anything like that. Brother Wenin, she kicked me several times before. You can't be fooled by her. When Lu Yi heard Zheng Wenin address Chu Jiangyue, she instantly felt a sense of crisis. Chapter 35 Jin Sharon starts the navigation service. Stop making trouble. Although Zheng Wenin was scolding Lu Yi, Chu Jiangyue still detected a greasy tone in his voice. I'm not making a fuss. Brother Wenin, you can't like her. Lu Yi has always regarded Zheng Wenin as her own property and cannot bear to see Zheng Wenin getting close to any girl other than herself. Boss Jiang, Chu, Yi is young. Don't take what she says to heart. Oh, how old is she? Yi just graduated from college this year. She graduated from college, which means she is 22 years old, for years older than me. I just turned 18 this year. Chu Jiangyue's words made Zheng Wenin's previous comment about Lu Yi being young seem like a joke. Lu Yi's expression also changed instantly. What women hate most is talking about age, especially when there are people of the same sex who are younger than themselves in the crowd. And now, Lu Yi had obviously stepped into a minefield. Chu Jiangyue smiled. In front of the best age of 18, any age is just trash. I'm sorry, Yi has always been spoiled at home. If anything has offended you, I apologize on her behalf. No matter how aggrieved Zheng Wenin felt, in order to leave a good impression on Chu Jiangyue, he didn't show any impatience at all. If it were someone else who couldn't see through Zheng Wenin's disguise, he might have believed it, but unfortunately, the person he met was Chu Jiangyue. Looking at Miss Lu, it seems that you are not convinced. You can just forget about apologizing. After saying that, Chu Jiangyue stopped paying attention to them, opened his virtual screen, and began to think about the restaurant activities. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, watching Chu Jiangyue complete the activity process on the virtual screen bit by bit, with a sparkling look in his ice blue eyes. Host, when does this event start? Tomorrow. Tonight, we will send out a unified announcement after everyone comes back, and the event will be held tomorrow during the day. Although the event has not started yet, Chu Jiangyue still has a lot of things to do. Since we are going to hold an event, of course we have to make it a big one. On the other side, Jin Charan rode a bicycle alone and soon left the site of Jianglin Hotel. Not long after, he had already ridden onto the official road. Hey, my phone and watch have no signal, and I don't have navigation. I only know that my sister is in the south. What if I get lost? Jianglin Hotel Navigation is at your service. Do you want to spend 500 copper coins to enable navigation service? Navigation? Navigation. Jean Charin was just talking to himself, but he didn't expect the ID card virtual screen to suddenly open. Open. Go to the safe base in S City, H Province. Navigation service has been turned on for you. Destination: Safety Base, City S, Province H. You already have a means of transportation, so you don't need to select one. We are planning a route for you. This navigation is a total of 1,498 kilometers. Go straight ahead for 1,000 meters. Jean Charin looked at the mileage, and suddenly his eyes went dark. It's more than 1,000 kilometers, and I'm riding an electric bike the whole way. I don't know how long it will take to get there. But so far, he has no better choice. Fortunately, the rental of an electric car is not expensive. According to the information given by Boss Chu, his sister is not in danger of life now. So Jean Charin is not so anxious anymore. With the navigation service, Jean Charin can drive his electric car very smoothly. If he occasionally sees zombies, he will not be discovered as long as he keeps a safe distance. However, Jean Charin was riding an electric bike alone on the road and was soon noticed by others. When he was tired of riding and looked for a place to rest, someone came to him. Looking at the few people who suddenly appeared, Jean Charin instantly became alert. What do you want? Jean Charin put his hands behind his back and quietly activated his supernatural powers. He has the fire fruit. If he fights hard, he may be able to use the fire fruit to consume these people to death. Don't get me wrong, we mean no harm. It's just that the electric bike you're riding seems a little special, so I wanted to come over and ask you. When he heard them mention the electric bike, Jean Charin quickly blocked it. Although they knew that he had locked the electric bike and they couldn't use it without their ID cards, they still subconsciously protected their belongings. This is what I rented at Jianglin Hotel. It's not mine. After staying at Jianglin Hotel for so many days, Jean Charin also knew that Chu Jiangyue didn't mind them telling others about Jianglin Hotel. On the contrary, she really hoped that they would help her with more publicity. This way she can wait for guests in the hotel without leaving her home. Jianglin Hotel? Are you sure? Is there anyone who can open a hotel now? Even the safe base is stretched to the limit, so opening a hotel is probably just a pipe dream. I lied to you about whether I had gold coins or not. What are gold coins? Playing games? Of course not. Gold coins are the common currency of Jianglin Hotel. In addition to gold coins, there are also silver coins and copper coins. Jianglin Hotel is near Shengshihua. You should all know where Shengshihua is, right? When you get there, you'll be able to recognize Jianglin Hotel at a glance. There should be rooms available at Jianglin Hotel now. If you go there now, you might be able to get a good seat. Oh, before you go, try to collect some gold, silver, and jewelry which can be exchanged for money. If you have zombie crystal cores, that's also fine. After hearing Jean Charin's words, several people looked at each other, not knowing how credible his words were. Why should we trust you? I don't need your belief, believe it or not. Jean Charin also has a temper. He kindly told them about the existence of Jianglin Hotel, but they still doubted him. If it were someone else, they might not even tell them the slightest bit of information. We bought this electric car from you. They came here to get information from Jean Charin, and it was also because they were attracted by his electric car. I rent this. I can't sell it to you. Besides, even if I gave it to you, you wouldn't be able to use it. Boss Chu has said that electric vehicles cannot be used with anything other than the ID card issued by Jianglin Hotel. What's the meaning? This is Jianglin Hotel's electric car, and it can only be used with an ID card issued by Jianglin Hotel. You are not guests of Jianglin Hotel yet, so you cannot use it without an ID card. Oh, by the way, even if I give you my ID card, it won't work because the ID card is linked to personal identity information. If anyone else takes it, it will be a useless card. Such a low-level mistake as identity card fraud would never happen at Jianglin Hotel. The five people looked at each other again. Jean Charin's words were so serious that it was hard for them not to believe it. If you don't believe it, you can go to Shengshihua and see for yourself. I believe you have the ability to do it. Jean Charin had just driven out of Jianglin Hotel. If they had a car, it would take them no more than an hour to get there. This also takes into account the time when roads will be difficult to travel after the end of the world, and there may be roadblocks, and so on. Chapter 36. A hotel appears in a deserted place. The five people looked at Jean Charin for a long time. Let us try it. If we can drive it, you can sell the car to us. Although what Jean Charin said made sense, they still believe that practice makes perfect. You can try it, but you can't damage it. Jean Charin was alone and didn't want to confront them head-on, so he could only compromise. Seeing that Jean Charin did not resist, the five people went up one by one and tried to drive the electric car. But no matter how they tried, even trying to move it away directly, even with five people working together, they couldn't move the electric car at all. Jean Charin was a little worried when he saw that they wanted to move the electric bike away directly, but then he was no longer worried when he saw that they couldn't even move the electric bike. The five people tried back and forth for half an hour, but finally gave up and looked at Jean Charin again. Did you really rent this electric bike from that Jianglin hotel? If we go, can we rent it? Since you can't move it, go find a place that provides electric vehicles. Everything I said is true. Electric cars are limited, and I'm not sure if they will be available when you arrive. It is true that there are limited electric cars, but the remaining ones have all been rented out by others. However, Jean Charin did not tell this matter to others. Otherwise, if he let them know that the hotel no longer had electric cars, his electric car might be in danger. He had to let them see hope. You better not be lying. Let's go to Shengshi. Only after the five people had completely left did Jean Charin heave a sigh of relief. He took out the steamed buns from his backpack, put them in the steamer, and heated them using his fire ability. Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyue finished the restaurant activity at 9 o'clock in the evening. Just when he turned off the virtual screen and wanted to take a break and stretch, the little fox reminded him that someone was coming. Host, someone is coming towards the hotel. New guest. The only people who can make the little fox specifically remind others are new guests who are visiting the hotel for the first time. That's right, it's a new guest. There had been no new guests for a long time, and the little fox was quite excited to see new guests. When Chu Jiangyue heard that it was a new guest, he took him seriously. Have they come in? The location of Jianglin Hotel is quite conspicuous. Except for the area within the hotel's protective cover, the surrounding lawns are all dead. Moreover, according to Chu Jiangyue's observations over the past few days, in addition to the dying of plants, the land even has a tendency to become desertified. The most obvious thing is that some villas in Shengshi that are located in low-lying areas have been buried under sand. After waiting for a while, Chu Jiangyue began to wonder if the sand would cover the entire Shengshi. In view of these, Jianglin Hotel, where the lawn is still green, looks very special and eye-catching. When Lin Dong and his four companions arrived near Shengshi, they saw the very prominent Jianglin Hotel. I believed what Jean Charin said to some extent, but I still remained skeptical until it was confirmed. Brother, shall we go in? This Jianglin Hotel seems out of place with its surroundings and looks like a haunted house in a TV show. A house suddenly appears in a deserted place with a kind old lady inside. She gives you food and drink and even lets you stay for free. Little do you know, there is no free lunch in the world, and all the gifts you receive are rewards that you need to pay for. What are you afraid of? Didn't the boy say that this is a hotel and the owner is just a young girl who has just come of age? Although others were somewhat tempted, they were still worried. All right, we're all grown men. What are you afraid of? Don't forget that I have supernatural powers now. Lin Dong was a big, burly man. After scolding his younger brother, he took the lead and walked into the gate of Jianglin Hotel. After entering the protective shield of Jianglin Hotel, the five people felt the change in temperature. Brother, it's not hot here at all. God knows, they've been outside these days and are so hot that they would rather be naked except for the things they have to cover themselves with. There are several buildings here. Where are we going, big brother? Two of the buildings look exactly the same. At this time, Chu Jiangyue walked to the door of Building 1, and his eyes instantly locked on the five people who had just entered the protective shield of Jianglin Hotel. Brother, there's a pretty girl over there. Among the five people, the one with sharp eyes spotted Chu Jiangyue's figure at the first moment. However, when he saw Chu Jiangyue in a white dress with her long black hair loose, he became nervous again. They won't win the prize, right? Host, why do they look so scared? Chu Jiangyue didn't quite understand, but she still grinned in the direction of the five people. Brother, she smiled. Did she see us? Nonsense. There's nothing blocking the view. I'm not nearsighted, so how could I not see it? Lin Dong also took a step back with some suspicion. Could this really be an illusion created by a female ghost? After all, he has awakened his supernatural powers, so it seems possible that some weird things will happen. Chu Jiangyue, who had been waiting for those people to come to Building 1, hadn't seen any movement from them and was becoming a little impatient. Anyway, she didn't need the sales from these few people, so she walked straight back to the counter. Brother, she went in. Nonsense, I can see it. Hey, what are you guys doing here? While the five people were still hesitating whether to go over, someone walked in from outside. Seeing the five people standing there motionless, He greeted them very enthusiastically. Are you here to look for Jianglin Hotel as well? Seeing someone, Lin Dong quickly opened his mouth to ask. This is Jianglin Hotel. You are new here, right? Boss Chu should still be in Building 1. If you want to stay in the hotel, you have to hurry up, otherwise you will be kicked out of the hotel in 2 hours. People who live in Jianglin Hotel don't have to worry about food and accommodation. They just need to be diligent and go out to fight zombies or find gold, silver, and jewelry to survive, so they still retain some kind-hearted people. Building 1? Here, that's the building. We're going to go back and take a shower too. You can come with us. As he spoke, he had already walked ahead. Lin Dong and the other 5 hurriedly followed behind, feeling more at ease with someone supporting them in front. When they followed him into Building 1, they saw Chu Jiangyue sitting behind the counter, and their pupils shrank slightly. The person they just saw should be the same person as this one. Good evening, Boss Chu. The people who brought them here didn't notice anything wrong and greeted Chu Jiangyue very enthusiastically. Chu Jiangyue also nodded and responded, Good evening. She is the owner of Jianglin Hotel. If you have any questions, you can talk to Boss Chu. We are leaving first. After saying that, without caring about the expressions of Lin Dong and the others, he turned and walked into the stairs and soon disappeared. Chapter 37 Shui Hao is dead. Chu Jiangyue looked at Lin Dong and the other 4. Do you want to stay overnight? Or do you just want to buy food? In addition to accommodation, Jianglin Hotel currently only has 1 restaurant. We were introduced by a boy riding an electric bike. Is this the Jianglin Hotel he mentioned? We want to rent an electric bike. Lin Dong now knows that the person in front of him is most likely not a mountain ghost, but his methods are still extraordinary. A boy riding an electric bike alone? You're not talking about Jin Churn, are you? No, I don't know his name. However, whether it was introduced by Jin Churn or not is not important to Chu Jiangyue. This is indeed Jianglin Hotel, and its main business is currently accommodation and catering. You guys are late for the electric cars. They have all been rented out. Now many people come to her to make suggestions, hoping to add more electric vehicles. However, Chu Jiangyue did not make any promise. After all, she had no control over the reward for completing the task. She couldn't guarantee when she would be able to win an electric car again. The accommodation here. You need to top up your ID card before you can spend money at this hotel. We have rooms ranging from single rooms to 5-person suites. There are 5 of you, so I suggest you stay in a 5-person suite. A standard suite costs 5 silver coins a day, and a deluxe suite costs 10 silver coins a day. Which one do you want to stay in? Let's top up first. I heard from that little brother that we can exchange it with gold, silver, and jewelry. They listened to Jin Churn and collected a lot of gold, silver, and jewelry along the way. As for the zombie crystal core that Jin Churn mentioned, they had never encountered it and didn't know what it was. Of course, if you want to exchange anything, just put it here. Chu Jiangyue pointed at the converter. Lin Dong glanced at the ordinary tray on the counter and finally tentatively placed a gold bracelet on it. 1 metal bracelet detected can be exchanged for 100 copper coins. Do you want to exchange? Please press on time to confirm and press no to cancel. A gold bracelet can only be exchanged for 100 copper coins. It can be said to be extremely cruel. But when Lin Dong looked at Chu Jiangyue's smiling expression, he didn't know why, but he felt uneasy in his heart and didn't have the slightest desire to cause trouble. Chu Jiangyue has become completely immune to the exchange amount. Looking at the same gold bracelet, the exchange price will be different due to different purities. This thin gold bracelet can be exchanged for 100 copper coins, which is a good amount. Confirm the exchange, and you will be given an ID card for your first top-up. You will need it for all your future activities in the hotel, including consumption, so please keep it safe. Lin Dong nodded and said yes. Sure enough, the next second the gold bracelet he put on it disappeared and was replaced by a silver card the size of a bank card. Lin Dong knew that this was the identity card that Boss Chu just mentioned. After knowing how to exchange, Lin Dong and his brothers continued to put things on the exchanger. After finally exchanging all the things they collected, the balance on their identity cards finally reached a considerable figure. Boss Chu, open another ordinary 5-person suite for us. After exchanging things, Lin Dong also roughly knew the spending power of copper coins, silver coins, and gold coins in the hotel. The room rate of 5 silver coins per day is acceptable to them, but the room rate of 10 silver coins for a deluxe suite is a bit much. In this regard, Chu Jiangyue didn't say anything. Even Shun Jigue and his party were living in a single room for 100 copper coins a day, and she had no expectations for the others. Quickly helped them complete the 10-day room registration. Lin Dong did not go to see the house right away, Boss Chu, I just heard you say that the hotel also operates a catering business. Is it still open now? We haven't eaten for a day. In order to hurry on their journey and avoid the zombies, they could be said to have been traveling day and night today. I had been tense before, so I didn't feel anything. Now that I was sure that what Jean Charn said was true, I relaxed and felt hungry in my stomach. Of course, just go straight to the right from here, and you'll see a building with a restaurant written on it. That's it. A restaurant is a restaurant. It has no other name. Thank you, Boss Chu, for showing us the way. We'll be there now. After saying that, Lin Dong took his 4 younger brothers out of Building 1 and walked straight towards the restaurant. He even quickened his pace in order to eat faster. Notice, it has been detected that the hotel guest Chui Hao has died. The room where the guest stayed has been vacated, and the personal belongings in the room have been taken over by the hotel. Please be informed. Chu Jiangyue was a little surprised when she heard this notice. You know, Chui Hao has awakened the fire-related ability. As long as he doesn't seek death, his life will not be in any danger in the early days of the apocalypse. But thinking of Jiang Jinjin who was with him, Chu Jiangyue felt that Chui Hao's death might not be an accident. Little Fox, can you record the video of Chui Hao's death? When Chui Hao goes out, he must carry his ID card with him. Maybe the little fox can detect something through the ID card. Of course you can, but in accordance with the principle of not revealing the personal privacy of the guests, you cannot show it to anyone other than the host without a good reason. As for Chu Jiangyue, she is the hotel owner, and of course she has the right. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangyue raised an eyebrow. Then show me. Chu Jiangyue's intuition told her that Chui Hao's death was definitely related to Jiang Jinjin. The little fox shook its tail, and a screen appeared in front of Chu Jiangyue. This perspective should be Chui Hao's perspective. Everything was normal at the beginning. Chui Hao let Jiang Jinjin stay in the house where he had cleared the zombies, and then he went out to kill the zombies. Normally, Jiang Jinjin, who was afraid of death, would not dare to run around, but since she wanted to get her ID card back, she was not so calm. And today is probably the time when Jiang Jinjin plans to take action. Because Chui Hao had to go out and kill zombies, the supplies he brought with him could only be handed over to Jiang Jinjin for safekeeping. Therefore, in the video that Chu Jiangyue saw, Jiang Jinjin was carrying a backpack. After Chui Hao turned around, Chu Jiangyue could no longer see Jiang Jinjin's situation. However, after Chui Hao went out and started killing zombies, Chu Jiangyue saw Jiang Jinjin sneaking out of the room from the corner of Chui Hao's perspective. She was holding the backpack Chui Hao gave her. The distance was a bit far. I don't know what Jiang Jinjin did, but suddenly something was thrown towards Chui Hao. When the thing fell to the ground, it shattered. A large part of it splashed onto Chui Hao's body. From Chui Hao's perspective, what he saw was a large bottle of red blood. The strong smell of blood instantly attracted the nearby zombies to gather around, and the zombies that were already nearby were driven crazy by the bloody smell. All this happened in an instant. Before Chui Hao could even react, he was overwhelmed by the swarming zombies. As for how Jiang Jinjin escaped the siege of zombies, Chu Jiangyue was unable to see it. Chapter 38: The Dish is Broken. After watching the entire video, we can basically identify Jiang Jinjin as the real murderer of Chui Hao. But without Chui Hao's protection, it is not certain whether Jiang Jinjin, a powerless woman, can return to Jianglin Hotel safely. After Chu Jiangyue watched the video of Chui Hao's death, Lin Dong and other 4 people also returned from the restaurant after dinner. When he saw Chu Jiangyue, he greeted her very warmly and then walked into the stairs. At 11 o'clock in the evening, Chu Jiangyue sent out the restaurant event announcement that she had prepared today. Jianglin Hotel announcement. Breaking news. Jianglin Hotel restaurant is holding an event. I am a big eater activity rules. General challenge. Those who eat the most meat buns within the specified time can enjoy a reward of 3 free meals for 1 day. The final interpretation of the number of normal 3 meals is reserved by the hotel. Advanced challenge. Eat the specified number of meat buns in the store within the specified time. You can enjoy a 1-week free reward for 3 normal meals and get 1 fire fruit, limited to 10, while stocks last. The hotel reserves the right of final interpretation of the event date. However, many people had just returned at this time and were washing up, so only a few people saw the announcement. After sending the announcement, Chu Jiangyue went back to her room to rest. 6 o'clock the next morning. Host. There are more people coming to the Beast City base. The little fox who said before that he would not suddenly appear and disturb Chu Jiangyue's sleep is here again. Chu Jiangyue simply raised her hand and grabbed the little fox's neck, pressed it on the bed, and continued to sleep, with no intention of getting up at all. In the rest area of the lobby of Building 1, Song Qingjun and his men sat on stools and waited for a long time, but did not see Chu Jiangyue. Because Zhonglin Hotel was closed, only people with ID cards could enter and exit freely, and no one else could enter. Song Qingjun brought other people with him this time in order to provide ID cards to more people. This way, they can communicate with each other over a wider range. Because of the extremely hot weather, they traveled at night, so they arrived late at night. It's a pity that Chu Jiangyue hadn't even gotten out of bed at this time. Except for Song Qingjun and a few other people with identity cards, no one he brought could get in. However, there were still people getting up at Zhonglin Hotel at this time, such as Shun Jige. Shun Jige came out of the stairs and was a little surprised to see Song Qingjun sitting in the hall. He couldn't remember when such a team came to Zhonglin Hotel. When Song Qingjun saw Shun Jige, his body tensed up instantly. With just one glance, he could tell that this person was very powerful. The two guessed each other's identities, but when they passed each other, they nodded slightly towards each other as a sign of goodwill. After leaving Building 1, Shun Jige entered the restaurant to eat. "Boss, can you tell what level of superpower he has?" The people following Song Qingjun looked at the back of Shun Jige, leaving Building 1, and asked. Song Qingjun shook his head. "Although he can't feel it, he should be no weaker than me." Unexpectedly, there is such a capable person hidden in a small Zhonglin hotel. I just wonder if Boss Chu knows that there are so many crouching tigers, hidden dragons among her guests. The person who asked was also surprised when he heard Song Qingjun's words. He only guessed that the person's strength was not low, but he didn't expect that Song Qingjun said he was no worse than him. Chu Jiangyue was finally woken up by the little fox. After knowing that Song Qingjun was back with someone again, her head gradually sobered up. "You said there are people coming to the base in City B again?" This was beyond Chu Jianyue's expectation. She thought it would take at least a while for Song Qingjun to come back this time. It's only been a few days, and he's brought people back again. Isn't he tired? Since she knew that people were coming and brought a lot of new guests, Chu Jianyue couldn't really pretend that she knew nothing. After brushing her teeth and washing up, Chu Jianyue changed into a long dress with puff sleeves and floral patterns, combed her hair casually, and came out. When I walked out of the wooden house, I saw many people standing or sitting outside the protective cover of Zhonglin Hotel. Compared to the last team, which was composed entirely of young and middle-aged people, this time there are obviously many more elderly people and children in the team. Chu Jianyue guessed that they should be residents of the base who wanted to settle down in Zhonglin Hotel. She didn't expect that the people from the security base in City B would escort someone over. They were quite kind, but such kindness is not necessarily a good thing in these end times. Of course, this is just Chu Jianyue's opinion. Whatever Song Qingjun and the others want to do is their own choice. When those people saw Chu Jianyue wearing a clean floral dress, and even her hair was smooth and flowing, they all speculated about her identity. When I saw her enter Building 1, I became even more curious. But now they were blocked from entering by an unknown force, and in the end they could only watch. As soon as Chu Jianyue appeared in Building 1, Song Qingjun quickly stood up to greet her. "Boss Chu, Captain Song, did you bring these people outside? I see there are quite a few elderly, weak women and children. Do they want to stay in the hotel for a long time?" If that wasn't the case, there would be no need for Song Qingjun to bring them along. Some of them came from the base, and some were survivors rescued on the way. In addition to ordinary residents, some people will stay to build the road from the hotel. Starting work on both sides at the same time can save a lot of time. The longer the road is, the safer it will be for them to travel. At that time, they can drive back and forth directly, so that the time they spend transporting supplies back and forth behind the hotel can be greatly shortened. Chu Jianyue nodded and opened the entrance and exit of the hotel's protective shield. "Captain Song, you can let them in now. If you want to repair the road, you can only start from the place connecting to the hotel entrance." Chu Jianyue didn't want to open a separate entrance and exit for them. "That's natural. We built it strictly according to the route given by Boss Chu. According to the route map given by the little fox, this end of Zhonglin Hotel is the main entrance of Zhonglin Hotel." After saying that, Song Qingjun led his men out of Building 1 and asked the people outside to come in an orderly manner. Just walk to Building 1 and let the experienced people teach the newcomers how to recharge and apply for ID cards. Chu Jianyue doesn't need to worry about anything at all. However, there are quite a few people who need to arrange accommodation, and Chu Jianyue cannot leave home without someone to help her. When those people entered Building 1 and saw Chu Jianyue standing at the counter, they all had different expressions. "This is the owner of the hotel. You can just call him Boss Chu." Song Chungjun introduced Chu Jianyue's identity to everyone who came in. Are you the owner of this store? At this time, it was the turn of a father and son to check in. The old lady looked shrewd, but the son who followed her had dark bags under his eyes and a hollow look, and it was obvious that he was physically hollowed out. The look he gave Chu Jianyue was not very clear either. As soon as Song Qingjun heard what the old lady said, he knew something bad was going to happen. Chapter 39. Strange Mother and Son. Yes, I'm the boss. Chu Jianyue could of course see what the mother and son were planning, but since they hadn't taken action yet, she couldn't suddenly attack them. Boss Chu, they probably don't have any other intentions. He had clearly told them more than once on the way that they could do whatever they wanted in Zhonglin Hotel, but they could not break the hotel rules and could not offend the boss. Are the mother and son deaf or amnesiacs? It has only been a short time since they started to act up. Captain Song, don't worry. I'm not an unreasonable person. Some people want to die, so why stop them? It's a waste of resources to keep them alive. How can a woman be out in the open doing business all day? In our time, people would gossip about her. When the people around heard her words, they looked at each other in bewilderment. The Qing dynasty had passed away and the end of the world had come, and yet there were still people who cared about these things? What a weird idea this is. It's obvious to everyone. Oh, then what do you think I should do? Chu Jianyue glanced at the old lady. Although she was smiling, the smile did not reach her eyes. Business is something that should be done by men, and women only need to stay at home to take care of their husbands and children. My son was a manager before the end of the world. You marry my son and let him run the hotel. I will make sure your hotel reaches a higher level. What does she mean? Am I some kind of cheap system? I don't even look at what kind of person his son is. Even if the host agrees, I won't agree. Host, you can't agree to her. The little fox was stunned by the old lady's words. There are actually people who practice the old lady's husband-raising and child-rearing methods, and even use them on their host. Don't worry, I'm not stupid. Chu Jianyue gave the little fox a reassurance before looking at the old lady. Sounds okay? Hearing Chu Jianyue's words, the old lady and her son's eyes lit up. They just wanted to give it a try, but they didn't expect that Boss Chu was such a fool. If they had a hotel like this, they wouldn't be as stupid as her to charge such a low room rate, as if it were charity. Then give the hotel to my son. The greed in the old lady's eyes could no longer be concealed. Boss Chu. Song Qingjun wanted to speak up to stop Chu Jianyue. Old lady, do you think I'm a fool? The old lady was choked by Chu Jianyue. She really wanted to treat Chu Jianyue as a fool. I just saw that you were working too hard alone, so I wanted my son to help you share some of the work. As the saying goes, a husband and wife team up to make work easier. In this difficult world, women still need men to rely on. I can live better than any of you without a man. Besides, even if I want to find one, your son is not someone I like. Do you want to stay here? If not, please make way. There are people waiting behind you. Chu Jianyue was completely disgraced towards the mother and son. If they had not already obtained their ID cards, she would not have been able to refuse. Chu Jianyue really wanted to throw these two people out. If this kind of person stays in the hotel, who knows what kind of trouble he might cause at any time. Chu Jianyue doesn't want to entertain him at all. Of course I have to live here. It doesn't matter if Boss Chu hasn't thought it through. My son is single now, and Boss Chu can change his mind at any time. How could the old lady give up Chu Jianyue, such a popular girl? She gave her son a look, and the two of them booked a 30-day stay in an ordinary double suite. 30 silver coins were deducted from each person, and when the silver coins were deducted, the expression on his face was as if he was going to kill them. Chu Jianyue ignored them and continued to arrange accommodation for the people behind him. Fortunately, they didn't encounter such strange people again, but the rooms in Building 1 were not enough, so they moved to Building 2 later. After completing the accommodation arrangements for everyone, Chu Jianyue came to the restaurant. Those who had received the announcement yesterday and were interested came here now. There were also many people who came simply to watch the fun. After all, they couldn't go out during the day, so how could they miss such fun? Chu Jianyue didn't know where she found a loudspeaker. It was placed at the door of the restaurant and played the rules of the Big Eater event in a loop. Even Song Qingjun came over, especially when he saw Huoguo. Song Qingjun's eyes lit up. He was at the base before and didn't catch the fruits when they were ripe, so now he has no chance to buy them anymore. Unexpectedly, the prize for this big eating activity actually includes fire fruits. Shin Jigue and others also saw the fire fruit rewards, but each of their team bought at least 20 fire fruits, and now they don't have such a strong desire to compete for fire fruits. Lin Shiyuan, on the other hand, is a firepower user. When he saw that there was a fire fruit in the advanced challenge, his eyes lit up. You want to participate? Shin Jigue knew what Lin Shiyuan wanted to do as soon as he saw Lin Shiyuan's expression. Yeah, it doesn't matter even if you can't finish it. You can still eat meat buns for free. No, you probably didn't read carefully. There is a line of small print at the end of the announcement. For guests who do not succeed in the challenge, first place, the corresponding copper coins will be automatically deducted from the meat buns eaten during the competition. Free? Innocent. With Boss Chu's temperament. How could he be so generous? After getting to know Chu Jiangwei over this period of time, Shen Jigue has almost figured out her nature of loving money as much as life. However, Shen Jigue didn't think there was anything wrong with loving money. On the contrary, Chu Jiangyue's expression every time he received copper coins was quite interesting every time he saw it. This. Lin Shiyuan was a little surprised. The food during the game was not free? Su Zhucheng also laughed. It is indeed Boss Chu's style, but there are many people who want to use a little money to buy steamed buns to get at least 3 free meals a day. After all, you paid for the 3 meals yourself, so you might be concerned about the price. But when the meal is free, they will definitely take the expensive one. The most expensive dish in the restaurant is braised pork, which costs 500 copper coins per serving. Even they can't afford to eat it every meal. If you participate in the advanced challenge, you may also win a week of free meals and fire fruits. If it is not a fire-related ability, it can be sold to a fire-related ability user at a high price. Among the people who came over to the B City base this time, there were many people with fire abilities, so there was no need to worry about not being able to sell their products. Then I'll give it a try, just in case the challenge is successful. Lin Shiyuan still wanted to give it a try, as he still had enough money to buy a few meat buns. On the other side, Song Qingjun also called the fire-type mutants he brought this time and asked them to participate in the advanced challenge. Looking at this hot scene, Chu Jiangyue's eyes narrowed with smile. Come on, the more the better, plenty of meat buns. Little Fox, please help me shoot a video of this event and edit it. We can use it as a promotional video later. In the end times, there aren't many places where you can use meat buns to carry out activities. Receive. The little fox quickly found the best position and started filming the video with his eyes twinkling. Chapter 40 Ling Feng brought Jiang Jinjin back. This is a normal challenge, and this is an advanced challenge. Whichever one you want to participate in, just find a seat over there and sit down. The outcome of the competition is determined by 1 round. There are 3 rounds today, and the time is 5 minutes. All contestants, please do what you can and don't force yourself to eat more. The hotel will not be responsible for anything that happens. Okay, now the game begins. After Chu Jiangyue finished speaking, a 5-minute countdown appeared above the contestants. The meat buns were all prepared in advance. Chu Jiangyue only needed to confirm that no one cheated during the competition. On Shun Jigue's side, only Lin Shiyuan went to participate. The fire-type superpowers brought by Song Qingjun played part of the game, and the rest were prepared to play in the next 2 rounds. The competition took place in the newly opened small square outside the restaurant. The normal challenge and advanced challenge were on the left and right sides of the small square respectively. Some of the spectators were on the lawn outside, and some were in the restaurant. Chu Jiangyue simply moved a chair and sat in the middle of the restaurant door, watching the people below competing. All the participants in the competition were men. Chu Jiangyue frowned slightly. It seemed that she would have to think of some competitions suitable for girls in the future. 5 minutes was neither long nor short. Chu Jiangyue was thinking about other things, and the time passed by unknowingly. Time is up. All contestants please stop. As Chu Jiangyue finished speaking, the contestants stopped stuffing meat buns into their mouths. One by one, his mouth was full, and even after Chu Jiangyue called out to stop, he was still trying to swallow. Above each contestant, there is a record of how many steamed buns they have eaten, but only Chu Jiangyue can see it. First place in this round of normal challenge. Contestant number 3 Li Li. 1 person succeeded in the advanced challenge. Contestant number 6 Lin Shiyuan. The reward of 3 free meals has been distributed. Those who successfully complete the advanced challenge can come to me to claim the fire fruit. The hotel will deduct the price of the meat buns that the guests have just eaten from the balance of the guests who have not won or succeeded in the challenge. Please check it in time. If you have any objection, you can come to me to complain. The second round will begin in 10 minutes, and those who want to sign up can choose their seats now. As for whether the appeal will be successful, it depends on Chu Jiangyue's mood. I'll do it. I didn't make it just now. I can't miss it this time. Hey, why are you still pushing people? Stop it. Many guests use various means to get this position. Lin Xuan, who had successfully advanced to the next level, came over at this time. Boss Chu, I'm here to claim the fire fruit. Chu Jiangyue took out a fire fruit from the system backpack and handed it to him. Congratulations. Seeing the fresh fire fruit, Lin Shiyuan's eyes lit up. Thank you, Boss Chu. Because of this fire fruit, his stomach is still full. However, just by eating a little, he could get a fire fruit that could instantly restore 30% of his supernatural powers, which was very worthwhile for him. Not to mention, there are 3 free meals for 1 week. In the next 2 rounds of competition, the positions are still very tight. The Chinese tradition of watching the fun has led many people to come and join in the fun. Those who are sitting in the restaurant to watch the fun feel embarrassed to just sit there and not order anything, so they will order a little bit and put it on the table. This is similar to the interest of the spectators. Chu Jiangyue's eyes were curved with smile as she watched the restaurant's ever-increasing turnover. After the 3 rounds of competition, the crowd gradually dispersed, and Chu Jiangyue began to sort out the shortcomings of today's competition so that they could be improved tomorrow. However, it is true that everything will turn into its opposite when it reaches its extreme. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Chu Jiangyue met Ling Feng and his 2 companions whom he hadn't seen for several days, and Zhang Jinjin, who killed Cui Hao. Should we say that she is really lucky? She has no skills, but she still managed to meet Ling Feng's team and brought him back to the hotel. Boss Chu, this lady said she was your good friend. I felt really sorry for her, so I brought her back. Ling Feng had a smile on his face and even wanted to ask Chu Jiangyue for credit. Chu Jiangyue glanced at Zhang Jinjin, who had been hiding behind Ling Feng with her head down. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, but the smile did not reach her eyes. I can't believe that Captain Ling is such a helpful person. Chu Jiangyue's reaction, and Zhang Jinjin's action of keeping her head down and avoiding Chu Jiangyue since entering Zhonglin Hotel. What else did Ling Feng not understand? He was actually fooled by a woman. Ling Feng was not a person who would suffer a loss. He turned around and glared at Zhang Jinjin. You fucking lied to us? If it weren't for her words, Chu Jiangyue and I were college roommates. He would never have stopped to save people. Brother Ling, I didn't. Yeah, and I really know each other. We are really roommates. She's right about that. But our relationship isn't very good. Yeah. Do you have any misunderstandings about me? We were fine before. Cui Hao was killed by her. And now she is just an ordinary woman with only a little bit of beauty. It is easy to imagine what will happen to such a woman walking alone in the end times. Zhang Jinjin now urgently wants Chu Jiangyue to regain her trust in her and provide her with food and drink unconditionally. During this time, she had also been secretly observing Chu Jiangyue and knew that she would cook for herself after returning to her wooden house every day. The aroma is even more overbearing than the braised pork in the restaurant. Therefore, Zhang Jinjin concluded that there must be a lot of supplies in the wooden house where Chu Jiangyue lived, at least not less than that in the restaurant. Oh, who hasn't been blind for a while when they were young? Now that their eyes are better, they can't stand seeing garbage. Zhang Jinjin immediately heard Chu Jiangyue's sarcasm, but she was thick-skinned and pretended not to hear it. Yeah, you promised me before that you would give me gold coins when I got my ID card. Cui Hao and I's room payment is due tomorrow. You know I have always been in poor health, and I can't go out by myself. If it weren't for Brother Ling this time, No, don't call me Big Brother. I don't have any sisters. You should just call me Captain Ling. Ling Feng himself felt uncomfortable after saving someone and coming back to annoy Boss Chu. He had always felt that the name Brother Ling was too sweet and could easily lead to misunderstanding. But at that time, he thought she was Boss Chu's good friend, so he endured it. Now that he was being sabotaged by Boss Chu, Ling Feng was not going to tolerate it any longer. If he had known earlier, he should not have taken a shortcut for convenience today and saved himself from trouble. Zhang Jinjin's eyes suddenly turned red when Ling Feng clearly rejected her. If she was still the flawless goddess in the pure white dress, perhaps some people would feel sorry for her, but she had been tortured by Cui Hao for some time and looked haggard and lifeless. Her clothes were dirty, and she had lost her goddess image at all. She also looked like she was about to cry, which only made people feel that she was pretentious. Yeah, Ling Feng ignored her, and the only person Zhang Jinjin could rely on now was Chu Jiangyue. Chapter 41. An ugly face when eating. Boss Chu, please help us get a luxurious triple room. Ling Feng didn't want to watch Zhang Jinjin acting anymore. He hadn't taken a shower for so many days, and he just wanted to wash up as soon as possible. Chu Jiangyue quickly booked a room for them, which was on the 7th floor of Building 2. It was a luxury suite, and not many people were staying there yet. Zhang Jinjin's expression wasn't very good as she watched Ling Feng and the other two leave. She originally thought that she could stay with Ling Feng, but in the end she was slapped in the face. But she has always been a shameless person. After Ling Feng and the other two left, she set her sights on Chu Jiangyue. Yeah, you said before that as long as I get my ID card, you will give me gold coins, you? Did you misunderstand something? I never said I would give you gold coins. What she said was, wait until you get your ID card. Besides, it just sets a premise and does not make a clear commitment. You clearly said it. Why? You want to cheat me out of my gold coins and get Hordem in the hotel for free. Jinjin, I think you don't want to be kicked out of the hotel. So far, no one who has been kicked out of the hotel has come back. However, Chu Jiangyue did not receive any death notice. However, it can still be used to scare Jiang Jinjin. Jiang Jinjin certainly knew what being kicked out of the hotel meant. It was not until this moment that she realized that Chu Jiangyue had really changed. The Chu Jiangyue in the past obeyed her every word, but the Chu Jiangyue now was so cold-blooded that she even felt like an outlier when facing other guests. Don't delay paying your rent, Chu Jiangyue kindly reminded him. Knowing that she could not get any gold coins from Chu Jiangyue, Jiang Jinjin looked at Chu Jiangyue with hatred, turned around, and left building 2. Unable to default on rent payments and with no one to rely on, Jiang Jinjin had to go out alone to look for supplies that could be exchanged. In the next 2 days, Chu Jiangyue continued to hold eating contests during the day to increase the restaurant's sales. After Song Qingjun took the remaining road construction material packages from Chu Jiangyue, he also arranged for people to start the road construction work in full swing. Extending from the entrance of Zhonglin Hotel, the width of the 4 lanes is comparable to the highways before the end of the world. However, the road repaired with materials provided by the system can not only block zombies, but also make the communication between Zhonglin Hotel and the security base in City B safer and closer. Many people saw Song Qingjun organizing people to build a road, and they came to watch curiously. When they learned that this road could block zombies, everyone exclaimed in amazement. This is not the time to joke. Therefore, many people conducted experiments on the road sections repaired by Song Qingjun and others. And the facts proved that what Song Qingjun said was true. Now, many people came to find Chu Jiangyue again. Since it is possible to build a road from the security base in City B to Zhonglin Hotel, then it is also possible to build a road from security bases in other places. In this way, it will be more convenient and safer for them to find their lost relatives. Looking at the corners of the mouths of those who wanted her to contribute road-building material packages for free to build roads in various bases across the country, Chu Jiangyue's expression was not very good. The road-building materials package was purchased from me by the security base in City B. It costs 2 gold coins per meter. So, which base do you want to build a road for? As long as you can afford the gold coins, I can give you the route map for free. This is because their flesh was not cut, so they can act so righteously. If their interests are really touched, they will shrink back and act like quails in a moment. Boss Chu, you also said that you want 2 gold coins per meter. We are just ordinary people. How can we have so much money? Boss Chu, I think what they said makes sense. Now that zombies are rampant and the weather is hot, we should all work together and forge ahead. If you don't have the ability, that's fine. But since Boss Chu has the ability to save the world from danger, why are you unwilling to do it? The person who stood up was Zheng Wenin. He spoke in a very literary way and was very pedantic about every word. Chu Jiangyue felt uncomfortable listening to him. Work together to forge ahead? Sure, you provide the gold coins and I provide the materials. These few roads in the country are nothing. I can build all the roads in the world for you. How about it? Mr. Zheng was the first person to make this suggestion. Why don't you be the first to donate? Zheng Wenin was silent. He just wanted to show off his noble image, but he didn't plan to pay for it himself. Moreover, he wouldn't get that much money even if he sold something that cost 2 gold coins per meter. Mr. Zheng doesn't want to? Then who among you is willing to donate? It's only 2 gold coins per meter. It's not expensive, right? Boss Chu, you're really making it difficult for them. You're asking them to pay for the materials and work hard. You're a bunch of misers who don't want to spend a penny and want to sit back and enjoy the fruits of their labor. Shen Jigue and his party of 5 also returned to the hotel at some unknown time and happened to hear the conversation just now. Is Mr. Zhang's injury healed? Seeing Jiang He, Chu Jiangyue asked. She had not come out of the cabin when they went out, so she only saw Jiang He when they came back at night. Thank you, Boss Chu, for your concern. I'm fine. After lying in bed for several days, Jiang He looked very energetic when he went out today. Zheng Wenin and the others who wanted to come over to pick Chu Jiangyue's will suddenly turned red when they heard Jiang He's words. They were right to think so, but it was really shameful for someone to say it so bluntly. She just hangs out in the hotel every day and even wore heels today. She has already lived a life that none of us can enjoy. We work so hard every day to find supplies and kill zombies. It's just that she contributes a little bit. What's wrong with that? Chu Jiangyue lives a leisurely life every day. She does not need to kill zombies and can live a more comfortable life than any of them. After this period of time, many people have become jealous. They had never found an opportunity before, but now that they had an excuse, a group of people couldn't wait to come and drag Chu Jiangyue into the quagmire. TSK, you are such a bunch of ungrateful bastards. If it weren't for Boss Chu, you wouldn't even know where you are now. If you can't stand Boss Chu's good life, then don't stay at Jianglin Hotel. You really eat with the bowl in your hand and curse when you put it down. No, you eat and curse when you put the bowl down. You really don't know what you were talking about. Lin Shiyuan had never seen such a shameless person. That is to say, Boss Chu is kind-hearted. If he were to expel these people from the first words they spoke, they would be blacklisted. We are obviously thinking about everyone. When the road is built, you will also be the beneficiaries. You are the white-eyed wolves. Lu Yi couldn't see Zheng Wenin being scolded, so she scolded him before he even thought about it. We don't need to ask Boss Chu to build roads for us. If we want to find our relatives, we can go there by ourselves. Of course, Shun Jigue and his party also want to find their relatives, but not now. Chapter 42 Mission completed. Thermostat suit. Chu Jiangyue was very happy to have someone speak for herself. She gave Shin Jigue and others approving looks, and then looked at a group of people who wanted her to contribute money and efforts to build roads. If you feel that staying in Zhonglin Hotel is not good and want to build roads and live in other bases, I can send you out now. As for where to send it, that is beyond Chu Jiangyue's control. The person taking the lead here is Zheng Wenin, and Chu Jiangyue is mainly targeting him. But at this moment, Zheng Wenin wished he had never been here. Although he felt that since Chu Jiangyue had the ability, he should help everyone build roads so that more people could come to Zhonglin Hotel safely. As for whether Chu Jiangyue can do it, that is not a question they should consider. But Chu Jiangyue was not stupid and had no intention of paying attention to their suggestions. Seeing that Chu Jiangyue was really angry, these people finally calmed down and no longer dared to repair the road. They want to find their relatives, but if they can't even save their own lives, then everything can only be done in the back row. Seeing that these people were all honest, Chu Jiangyue did not continue the topic. However, Shin Jigue felt that Chu Jiangyue was a bit lenient. These people dared to come here today and persuade her to build roads at their own expense, but they would dare to take these things as a matter of course tomorrow. But Chu Jiangyue had the final say in Zhonglin Hotel, so even if Shin Jigue felt something was wrong, he couldn't say anything. However, he secretly decided in his heart that he would pay more attention in the future to prevent Chu Jiangyue, a girl, from being bullied by these shameless dogs. Chu Jiangyue didn't know that Shin Zhihui had thought so much. After 3 days of 24-hour operation, the restaurant's turnover was increasing day by day, and it was getting closer to the mission goal. Chu Jiangyue now clicked in to see 2 things every hour. Second rate. Finally, after clicking in for who knows how many times, Chu Jiangyue received the notification that the task was completed. Task: unlock a new restaurant. Ask the host to receive guests and complete the turnover. 50216/50,000. Mission reward: unlock building. Office hall, unlock items. Thermostatic suit, experience value plus 5,000. Current hotel level: 36150/10,000. The requirements for hotel upgrade have not been met yet. Office lobby: a place used for official business in the hotel. Constant temperature suit: it can maintain a constant temperature for the human body within the range of -100 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. When I go out, my mother no longer has to worry about me sweating. Durability: 10 out of 10. Purchase price: 1,000 copper coins/set. Price: 2,000 copper coins/set. I have to say that Chu Jiangyue liked this reward very much. It gave her and her guests the 2 things they needed most at the moment. With this constant temperature suit, guest travel times can return to normal, and Chu Jiangyue no longer has to stay up until 11 o'clock every night to facilitate guest travel. After receiving the reward, Chu Jiangyue directly put the constant temperature suit on the shelf where he bought the fire fruit before. As long as there is enough balance in her account, she can buy unlimited thermostatic suits. After putting the things away, Chu Jiangyue made an announcement as usual. Announcement from Zhonglin Hotel. Extraordinary! The hotel is getting new. Are you still worried that the temperature is too high? You can't go out during the day, and it's inconvenient to go out at night? With the thermostat suit, it can go down to minus 100 degrees Celsius or up to 100 degrees Celsius without fear. Address: on the lawn near Shengshihuadu, City B. After checking and making sure there were no problems, Chu Jiangyue sent out the announcement. As for the office hall, Chu Jiangyue planned to put it out after everyone fell asleep tonight. As for Chu Jiangyue, she still didn't know what kind of shock her announcement would give to the guests of Jianglin Hotel. The moment the announcement appeared, Shin Jigue originally just wanted to take a quick look, but he didn't expect that the announcement would give him such a big surprise. Thermostat suit, you can guess what it does without reading the introduction. Boss! Boss, boss! Shin Jigue didn't need to say anything to know that Lin Shiyuan was outside the door. Apart from Lin Shiyuan's voice, no one else was heard, and Shin Jigue was not sure if anyone else had come. But he opened the door anyway. Boss, did you see it? The announcement just now. Lin Shiyuan was not the only one standing outside the door, but no one spoke except him during the whole process. I saw it. If the thermostatic suit works as described and can maintain a constant body temperature at temperatures ranging from minus 100 degrees Celsius to over 100 degrees Celsius, then this is a timely help. I don't know if it's true, but it would be great if it was true. When he came to Shin Jigue, Lin Shiyuan habitually relaxed his body. You'll find out if you go and see it. Boss Chu would never lie to them on such an important matter. Other hotel guests also had the same idea as Shin Jigue and his party. When they came out, the shelves were already crowded with people. Don't squeeze, don't squeeze. I haven't swiped my card yet. Boss Chu has said that there is no limit to the quantity. Why are you all so anxious? Get in line. Looking at the crowds on the 3 floors inside and outside, Shin Jigue and the other 5 people were not as interested as in the past. However, this also gave them the opportunity to ask Boss Chu for confirmation. Boss Chu, is what was said in the announcement just now true? Why do I feel so incredible? Constant temperature suits, at first glance, are not something they can have now. Of course it's true. Otherwise, why do you think they were so enthusiastic about buying it? If you just want to try it out, you can wait until you try it and then ask about the effect. The current situation is that some people have tried the effect and confirmed that wearing a constant temperature suit when going out will really not cause burns from high temperatures. In order to quickly wear thermostatic suits and go out to search for supplies, these people are rushing to buy them one by one. Chu Jianjiren was in Building 1. What happened in Building 2 was similar to that here, but was suppressed by Song Qingjun. The fighting scene lasted for about half an hour and finally stopped. Shin Jigue and the other 5 people also joined in at this time. Boss, how much should we buy? This constant temperature suit has a durability, and they must replace it with a new one before the durability runs out. Chu Jianghua was quite satisfied with this. After all, if the clothes had durability, it meant that the guests could not wear the same set of clothes all the time, and they would need to change to new ones within a certain period of time. It may not be very guest-friendly, because it is a long-term expense. But for Chu Jiangyue, it is a sustainable source of income. Let's buy 2 sets first, so we can have a replacement. If nothing unexpected happens, they will go out every day to fight zombies and search for supplies. A set of clothes will definitely get dirty after wearing it for a day, and it is impossible for them to go out the next day wearing the same dirty clothes they wore yesterday. The durability is 10, and 1 durability drops every 5 hours, so it needs to be replaced after 50 hours, which means it needs to be replaced every 2 days and 2 hours. After the durability is exhausted, the thermostatic suit will be automatically recycled and disappeared by the hotel, and there is no need for them to deal with it. Chapter 43 New Mission. Mr. Shun, don't worry. The thermostat suit has an automatic cleaning function. After the durability is used up, it will be automatically recycled by the hotel. You only need to replace the thermostat suit in time when you are out, and you will be fine. During this period of time together, Chu Jianghua also learned to some extent that Shin Jigue had some misophobia. Although you won't show it when you go out, as long as others are in the hotel, your clothes will definitely be the cleanest and freshest. After all, the thermostatic suit is produced by the system, and automatic cleaning is the basic function of all items produced by the system. Just like the clothes Chu Jiangyue is wearing, they also have this function. Just because Chu Jiangyue usually only moves around in the hotel and the clothes on his body are not dirty, this function is not revealed. Hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, Shin Jigue raised his eyebrows. This function was something he had never thought of. Thank you, Boss Chu, for clearing up the confusion. Knowing that the thermostatic suit has an automatic cleaning function, Shin Jigue no longer worries about changing and washing it. However, just in case, Shun Jigue asked Lin Shiyuan and the others to prepare an extra set. The thermostat suit looks like a jacket and overalls, but the color is a very technical silver. Shun Jigue and others bought 2 sets each. After going back to the room and changing them, they were ready to go out. You want to go out now? Chu Jiangyue didn't expect that they were so impatient. After all, I just came back at midnight yesterday, and I only went out after resting for a few hours, so I wasn't afraid of exhausting my body. Shun Jigue nodded. Go out and try the effect and see what the outside world is like during the day. Because of the hot weather, they only go out at night, so they're quite curious about the outside world during the day. Then please be safe. Many people had the same choice as Shun Jigue and the others. Chu Jiangyue could only lament that they were working too hard. Task release. Ask the host to complete the Zombie Crystal Core Collection task, 0 out of 100. Mission reward. To be unlocked. Chu Jiangyue had just lamented that Shun Jigue and the others worked too hard, but she didn't expect that the next second they would receive the task of killing zombies. Chu Jiangyue. Hashtag, asterisk, / %. Little Fox, you'd better explain clearly. What kind of mission is this? It was clearly agreed that she only needed to be responsible for the running of the hotel, so why was she suddenly given a mission to kill zombies? It's not that she can't kill zombies, she just needs the little fox to give a reason. The missions are all randomly selected. I can't control it. The little fox himself was a little confused. Why did it suddenly issue a task to kill zombies? It was obviously just a hotel management system. But this was also its first time to lead a host, so it didn't know whether such a mission was normal or if something went wrong. What use is there for you? Then host. When will you go out to complete the mission? Immediately. It was just past noon, and Chu Jiangyue had just finished lunch, so she was full of energy. Anyway, the task content did not specify how long she should take to complete it, so Chu Jiangyue planned to complete the task over several days. Chu Jiangyue spent 1,000 copper coins to buy a constant temperature suit from his own mall, went back to the wooden house to change, took a tang sword, turned on the navigation system, selected the car seat as the means of transportation, and a silver off-road vehicle appeared in front of Chu Jiangyue. Ignoring the voice of the navigation service, Chu Jiangyue went straight to the driver's seat of the silver SUV. It's the end of the world. It doesn't matter whether you have a driver's license or not, as long as you can drive. As for driving skills, Chu Jiangyue had already mastered the art of drifting in his previous life. Many people saw Chu Jiangyue's movements and were wondering why she went out. Many people also had envious expressions in their eyes when they saw the silver SUV that Chu Jiangyue drove. Boss Chu is worthy of being Boss Chu. Even the car he drives is so handsome and unique. Chu Jiangyue, on the other hand, drove the car all the way out of the Zhonglin Hotel. Not long after, she saw Shun Jigue and the others who had left the house 2 minutes earlier than her. Anyway, I don't know how they did it. 5 grown men were seated in 2 electric vehicles. When passing by them, Chu Jiangyue lowered the car window. Hi. Chu Jiangyue still had time to wave to them. Seeing Chu Jiangyue's silver cross-country car, and then looking at their stagnant small electric car, Shun Jigue felt the differences in the world for the first time. When did he, Shun Jigue, actually envy others one day? Boss Chu, your car is very handsome. Do you have any for sale? Shun Jigue made up his mind immediately. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. Not now. If there is not one now, then there will be one in the future? Shun Jigue thought in his heart. Chu Jiangyue didn't let Shun Jigue and the others get into the car. After speaking to them, he speeded up and drove forward. The zombies near Zhonglin Hotel were basically wiped out, so she could only go farther away to find zombies. If it didn't work, she could only drive the car to the nearest crowded place before the end of the world. I don't know what he was thinking, but Shun Jigue asked someone to follow Chu Jiangyue. Even if he couldn't catch up, he could still know where Chu Jiangyue had gone by following the traces of the wheels. After all, after the end of the world, there were countless people lying on the streets. The survivors were unable to take care of themselves, and no one helped to collect the bodies, so they could only stay where they were. After this period of fermentation, many of them have completely lost their original appearance. When a car runs over them, they will inevitably be stained with dirt and leave traces of the wheels. Chu Jiangyue finally stopped at the gate of the nearest middle school to Zhonglin Hotel. This is a high school. Before the end of the world, there were about 3,000 students in the school. Now all I see are zombies. In any case, Chu Jiangyue didn't see a single living person. Chu Jiangyue parked the car at the corner of the wall in front of the school gate, got out, and ended the navigation service. When you get back, just turn on the navigation service. As for the 5 people following Shun Jigue, It was Chu Jiangyue who put the off-road vehicle into the space with a wave of his hand. I didn't expect that Boss Chu not only has wood powers, but also has space powers. Jiang he couldn't help feeling a little emotional. Thinking about the small amount of space he had, and looking at Chu Jiangyue's bold and arrogant way of directly taking over an off-road vehicle, it was really like people with different fates. Shen Jigui said nothing. After getting off the electric car, he asked them to find a place to park the car. Jiang He's space is not as big as Chu Jiangyue's, so they have to find a place to park their two electric vehicles. Fortunately, the electric cars produced by Zhonglin Hotel don't have to worry about being stolen or even moved away, so they can park and leave without worries. Chu Jiangyue also discovered the figures of Shen Jigui and the other five. She did not open the school gate first, but looked at them. Together, Boss Chu is also coming out to fight zombies. Shen Jigui felt that Chu Jiangyue had the backing of Zhonglin Hotel, so there was no need to risk his life to fight zombies. Chu Jiangyue, do you think I do? But she couldn't say this. It just happened by chance. Since we met, how about we cooperate? She was there to kill zombies, not for the crystal core. Chapter 44 School. When Chu Jiangyue went out to fly the flyers alone before, Shen Jigui knew that Chu Jiangyue was absolutely powerful. So now that Chu Jiangyue proposed cooperation, Shen Jigui was very happy. Okay. Su Zhuqing and others had no objection. Although Chu Jiangyue rarely left Zhonglin Hotel, they had never doubted Chu Jiangyue's strength. A few people did not open the school door directly, but climbed over the wall and entered. After all, if you open the school gate, zombies will most likely come out of the school. This may cause problems for people passing by, and the number of zombies they can kill will also be reduced. Chu Jiangyue climbed up the college wall with bare hands without even using her powers. Not to be outdone, Shen Jigui and the other five quickly climbed up the school wall. From the wall, without looking too much, you can see a crowded zombie scene. Chu Jiangyue frowned slightly. These zombies have been entrenched here. Maybe they have evolved into level 2 zombies. This amount seems a bit much. As soon as Su Zhucheng went up to the wall and saw you squeezing me and me squeezing your zombies, his scalp suddenly felt numb. They have also had the experience of specifically looking for zombie groups to kill zombies before, but not as much as now. But when I think about this being a school, I feel I can understand it. The day when the apocalypse comes is not a weekend. The school is full of students, so it is reasonable that there will be many zombies. Boss, what should we do? Shen Jigui is the soul of their entire team. No matter what decision they make, Shen Jigui must make the final decision. What do you think, Boss Chu? There was an extra Chu Jiangyue today. Shen Jigui didn't know much about her, so he didn't make a decision immediately. I could do anything. You can continue your previous fighting habits. I can go wherever I want. Chu Jiangyue also knew that Shen Jigui wanted to accommodate her. But Chu Jiangyue did not want to destroy the tacit understanding that Shen Jigui and the others had cultivated with great difficulty because of herself. Shen Jigui thought for a while and finally decided to try Chu Jiangyue's method. Then please take care of yourself, Boss Chu. Once the fight starts, we may not be able to take care of you. Shen Jigui looked at Chu Jiangyue and warned him very seriously. Chu Jiangyue nodded. Don't worry, I have the ability to protect myself. Not to mention that she is a superpower. What no one knows is that she has 3 points more combat experience than others. With Shen Jigui and the others around, Chu Jiangyue wouldn't be so stupid that he couldn't even protect his own safety. After confirming that there was nothing wrong with Chu Jiangyue, Shen Jigui and the others used one big move to kill all the zombies on the wall, and then they all jumped down. Because Jiang he has a space-based superpower, his combat power is not blessed by the superpower, so they surrounded Jiang he in the middle. Chu Jiangyue also saw the opportunity and jumped off the wall, and soon a string of zombies were strung out on the vines on her hands. When the vines are pulled out, they can also bring out the zombie crystal cores and wrap them in the leaves. It is detected that the host has obtained a level 1 zombie crystal core. Do you want to collect it? Whether? Chu Jiangyue quickly chose yes. Next, every time Chu Jiangyue got a zombie crystal core, a collection reminder appeared. Chu Jiangyue chose yes without hesitation. Shen Jigui and others finally felt relieved after seeing Chu Jiangyue's simple and crude way of killing zombies. As long as Boss Chu is fine, they have nothing to worry about. However, there are really many zombies in the school. Even if Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigui were dispatched together, it would still be a drop in the bucket. The zombies they killed were nothing compared to all the zombies in the school. I don't know how long time passed. Chu Jiangyue felt that her superpower was about to reach its bottom. The Tang Dao that had been put away appeared in her hand at this time. There are too many zombies here. Our powers can't last long. We need to find an opportunity to get out first. Shen Jigue noticed Chu Jianyue's movements, and then remembered that their superpowers had already bottomed out after using them for so long. Without special powers, they have no advantage at all when faced with so many zombies. Exit first. Shen Jigue fired a thunderbolt in the direction of them and the school wall, and the zombies in that area were instantly blasted into charred corpses. Chu Jianyue followed the others, quickly retreated, broke out to the corner, and then jumped on the wall and left the school. With just a few of us, it's too difficult to deal with these zombies. The scene just now is their test. Facts have proved that they alone cannot eliminate all the zombies in this school. If Mr. Shin feels that there are too few of us, you can contact other people through the ID card to have a look. However, when Chu Jianyue came out, he didn't tell anyone else whether there would be anyone else near them. Chu Jianyue's words successfully silenced Shen Jigue. He doesn't like to socialize, so in the friend column of his ID card, there are only Su Zhuqing and Boss Chu. Boss Chu. The boss has no friends except us. But I have added a few people here, but I don't know if they are willing to come over. Although more level 1 zombies can be found in the school, they're also more dangerous. Can you ask? Chu Jianyue's situation was similar to Shen Jigue's, so he had to rely on others to call people. Among the 5 Shen Jigue, except for him and the other 2, the remaining 3 are quite outgoing, so it is up to them to call people. At the same time, in the school cafeteria with the door closed, a group of teachers and students were lifelessly eating the little food they had today. Teacher, when can we go out? Yes, teacher, I want to go out. I want to go home. One person started crying, and then people around him started crying too. For a moment, the entire cafeteria was filled with the sound of crying. The teachers in the cafeteria did not look very well at this time. Due to long-term hunger and lack of sleep, they had severe dark circles under their eyes, obvious bags under their eyes, and a lot of red bloodshot in their eyes. Just bear with it a little longer. There will definitely be a rescue team coming. In fact, they no longer had any hope, but as a teacher, he couldn't say that to his students. People need hope to last longer and have hope of living. Teacher, please don't lie to us. There are zombies eating people everywhere outside. We can't get out at all. Hearing this, many students looked desperate. They don't have much food left. Even if someone awakens superpowers, it will only make it easier for them to kill zombies, but it won't bring them food. Don't worry too much. Our country will never give up on anyone. But he couldn't guarantee when the rescue would arrive. Compared to the dead silence in the cafeteria, the atmosphere outside the school was harmonious for Chu Jianyue and the others. Su Zhuqing and his friends selected 2 people from among their family's friends who they judged to be of good character and sent out invitations. Chapter 45, There is Salvation. However, not everyone responded to the invitations they sent out. Not everyone who responded agreed. In the end, the only ones who agreed to come were Ling Feng's team, and Song Qingjun and several psychics he brought with him. Chu Jianyue was the only woman in the entire venue, which made her very eye-catching. However, no one present doubted Chu Jianyue. After all, the strength she had demonstrated in Zhonglin Hotel had always been strong. While waiting for someone to come, Chu Jianyue took out a bottle of yogurt from the system backpack and drank it while waiting. About 20 minutes later, Ling Feng and Song Qingjun appeared one after another with their men. When they saw Chu Jianyue, they were all a little surprised. Boss Chu is here too? They really didn't expect that Chu Jianyue would be there. It's not good to stay in the hotel all the time, so I came out to relax on a whim. Song Qingjun and Ling Feng stopped talking. They said that going out to kill zombies was just for fun. Only Chu Jianyue could do it. Even Shen Jigue and others felt a little ashamed. Boss Chu was Boss Chu, and Feng Feng was different from others. Do you still need to rest? If not, we will enter the school. In order to prevent the zombies from leaving the school, they decided not to open the door, but to directly climb over the wall and enter the school like they just did. No, our powers haven't started to be used yet, and they are now at their peak. But I have a merciless request. When Song Qingjun knew that Shen Jigue and the others had come to a group of schools, he had some thoughts in his mind. Captain Song, just say so. As long as the demands were not excessive, they would not hesitate to give him face. If there are still surviving teachers and students in the school, we have to ask a few of them to escort them to Zhonglin Hotel with us. After all, after a battle, Song Qingjun was not sure how much power he had left. It would be too conspicuous to lead a group of survivors. Of course, we will do it even if you don't say it. Shen Jigue agreed without much hesitation. Taking people to Zhonglin Hotel is to increase his business. Chu Jianyue certainly has no reason to object. When Ling Feng was able to inform the director of the security base in City B about the Zhonglin Hotel without hesitation, we could know that his consciousness was very high. So he had no reason to reject Song Qingjun. Now that they had agreed, the few of them didn't talk any more nonsense. They each found their own point of view and showed off their special abilities by jumping up the wall. Hey, there are really a lot of zombies here. However, it's not that they don't know that there are many zombies in the school, they just haven't encountered them before when they went out. Let's split up and move toward the teaching building to outflank him. The group's abilities have all reached level 2, so dealing with primary zombies or level 1 zombies is no problem at all. Shen Jigui nodded slightly. This was a good idea. No one else had any objections. Chu Jiangyue chose a position by herself, activated her powers, and started stringing together zombies. It was the first time for the teams of Ling Feng and Song Chengjun to see someone killing zombies like this. When they saw it for the first time, the expressions on their faces were very exciting. However, over time, I got used to it, and when I saw Chu Jiangyue walking around with zombies again, I was able to face it very calmly and calmly. The saying that there is strength in numbers is not just a saying. Shen Jigui, the others, and Chu Jiangyue had some difficulty killing zombies before, but now they can even advance the attack by killing zombies. However, in order to save time and power, when killing zombies, several people tried their best to kill them in one blow without wasting even a little bit of power. Out of sight of several people, a figure quickly left at the corner of the teaching building. Teacher, teacher, we are saved. The figure that just flashed past was the student who was sent out to investigate the situation of zombies today. Because he had awakened his wind power and was relatively fast, he was sent out to investigate the situation. Before, he could only see zombies all over the campus, but he didn't expect to find something unexpected when he went out today. What? Is the rescue team here? Where are they? Hearing his words, many people looked over. They have reached the end of their rope. If no one comes to rescue them, they will all die here. I don't know if it's a rescue team, but I saw several people with special abilities. They were killing the zombies in the school. The reason they couldn't get out was because there were too many zombies in the school. Not every surviving teacher and student had awakened special powers. The few teachers and students who had awakened special powers were simply unable to protect everyone out. But now that someone has come, it's a different situation. Really? They're killing zombies in the school? Of course it's true. I saw it with my own eyes. The boy with wind-type abilities said this with great certainty. Great! Regardless of whether they are from the rescue team or not, as long as the zombies in the school can be dealt with, we will be saved. If they can get out of school, they can find other supplies. And even if they can't find their families for the time being, they won't fall into despair. We have to let them know that we are still alive. They have been trapped here since the zombie virus broke out and have no idea what the situation is outside. If those zombie killers can be trusted, they can follow them first. Let's go out and help. There are so many zombies in the school. If they can't kill them all, we still can't get out. All those who have awakened their special powers stood up. They knew that in this battle with the zombies, they could only win and not lose. No, you have to stay and protect us. What if you go out and zombies come to attack us? Some people raised objections. But if they go out, they can help them kill the zombies faster so we can leave the school faster. Their responsibility is to protect us, leaving the killing of zombies to those outside. Why don't we wait until they kill all the zombies and then let them send us home? Many people looked at the girl in disbelief when they heard what she said. Why are you so shameless? You even asked others to send you home. Do they know you? When I was a student, I didn't know what covering up was. If I felt something was wrong, I would just confront it. Many people felt that she spoke for themselves. But they saved us. Shouldn't we save them to the end? The girl didn't think there was anything wrong with her thoughts. Many people rolled their eyes at her. They really didn't expect that there are people in this world with such weird ideas. That doesn't make sense to you. I think what we're doing is correct. Just leave 1 or 2 psychics to protect you, and the rest of you, follow me out to kill zombies. Before, they were few in number and not very strong, so they didn't dare to fight head-on. Now that they have help, and their abilities have also improved a lot, it is still uncertain who will win or lose in this war. You mustn't regret it. We just want a clear conscience. Chapter 46. The two parties met successfully. After saying that, except for the 2 psychics who stayed behind to protect the teachers and classmates, the rest of the psychics all walked out of the cafeteria. The few people I saw came from the school gate. They should be heading towards the teaching building to kill the zombies. After coming out, the student with wind-type ability told what he had just discovered. We'll head towards the teaching building too. There are not many zombies in the cafeteria. The teachers and students in the cafeteria were the ones who escorted people here little by little when the zombie virus broke out. After all, when they couldn't go out, the cafeteria was the only one that had food for all of them. As for the rest, they can't care so much. Host, I just checked around the school and found that the surviving teachers and students are all in the cafeteria. There is no one in the teaching building. Chu Jiangyue followed the large army, and a bunch of zombies appeared as soon as he took action. The little fox checked it in the school because no one could see it. Unexpectedly, it actually discovered the key information in the end. Hearing the little fox's words, Chu Jiangyue raised her eyebrows slightly, but she did not speak out immediately. After all, everyone now felt that it was more likely that there was someone in the teaching building. No, some of the zombies seemed to have gone in another direction. Shinjigue quickly discovered that something was wrong and quickly told what he found. I'll go up and have a look. Chu Jiangyue activated her power and tied vines to the safety window on the second floor of the teaching building not far from them. Then she held the vines with one hand and flew directly to the second floor. There were also zombies in the classroom on the second floor, but Chu Jiangyue had anticipated this situation. When the zombies pounced on him, he took out a tang sword from his backpack and killed each one with his sword. Host, it's someone who came out of the cafeteria. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder and soon saw several teachers and students who were trying to get closer to them. They are all psychics who have awakened their superpowers. It can be seen that they are not very proficient in using them yet, but they are more than capable of killing some primary zombies and level 1 zombies. At this time, she raised her head and saw Chu Jiangyue standing on the window on the second floor. Compared to the excitement of several teachers and students, Chu Jiangyue seemed much calmer. He used vines to land and killed several zombies. Boss Chu, is there anything going on? Song Qingjun stepped forward to ask immediately. Of all the people present, Song Qingjun was probably the one who hoped to find survivors the most. There are a few people with supernatural powers coming over in the cafeteria. They seem to be teachers or students from the school. Canteen? That's right. With the zombie virus outbreak, the canteen is the wisest choice compared to other places. They may not take a shower or do their homework, but they certainly won't be able to last long without eating. In order to last longer, a canteen with food is the best choice. Then we want to go there? To be honest, their purpose was to kill zombies and save people. After encountering the lessons of the white-eyed wolf twice before, Shinjigue was already very cautious when it came to rescuing people. Anyway, he has never joined the official base, so he just needs to follow his own heart in doing anything. Let's go take a look. Anyway, we have almost cleaned up this teaching building. Although there are a lot of them in school on normal days, many of them are grouped separately. As long as they pay attention, there will be no problem. Rest for a while and recover your abilities first. The road from the teaching building to the cafeteria is not short. They have just killed a group of zombies and their superpowers are almost exhausted. Going there is no different from delivering food. Chu Jianyue's supernatural powers have not actually reached their full potential yet. But the first bird to stick its head out will be shot at, and she doesn't want to appear to be a loner because of her supernatural powers. However, since he wanted to restore his superpowers, Chu Jianyue subconsciously took out a level 1 zombie crystal core and began to activate his superpowers to absorb the energy inside the crystal core. Many people saw Chu Jianyue's actions. Some looked puzzled, and some looked surprised. What are you doing, Boss Chu? Shinjigue didn't feel he didn't understand at all and asked what the shameful thing was. After Chu Jianyue absorbed a crystal core, he slowly opened his eyes. Hearing Shinjigue's words, he glanced at him appreciatively. Zombie crystal cores can be used to enhance powers, and they can also be used to restore powers. However, you need to be careful when absorbing them. Some crystal nuclei take away attributes. Do not absorb powers with different attributes randomly. However, so far, Chu Jianyue has never encountered a crystal core with properties. This is a new discovery. I have to report it to the base director when I get back. Thank you, Boss Chu, for letting me know. Song Qingjun didn't expect that he would get such a reward after being invited to kill zombies together. Chu Jianyue smiled, but didn't say anything. Could she say that she only gained these experiences after going through them for another 3 years? After knowing that crystal cores can restore superpowers, everyone took out the crystal cores they had just collected from killing zombies. Those who were worried even asked Chu Jianyue to identify whether the zombie crystal cores they took out had any properties and whether they could absorb them. Chu Jianyue was not stingy and answered them one by one. After everyone took turns absorbing the crystal cores to restore their superpowers, the group started killing zombies in the direction of the cafeteria. While the little fox was reporting the situation of the teachers and students with special powers to Chu Jianyue, he was also cheering for them in Chu Jianyue's mind. It was fine at the beginning, but after a while Chu Jiangyue just felt his head buzzing. Stop. Be quiet. It's too noisy. The little fox became quiet instantly. For Chu Jiangyue and his group who had regained their special powers, killing zombies was as easy as cutting watermelons, and they soon carved out a bloody path. Several teachers and students with special abilities who came out of the cafeteria also noticed the commotion. They had thought they were going to be overwhelmed by zombies, but hope started to rise again. Laugh! Several teachers and students were shocked when they saw with their own eyes that the zombie that was about to pounce on them was hit in the head by a vine. This person's strength is too strong, and I don't know what kind of supernatural power this is. They're coming. Hold on a little longer. They quickly realized that those people were the ones Chung Yu saw coming when he went to investigate the news. No matter what, as long as someone comes, they have hope of leaving school. Host! I see them. The little fox stood on Chu Jianyue's shoulder and could see all the mountains from a high place by just jumping up. The distance was so close that not only the little fox saw it, but everyone else saw it. Seeing several teachers and students whose faces were already somewhat pale, Chu Jianyue pursed her lips. Although it was hard to tell what her mood was, the vine she controlled became even more fierce. When others saw these teachers and students, they also felt heavy-hearted. These zombies in the school were originally teachers or students of the school. I don't know what their mood was when they were killing zombies. After killing the last zombie nearby, the two groups officially met. Chapter 47, Leaving School. Hello, I'm Song Qingjun, the chief of the patrol team of the B City Security Base. Are there any other survivors in the school? It was not convenient for others to step forward, so Song Qingjun, a member of the official base, stepped forward on his own initiative. When they heard Song Qingjun say that he was from the B City Security Base, the eyes of several teachers and students lit up. Although this is the first time I heard the name Safety Base, it sounds like an official organization. Isn't this what they have been waiting for so long? Yes. After the zombie virus broke out, we spontaneously gathered all the survivors in the school cafeteria. There are about 100 or 200 students in the cafeteria right now. Did you come here specifically to carry out the rescue? Speaking of this, Song Qingjun fell silent. They didn't come here specifically to rescue us. It can be said that if it were not for the invitation from Chu Jianyue, Shin Jigue, and the other four, they might not have passed by here today. Although the truth was cruel, he didn't want to deceive the public. The teachers among the psychics soon understood the reason behind Song Qingjun's silence. Although they were a little sad, they could understand. This is a school with teachers, students, and workers in various positions, totaling 2,000 to 3,000 people, but only 100 to 200 survived. It is understandable that they dare not rush in to rescue such a large group of zombies. As long as the final result is good, they don't need to care about the process. Stop chatting. There are still a lot of zombies in the school. If we continue chatting, those zombies will come over, and it will be troublesome. Although the zombie crystal cores can restore their superpowers, their own bodies will not be able to withstand another high-intensity battle. You are right. I will organize other teachers and students to come out and leave with you. No matter what happens outside, being able to leave school is their greatest luck. Chu Jiangyue and his group followed several teachers and students towards the cafeteria. Because of fear of zombie attacks, the cafeteria door is always closed. However, some of the zombies outside have been cleared out temporarily, and there won't be too many zombies coming over in a short period of time. This is their best chance to leave the school. Several teachers and students came to the cafeteria door and knocked on the door using Morse code. Soon, someone opened the door from the inside. Teacher Lu, you are back. Hurry, organize the students to leave. Hurry up. Lu Huan spoke immediately without waiting for the doors to be fully opened. What? The teacher who came to open the door didn't react for a moment. She just couldn't believe it. Hurry up. The road from the cafeteria to the school gate of the teaching building has been cleared of zombies. Now is the best time for us to leave the school. If we don't hurry up, the zombies will gather here again, and it will be difficult to get out. Lu Huan didn't think that Song Qingjun and the others would fight their way out for them. Okay, I'll organize it now. Although she was still a little slow to react, she trusted Lu Huan and immediately began to organize all the teachers and students to line up and prepare to leave. When the other teachers and students heard her words, they were also confused. Fortunately, the students' instinct to listen to their teachers was ingrained in their bones. When they heard her say to line up, they finished quickly in no time. As for other teachers, they just need to follow the students' group. What? Teacher, did Chung Yu and the others succeed? Some students have already reacted. Now is not the time to talk about this. Just follow my instructions. The teacher who organized the departure was not clear about the specific situation, But Lu Huan asked her to organize the teachers and students to line up and prepare to leave, so she did it. When the teachers and students came out of the cafeteria and saw Lu Huan and Chu Jiangyue and his group, their eyes suddenly turned red. They had been hanging on in the cafeteria for who knows how many days and were almost in despair. Now suddenly someone tells them they can leave. Who wouldn't be excited? Seeing that everyone had come out, Song Qingjun took several of his subordinates and walked at the front, middle and back of the team to protect everyone within the encirclement. However, the number of people they brought this time is still too small, and the area they can protect is limited, so they still have to let Lu Huan and others escort them together. Chu Jiangyue had already completed the task of collecting 100 zombie crystal cores. Seeing the 200 people walking out of the cafeteria, Chu Jiangyue did not show much emotion. Many of the teachers and students noticed Chu Jiangyue's presence, but no one asked, so Chu Jiangyue was too lazy to explain. Boss Chu, can I take them to Jianglin Hotel to settle them down? According to Lu Huan, there are a total of 1 to 200 teachers and students here. This place is too far from the B city base, and Jianglin Hotel is closer. Moreover, Song Qingjun felt that as long as they had lived in Jianglin Hotel, they probably would not want to live in the base. After all, life at the base may not be better than life at Jianglin Hotel. If the hotel doesn't have enough rooms, you can take them to a hotel to rest. If the hotel has rooms, they can stay as long as they want. Because Song Qingjun brought a group of people from the B city security base last time, Building 1 of the hotel is already full, and Building 2 is also occupied. She couldn't accommodate so many people at once until the hotel had new rooms available. After hearing Chu Jianyue's words, Song Qingjun felt a little regretful. It's okay. Let them see for themselves when the time comes. If possible, Song Qingjun certainly hopes that everyone can stay at Jianglin Hotel, but unfortunately the current conditions do not allow it. A group of people led 200 teachers and students and walked towards the school gate as fast as possible. Occasionally, 1 or 2 zombies pounced on them, but Shun Jigue and the others took care of them. All the teachers and students looked at them with admiration. They were also superpowers. How come the teachers and students in their school who had awakened superpowers were not as powerful as others? Brother, what hotel are you talking about? I want to go home. Can you take me home? Zhu Lanlan came to Song Qingjun's side at some point, asked questions in a sweet voice, and made her own request. Where is your home? If the road back to Jianglin Hotel was in the same direction, he wouldn't mind sending people home. But I don't know if there is anyone in the home she mentioned. My home is in Jinyu Bay. Big brother, please take me home. I don't want to stay in a hotel. Seeing that Song Qingjun did not refuse, Zhu Lanlan took advantage of the situation and directly asked Song Qingjun to take her home. Song Qingjun frowned slightly. Jinyu Bay and Jianglin Hotel are not in the same direction. They are even in opposite directions. Your home is in the opposite direction of the hotel. Sorry. Follow the main group to Jianglin Hotel first, and then decide where to go. There was no way Song Qingjun would leave the others behind just for her. Zhu Lanlan didn't expect to be rejected, and she couldn't hold back her tears. She really wanted to go home. She had never suffered such hardship in her life. Big brother, just take me home. As long as you take me home, I will ask my parents to give you money. My family is rich. Chapter 48, Overload. Zhu Lamlin's words made Song Qingjun frown slightly. Our presence at your school is not a rescue mission. If you insist on going home, you can leave on your own. We are not responsible for your life or safety. Song Qingjun did not change any decision because of Zhu Lamlin's words. Although he is the captain of the base patrol team, in the context of the apocalyptic era, they have no obligation to be responsible for those who do not cooperate with their commands. Zhu Lanlan didn't expect that even though she was so humble, this poor soldier still rejected her. But she didn't dare to leave the team and go home alone. Although she was very reluctant, Zhu Lanlan could only return to the team and move forward with the large army. The group was lucky that they didn't learn about the huge horde of zombies on their way out of the school. When I left the school gate, I saw ruins outside. Not even a pedestrian could be seen on the street, only 1 or 2 zombies wandering aimlessly occasionally. Captain Song, how are we going to get there? Is the hotel you mentioned far away? You don't want us to walk there by ourselves. Both teachers and students in the school are worried about this problem. Song Qingjun was also a little embarrassed. When they came over, he thought it was just Shun Jigue and the others who invited them over to kill zombies. Unexpectedly, the survivors who accidentally saved the school were so many that their own car simply could not fit them. Song Qingjun looked at Chu Jiangyue. Boss Chu, do you have any ideas? These teachers and students have only eaten a little bit in the past few days to maintain their vital signs. It is not realistic to ask them to walk to Jianglin Hotel. Host, you can let them turn on the navigation and then choose an off-road vehicle like the host, but it costs 500 copper coins for customers to turn on the navigation service, and they also need to pay a fee based on time when using the vehicles provided by the navigation service, 50 copper coins per hour for an off-road vehicle. The transportation tools provided by the navigation service can free your hands and automatically drive safely along the planned route. Chu Jiangyue was a little surprised when she heard the little fox's words. I didn't expect that the navigation service has such a hidden function. Although the rental fee is much more expensive than her electric scooter, it is expensive for a reason. The fact that it can drive automatically is a great experience. But now there is not much time to worry about it. It would be nice to have a car for them to sit in. 500 copper coins activate the navigation service and choose the appropriate vehicle among the vehicles. The rental price for off-road vehicles is 50 copper coins per hour. It's up to you whether you want to turn it on or not. After Chu Jiangyue said that, he opened the navigation service directly and chose the off-road vehicle without hesitation. Seeing the reappearance of the silver off-road vehicle, Shin Jigue and others' eyes lit up. Isn't this much more comfortable than driving a small electric donkey? However, they can't just leave the e-donkey here. In the end, after a duel rock, paper, scissors, Xie Silin and Su Zhuqing successfully stand out and lost the duel. You go and ride the bike over by yourselves and follow the big group. Shin Jige didn't give the two of them a chance to talk and directly settled the matter. Although Xie Silin and Su Zhuqing felt regretful, they were willing to admit defeat and walked in the direction where they had just parked the electric donkey. When Song Qingjun and Ling Feng heard Chu Jiangyue's words, their eyes lit up. There is even a navigation service? Why didn't they find out earlier? At Chu Jiangyue's reminder, the group used 500 copper coins to activate the navigation service. Among bicycles, electric vehicles, and cars, they all chose cars. However, after their car came out, you could tell at a glance that it was different from Boss Chu's. However, since he is the boss, it is understandable that he has some special care. Choose a car for yourselves and get on. Hurry up. It is daytime now, and the sun above can burn people. Chu Jiangyue and the others are fine because they are wearing constant temperature suits, but the teachers and students are suffering. According to the characteristics of Jianglin Hotel, the car provided by the navigation service should be able to isolate the outside temperature so that they will not be exposed to the scorching sun on the road. Lu Huan and his teachers and students stared at the cars that appeared out of thin air with their eyes wide open. They have only been trapped in school for a few days, but has development outside been so fast? However, now is not the time to ask these questions. Under Song Qingjuan's arrangement, there are about 13 to 14 people in a car. When the 8th person got on the bus, many people were startled by the sudden overload warning. But now, in order to transfer them as quickly as possible, there is simply no room for so many people without overloading. Song Qingjun looked at Chu Jiangyue again. She is the boss, so she should have problems to solve, right? Chu Jiangyue. Why does it feel like she's just a tool delivering props to them today? Host, you can spend 20 gold coins to eliminate this overload alarm. Overloading is definitely not in compliance with regulations, but given the current special circumstances, the little fox came up with a solution. However, 20 gold coins can be considered a huge amount. I don't know if Song Qingjun has so many gold coins on him. Chu Jiangyue continued to be the little fox's mouthpiece. 20 gold coins to eliminate this overload alarm. Otherwise, just get on the bus according to the approved number of people. 20 gold coins. Song Qingjun was shocked by the amount Chu Jiangyue mentioned. Although he was capable, he was not a capable person who could have 20 gold coins. After all, he had only been in Jianglin Hotel for a short time. Hello, I want to ask, what are these gold coins and copper coins? Lu Huan was standing nearby and heard quite a bit of what was said, but he felt that he could not understand a lot of the conversation between Song Qingjun and Chu Jiangyue. You will understand all this when you arrive at Jianglin Hotel. The problem now is that I don't have that many gold coins. There was money in his account that he had used to buy road construction material packages at the base, but when he went to Jianglin Hotel for the second time, he gave it to Chu Jiangyue. Now there are only 10 gold coins in his account. Sounds poor? But if you convert it, it's about 100,000, which is not a small amount. Host, if the gold coins are not enough, you can ask them to use gold, silver, and jewelry to make up for it. I can act as an exchanger for the time being. Although the little fox is not very smart, it is the system manager of the Doomsday Hotel after all. It has all the functions that the machines in the hotel have. Add 5 gold coins, and I can open a temporary exchange channel for you. The total is 25 gold coins. You can collect them yourself. Little Fox. Its host is so expensive and makes money, and adding money is really a casual thing. But it likes it. He, okay. Thank you, Boss Chu. I'll arrange for someone to find the item right away. Why don't you ask the teachers and students if they have anything you can exchange for it? You can't bear the 25 gold coins all by yourself. Seeing that Song Qingjun was actually planning to let his team members find the exchange items temporarily, Chu Jiangyue couldn't bear it anymore. There are 100 or 200 people. If everyone contributes a little, maybe the money can be collected. This is not how you act as a nice guy. Chapter 49, Crowdfunding Exchange for Gold Coins. Boss Chu is right. I think you can ask them. If you are not willing to contribute even this little bit, then you are truly, what an ungrateful wolf. Ling Feng also spoke up, seeing Song Qingjun worried about the gold coins. While the teachers and students didn't say a word, not even a word of concern, Ling Feng felt heartbroken. These people wasted their kindness. If there's anything we can do to help, we'll do our best. Lu Huan had been listening carefully to the conversation between Song Qingjun and Chu Jiangyue. He knew that they probably needed to exchange something to raise money, but he didn't know what they needed. The problem now is that if everyone gets on the bus, it will be overloaded. If you want to get everyone on the bus regardless of the overload, you must collect 25 gold coins, open a temporary exchange channel, and exchange enough gold coins to eliminate the overload alarm. To exchange for gold coins, you need gold, silver, and jewelry. If you have zombie crystal cores, that will also work. Song Qingjun knew that Lu Huan and several other psychics who came out to kill zombies, after seeing them collecting zombie crystal cores, also started to collect the crystal cores of the zombies they had killed before. If they are willing to exchange their zombie crystal cores, they can still get a considerable amount of money. Gold, silver, and jewelry? I only have a watch and a jade pin my mother gave me. Among the zombies I killed today, I only found some white transparent crystal cores, not many in number. Lu Huan took off his watch, but he was reluctant to part with the jade pendant because it was given to him by his mother. Now that zombies are rampant, these gold, silver, and jewelry are no longer useful. Food is the most important thing. Song Qingjun reminded him. Well, whatever we can get is good enough. Lu Huan gave all the watch, pendant, and crystal cores he picked up today to Song Qingjun. The few psychics who had followed Lu Huan out to kill zombies also took out their belongings. It's a pity that few teachers or students have the habit of wearing jewelry, and they can't produce anything except the crystal core. I have a gold bracelet, a platinum ring, and a necklace. Take a look. The teacher who had organized the students to line up also stood up and took off all the jewelry he was wearing. After a few people started, many people came forward and handed over what they were wearing. Song Qingjun couldn't carry so much by himself, so Shinjigui asked Jiang He, a person with space powers, to come over and help collect the things. Because of the existence of Jianglin Hotel, Jiang He didn't have many things in his space, but there was still room for some gold, silver, and jewelry. Chu Jiangyue sat in the driver's seat of her silver SUV, quietly waiting for Song Qingjun to raise money. That big sister, Boss Chu. Hearing Boss Chu, Chu Jiangyue subconsciously opened her eyes and looked in the direction where the voice came from. Is something wrong? Brother Song has been asking you questions. Is the Jianglin Hotel they are talking about yours? Chu Jiangyue nodded. Yes, I opened it. Brother Song just said that there are zombies everywhere now. Aren't you afraid of running a hotel by yourself? Children just have a lot of problems. Zombies can't get into my hotel. Within a 10-meter radius of Jianglin Hotel, zombies will automatically avoid it and will not step into this circle. Wow, your hotel is so awesome. So, is the base even more awesome? It's great that zombies can't get in. Unlike them, they have been living in fear in the cafeteria these days, fearing that they would be attacked by zombies. That day, they were surrounded by zombies, and not even a bone was left of them. Chu Jiangyue glanced at the student. He had round eyes and was quite cute, but he didn't look very well. You are wrong. The base does not have this function. Chu Jiangyue's words poured cold water on the little girl. But it doesn't matter. As long as you have enough gold coins to pay for the room and fill your stomach every day, you can live in the hotel for a long time. As long as you don't do anything that harms the interests of the hotel, I will never drive you away. I just gave him a basin of cold water, and then I immediately gave him a sweet date. Really? But we are all ordinary people. The little girl looked a little listless. God knows how envious she was when she saw those people with special powers using their special powers. This boss sister is also a person with supernatural powers. Level 1 zombies are still easy to kill. In my hotel, you only need the money from exchanging 2 crystal cores to spend a day. 100 copper coins are for a single room, and the remaining 100 copper coins are used to buy steamed buns to fill your stomach. If you eat less, there will be some left over from the 200 copper coins. As for you guys, you can try to find some time when the brothers are free to teach you some skills, so that you will be more confident when killing zombies. As for superpowers, everyone has the potential to awaken superpowers. It just depends on whether you can seize the opportunity. Some people awaken their special powers when they are on the verge of life and death and survive. Some people awaken their special powers when their emotions experience extreme ups and downs and begin a different life. Some people awaken their special powers without any warning, bringing strange colors to their ordinary lives. Of course, there are also people who cannot awaken their special powers in their entire life. We can only say, everyone has their own fate. Boss sister, what you mean is that we also have the opportunity to awaken our superpowers. The girl's eyes were full of anticipation, and when she looked at Chu Jiangyue, they seemed to be shining. But this boss sister, what is her name? Everyone is the same. Of course, Chu Jiangyue would not give a definite answer. After all, she had never seen them in her previous life, and she didn't know whether they would awaken their special powers in the future. If she doesn't wake up and is blamed, it would be too unfair to her. Thank you, boss sister. We will work hard to awaken our superpowers. As long as there is hope, they will look forward to becoming superpowers in the future. Come on. Chu Jianyue's encouragement was a little perfunctory. But before the girl could react, Song Qingjun came over with Jiang He and several of his subordinates. Boss Chu, the things we just collected are all here. Thank you for your help. Pay 5 gold coins first to open the temporary exchange channel. Chu Jiangyue waved her hand, and a double-sided virtual screen appeared between the two of them. Just place your ID card in the sensing area. This is a sense of ritual, and the money-making operation is done by the little fox. Song Qingjun followed instructions and placed his ID card in the interest area on the virtual screen. As soon as he put the ID card in, Song Qingjun saw that his balance was 5 gold coins less. Don't ask, it's heartbreaking to ask. Okay, put everything in a pile, and I'll open the exchange channel. Song Qingjun also spread a layer of transparent plastic on the ground, and then threw the various things he collected on it. Zhang He also released the things he had collected in his space, and several of Song Qingjun's subordinates also put down the things in their hands. When they took some of them, they didn't think there were that many, but when they put them together, it was actually quite a lot, like a small mountain. Chapter 50. More refund, less supplement? Make up the part you were short of? There were so many things that the system took a long time to announce before it finally calculated the total amount, which could be exchanged for 21 gold coins, 56 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. Seeing this amount, Chu Jiangyue blinked his eyes. Captain Song was really being wronged. I've exchanged them all for you. After deducting 20 gold coins to eliminate the overload alarm, there is still 1 gold coin, 56 silver coins, and 50 bronze coins left. Song Qingjun had just given 5 gold coins, which meant he had lost almost 4 gold coins. Chu Jiangyue didn't even have the heart to remove the remaining fraction. Chu Jiangyue looked at Song Qingjun with sympathy at this time. What a sucker. Song Qingjun, go ahead. Aren't there some left? Shouldn't these be returned to us to share equally? Zhu Lanlan was still resentful that Song Qingjun did not send her home. When she saw there were still some gold coins left, she started to act up again. Chu Jiangyue had deducted 20 gold coins, and the overload warning had been eliminated. When he heard Zhu Lanlan jumping out to ask for gold coins, he raised his eyebrows slightly. Song Qingjun originally thought that as a grown man, he would suffer a small loss as they were just a bunch of teachers' children. But Zhu Lanlan's behavior really made him feel disheartened. Since he cares so much, then let him care about it. In order to eliminate the overload warning for you, I just paid 5 gold coins to open a temporary exchange channel. After deducting 20 gold coins from the things you gave me, there is only 1 gold coin, 56 silver coins, and 50 copper coins left. I still need 3 gold coins, 44 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. Please discuss with me how to supply me with the zombie crystal cores. They have to kill 300 zombies to get 3 gold coins. How can they pay it back? Everyone else looked at Zhu Lanlan with resentment. Does she have any brains? People had not cared about it at first, but now that she said that, they were in debt of more than 3 gold coins. It's okay for those with special abilities, but ordinary people like them can only be afraid when facing zombies, let alone killing zombies and taking their crystal cores. Moreover, primary zombies do not have crystal cores. If you want crystal cores, you can only kill zombies of level 1 or above. That's something you were willing to give. We didn't force you to give it. Zhu Lanlan realized that she must have said something wrong, but she didn't want to admit that she was wrong, so she continued to talk back with her neck stiff. Song Qingjuan's face looked ugly, and he even began to regret why he had meddled in other people's business. They should be allowed to use the crystal cores to collect enough gold coins, and then take them to the boss to exchange. If you don't have enough on you, you can go and kill zombies and get crystal cores yourself. But now that things have come to this, he has nothing more to say. He must make them return the gold coins. He is a public servant, not a sucker. Teacher Liu, you two should discuss this matter among yourselves. 3 gold coins, 44 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. Not a penny less. Lu Huan didn't expect that things would develop to this point. Through these days of getting along, he knew that Zhu Lanlan's way of thinking was different from that of normal people, but he didn't know that she was so stupid. I'm sorry, we will make up for the missing part, but can Captain Song please give us some time? After all, they had just been rescued and had just handed in all their jewelry and crystal cores to make gold coins. If they were asked to make up for it now, they would be short of money. I can provide a friendly service for signing the debt agreement. Mr. Liu can organize people to sign it. You're welcome. Chu Jiangyue waved her hand, and a virtual screen appeared in front of Song Qingjun and every teacher and student. Look how considerate she is. The teachers and students were startled by the sudden appearance of the virtual screen, and the way they looked at Chu Jiangyue changed. Who on earth could do such a weird thing? Her smile was so sweet, but it made people unconsciously afraid to resist. Seeing Chu Jiangyue's actions, Song Qingjun smiled, raised his hand, and signed his name in the place where Party A signed, then looked up at Lu Huan. Teacher Liu, I'm in trouble. Lu Huan knew that Song Qingjun wanted him to instruct all teachers and students to sign this agreement. Lu Huan felt as if a string in his heart suddenly broke. He sighed and signed his name. Student Zhu Lanlan, please sign. Any of the 200 teachers and students can choose not to sign, but Zhu Lanlan must sign. Zhu Lanlan didn't want to sign, but with so many people watching, she had to. Several people who had gone out with Lu Huan to kill zombies before also signed their names. As for the remaining people, some were hesitant, some were very straightforward, and some were directly full of resistance. But now this money is for all of them to use, and not signing would mean giving up on following the car back, so in the end, everyone signed the agreement. The moment they all signed, the virtual screen disappeared. It's finally done. Choose your own car and get in. We're leaving. Chu Jiangyue had gotten out of the car before to facilitate communication. Now that everything was settled, he sat back in his driver's seat. Previously, many people were unable to get on the bus due to overloading. Now that the problem has been resolved, everyone is rushing towards the bus of their choice. Many people also squeezed into Chu Jiangyue's silver business car. However, because Chu Jiangyue had just displayed various extraordinary abilities, the 2 girls sitting in the passenger seat squeezed each other and did not dare to get close to Chu Jiangyue. Doomsday Hotel navigation is at your service. Please confirm your destination. Chu Jiangyue directly chose Zhonglin Hotel. Destination Zhonglin Hotel, planning the route for you. The car is now overloaded. Although Chu Jiangyue is confident in his driving skills, he still thinks it is more reliable to leave it to the navigation system for automatic driving. So the other people in the car saw that Chu Jiangyue had completely freed his hands, but the car was still driving forward on its own. After a while, Chu Jiangyue even ate some cut fruits. She cut it herself and put it into the system backpack. Boss sister, are you sure this is okay? She is so scared. It's just automatic driving. It's much safer than me driving. Chu Jiangyue replied nonchalantly. How nice it would be to free up his hands. He had spent too much energy killing zombies today. If the location wasn't wrong, Chu Jiangyue even wanted to take a nap first. After hearing what Chu Jiangyue said, although the others were terrified, they didn't know what to say. Fortunately, their school and Zhonglin Hotel were not too far away, and they returned to Zhonglin Hotel about half an hour later. We have arrived at the destination. This navigation service has ended. Please get off as soon as possible. I wish you a happy life. We're here, get off. After saying that, Chu Jiangyue opened the car door and got out first. The others got off the car as instructed. The business car with a capacity of 7 people had 13 or 14 people getting out of it. This will not be seen by the guests in Zhonglin Hotel. You have nothing on you, and you are still in debt. I suggest you go find some gold and jewelry nearby, or kill a few zombies before going in. Without money, you absolutely cannot survive in Zhonglin Hotel. This is the disadvantage of Zhonglin Hotel, but also its advantage. Okay, thank you for the reminder, boss sister. The girls were very grateful to Chu Jiangyue for reminding them. Chapter 51. There are employees. After all of them got off the car, the business car that appeared because of the navigation service disappeared directly on the spot. People who don't know the reason think that there are so many people with space abilities among these people. It was only later that I found out that it was because of the hotel navigation. Hey, why are you leaving? Are you just going to leave us alone after tricking us here? Zhu Lanlan started to act up again. However, no one paid any attention to her this time. Lu Huan's character is pretty good. Before entering Jianglin Hotel, Song Qingjun also reminded him. Lu Huan, who had witnessed Chu Jianyue's extraordinary methods before returning, attached great importance to Song Qingjun's reminder and immediately took a few obedient students to find the zombies. Although the zombies near Jianglin Hotel have been almost cleared out, you can still find one or two occasionally. Back at Jianglin Hotel, Chu Jianyue relaxed completely. This was where she should be. That group of teachers and students wanted to stay at Jianglin Hotel, and they had to go outside to find things or kill zombies. Chu Jianyue was not in a hurry to wait for them in Building 2, and went straight back to his wooden house to wash up. It was an hour later when she came out again. Put on a clean miniskirt and boots, and give yourself a wavy curl, and you will be an exquisite pig girl again. When she came out of the wooden house and arrived at Building 2, many people were already waiting for her. When Chu Jianyue went out, she wore a constant temperature suit, which was no different from what Shun Jigue and his group of men wore. Even her hair was tied into a bun. Now she suddenly wore an exquisite dress and had her hair done carefully. When all the teachers and students saw Chu Jianyue, it was as if she had been transformed. This is the boss's sister? A face without makeup, lips without rouge. Is this really the most beautiful thing in the world? Even Zhu Lanlan was stunned. When she came to her senses, all she was left with was jealousy. Sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Seeing that someone was waiting for her, Chu Jianyue felt a little embarrassed. She thought they would be out for a long time, but she didn't expect them to come back so soon. It's okay. We just got back too. You are so beautiful, boss sister. The girl's eyes flickered as if filled with stars as she looked at Chu Jianyue. Thank you. You are beautiful too. Although she looked a little dirty because she hadn't washed for a while, Chu Jianyue could still tell that the girl must have been well raised by her family. After such a long time, she could still see some residual baby fat. Let's get in line. There aren't many rooms. First come, first served. Although he had a good impression of the girl, Chu Jianyue never thought of giving her a backdoor. Those who wanted to stay at Jianglin Hotel immediately ran over to grab the front row, but those who wanted to go to the base were not so anxious. If Song Qingjun and the others hadn't said that even if they went to the base, they would need to use their ID cards, they might not even want to apply for them. Zhu Lanlan is one of them. Because he was jealous of Chu Jianyue's good looks and comfortable life, he didn't want to spend money in the hotel and provide Chu Jianyue with sales. However, Chu Jianyue was completely unaware of all this. After all, she would not pay attention to an insignificant person for no reason. The little fox didn't react at all, which proved that these people were nameless passersby in its script. The girl ran quickly towards Chu Jianyue and finally grabbed the second place. The first place was Lu Huan. This is the exchange machine. Just put the items on the tray if you want to exchange them. Lu Huan followed his instructions and placed the jewelry he had found and the crystal cores he had taken out from killing zombies on the testing tray. Detected 2 low-purity metals, 2 jades, 20 level 1 zombie crystal cores. Can be exchanged for 50 silver coins. Do you want to exchange? Press yes to confirm. Press no to cancel. Lu Huan didn't hesitate and clicked yes. The next second, he got his ID card and a balance of 50 silver coins. 50 silver coins was neither too much nor too little, enough to support him living in Jianglin Hotel for a while. Please give me a single room. There are no more ordinary single rooms left. Only deluxe single rooms are left. They cost 2 silver coins a day. How many days do you want to stay? About 10 days. If possible, Lu Huan would like to find his relatives. So many days have passed, and he doesn't know how they are doing. 20 silver coins. Leave your ID card here to pay. Every time a new person comes, he needs to be taught the operation again, and Chu Jianyue is starting to get a little tired of it. I don't know if she can hire employees. Lu Huan took the ID card, glanced at it briefly, and then swiped the card to make money according to Chu Jianyue's instructions. Okay, room number 601. Enter the elevator this way. Just swipe your card, and the elevator will automatically take you to the corresponding floor. Find your room and swipe your card to enter. Lu Huan nodded to show that he understood. Boss sister, this is what I want to exchange. The girl looked at Chu Jianyue with a smile and took out a lot of things from her school bag. However, in comparison, Lu Huan's exchange amount is larger. Through the hotel staff list, Chu Jiangyue learned the girl's name, Shangyu. The moment Shangyu got the ID card, his eyes lit up. Boss sister, I'll stay for 20 days too. Chu Jiangyue, of course, quickly helped her complete the check-in procedures, and Shangyu spent 20 silver coins, and the balance instantly ran out. There was a hint of pain in her eyes, but she didn't want to compromise herself in terms of food and accommodation. The last 56 rooms were booked one after another, and there was a wailing of people who wanted to stay at Zhonglin Hotel. But they had no choice but to apply for identity cards first and wait for Song Qingjun to take them to the security base in City B. After dealing with these teacher and student matters, Chu Jiangyue finally had some free time. He opened his panel and began to check the rewards for the Zombie Crystal Core mission. Task: please complete the Zombie Crystal Core Collection task. 235 out of 100. Completed. Mission rewards: exceeding the mission target. Reward: 1 mango sapling, 1 management robot, experience points plus 1,000. Current hotel level: 3, 7150/10,000. When Chu Jiangyue saw the management robot, his eyes lit up. He really wanted someone to bring him a pillow when he was sleepy. The employee she wanted is here. Chu Jiangyue returned to his Friday and took the robot out of the system backpack. Looking at the robot in front of him that looked exactly like a human, Chu Jiangyue fell into deep thought. Management robot number 018 is at your service. Please give me a name, master. Can a robot really have such a magnetic voice? But Chu Jiangyue just thought in her heart, Chu Jianyang. Since I'm her employee, of course I should take her last name. Name loaded successfully. Officially started. Master. No, just call me boss. Master or something like that is awkward. This is not a fantasy world, an era where both parties sign a master-servant contract. Okay, boss. Chu Jiangyue was satisfied. Our office lobby hasn't been set up yet. Please find some time to get it done. Besides, Chu Jiangyue began to assign tasks to Chu Jianyang. Chapter 52. Expanding New Customer Mission. The rooms at Zhonglin Hotel are full, and those who are not hotel guests must leave within 2 hours. Song Qingjun was also afraid that someone would be suddenly expelled from the hotel. So he returned to Zhonglin Hotel, bought a few sets of constant temperature suits and some food, and then went to Building 2 to wait. After everyone had received their ID cards and all the hotel rooms were booked, they were quickly organized to leave Zhonglin Hotel. Fortunately, a section of the road between Zhonglin Hotel and the B City security base has been built. They walk along the built road, and there is no need to worry about zombie invasions except for a section of the road in the middle that is not connected. Some people who wanted to stay in the hotel were reluctant to leave at first, but after knowing that they could only stay for 2 hours a day if they were not guests, they had no choice but to give up and followed Song Qingjun and his group out of Zhonglin Hotel. Asterisk. At 12 o'clock in the evening, after Chu Jianyang made sure that everyone was asleep, he clicked on the office lobby and then returned to Chu Jianyue's wooden house. Without anyone knowing, the office lobby was built in front of the cabin. This will also make it convenient for guests to handle their business. Chu Jianyang is the only official employee of the hotel currently in the office lobby. The next day, when the early risers saw the extra buildings, they could only sigh in their hearts that Boss Chu had shown his magical powers again. With the constant temperature suit, Chu Jianyue's working hours were adjusted back to 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. When the guests got up, Chu Jiangyue was still in bed and had not come back. However, Chu Jiangyue did not get up, but Chu Jianyang, who was born as a robot, started working early. The guests entered the office hall with curiosity and were surprised to see Chu Jianyang, who was dressed in a suit and looked like a wealthy butler in TV dramas. Who are you? There are not many guests in Building 2 of Zhonglin Hotel, and most of the guests have met each other once. But they could say with certainty that they had never seen the person in front of them. Good morning. I'm the boss's newly hired hotel butler. You can call me Butler Chu. Same last name as Boss Chu. Could he have gotten in through the back door? If they had known that Boss Chu was going to recruit employees, they would definitely have been happy to serve. However, Chu Jiangyue had not even sent out a recruitment notice. So even if they envied Chu Jianyang's job, they could not do anything. So you're the new housekeeper. What is this building used for? It doesn't look like it's for living to me. This building has nothing in common with Building 1 and Building 2. This is the office lobby. If you need to handle any business in the future, please come here. Are the gold coin exchange and accommodation procedures here? Exchanging gold coins and handling accommodation procedures is currently the most complicated and popular project of Zhonglin Hotel. Chu Jianyang nodded. Yes. Besides this, what else can be done? If we are just moving things from building 1 and building 2 here, there is no need to build a really large office lobby. Guests are invited to explore on their own. No one knew what Chu Jiangyang was thinking. He didn't give a specific answer and let the customer figure it out on his own. The guests were all speechless. Seeing that there was no more fun, the group of people left the office hall. When Shun Jige and his party left building 1, they saw the office lobby. This is overnight. Tall buildings rose from the ground. It was indeed Boss Chu's style. Go over and have a look. Since it is a new building in the hotel, it is not necessarily useless. Maybe you can get some surprises after passing by. Seeing someone coming over again, Chu Jiangyang smiled and greeted them again. Boss Chu's new employee? If I had known that Boss Chu was going to recruit, I. Before Su Zhucheng could finish speaking, Shin Jigue slapped him on the back of the head. Don't think about it. Since Boss Chu didn't send any notice, he probably didn't intend to hire anyone among us to do this job from the beginning. Compared to Su Zhucheng's stubbornness, Jiang he seems to be much smarter. A few people came over to take a look around and then left. With the constant temperature suits, they now travel during the day instead of at night. They will be going out soon, so now is time for breakfast. Asterisk. Task release. Please host to expand new guests for Zhonglin Hotel, 1000. Task reward. To be unlocked. At 10 o'clock in the morning, Chu Jiangyue was just about to go out when he received a new task. We are expanding our customer base to new customers, but we don't know to what extent this expansion will happen. However, the system did not answer Chu Jiangyue. When asked, the little fox said it didn't know and let Chu Jiangyue figure it out on his own. Chu Jiangyue. It's the same as not saying anything. When I arrived at the office lobby, only the robot Chu Jiangyang was there. How is it? Are you adapting to the work? Chu Jiangyue asked casually. I'm adapting very well, master. Boss, don't worry. Chu Jiangyang is originally a management robot, and just letting him be in charge of the work in the office lobby is a bit of a waste of talent. However, Zhonglin Hotel currently only has a position for him in the office lobby, and there is no need for him in other places. There's also a mango tree. Plant it next to the random fruit tree when you have time. Whenever Chu Jiangyue is free, she will transfer wood-related abilities to random fruit trees. In the past 2 days, she can already see that it is about to bloom again. Okay, because he was an employee rewarded by the hotel, with Chu Jiangyue's authorization, he had certain authority to take things from Chu Jiangyue's system backpack. When Chu Jiangyue said this, Chu Jiangyang knew that she had already opened the permissions. After talking to Chu Jiangyang about the mango tree, Chu Jiangyue began to think about expanding the customer base. It's not possible to stay near Zhonglin Hotel because the survivors have already moved into the Zhonglin Hotel. Since the nearby area didn't work, Chu Jiangyue shifted his attention to the security base in City B. I don't know if the safe passage has been built yet. If we go to the safe base in City B through the safe passage, it will undoubtedly be the safest and fastest way. Chu Jiangyue is a person with strong execution ability and does things as soon as he thinks of them. After talking to Chu Jiangyang, he started contacting Song Qingjun. Song Qingjun, who had just left Zhonglin Hotel with a group of teachers and students yesterday, did not expect to receive news from Chu Jiangyue. However, when Song Qingjun saw that Chu Jiangyue was actually concerned about the construction progress of the safety passage, he became even more confused. However, he still told Chu Jiangyue about the progress. After all, he still had to build a good relationship with Chu Jiangyue, so it didn't matter if he told her some unimportant things. Chu Jiangyue was a little disappointed when she saw that the progress was less than 1/3. After all, the B City security base and Zhonglin Hotel are too far away, and Chu Jiangyue doesn't want to suffer the hardship of sleeping in the open air. Do you still want me to go out and look for survivors? Chu Jiangyue felt that the 2 most recent missions were really a bit weird. 1,000 new customers. Where is she going to find them? The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, trying not to make any noise in an attempt to reduce its presence. Chu Jiangyue thought for a long time and finally decided to go out and try his luck. Just think of it as training your own special abilities. Chapter 53. The heroine comes and the plot collapses. Before leaving, Chu Jiangyue explained everything to Chu Jiangyang, then turned on the navigation service and chose car as the means of transportation. Chu Jiangyue got on the silver SUV with navigation service again and quickly disappeared from the sight of Zhonglin Hotel. This time, Chu Jiangyue changed direction. Little fox, how big a range can you detect? We are only looking for survivors, not zombies. Chu Jiangyue doesn't rely on zombie crystal cores to make money. His own supernatural powers can be upgraded through more training. and it is not necessary to rely on absorbing zombie crystal cores. Report to the host. I can detect a range of 300 meters. As long as there are living people, I will be able to detect them. After hearing the little fox's answer, Chu Jiangyue had some idea in his mind. Then pay attention, a survivor told me. Today, Chu Jiangyue will transform into the Virgin Mary and save every living person she sees. Receive. Because the mission required Chu Jiangyue to travel outside, the little fox felt guilty. So he responded to every request of Chu Jiangyue. Host, there's a little girl in which convenience store? The little fox's detection function was truly amazing, and it soon gave Chu Jiangyue feedback. Receive. Chu Jiangyue drove the car to the door of the convenience store and killed the 2 zombies wandering outside the door in 2 quick kills. Primary zombies don't have crystal cores, and Chu Jiangyue doesn't even want to look at them. After killing the zombies, start knocking on the door. Click, click, click. Is anyone there? I've dealt with all the zombies outside. Come out if you want to leave. There was no movement inside for a long time. Are you sure your test is okay? It has been such a long time, and her voice is quite loud. Unless you are deaf and dumb, it is impossible not to hear it. It can't be such a coincidence, right? Click, click, click. Chu Jiangyue knocked on the door again. I'll only wait here for 2 minutes. If you don't come out after 2 minutes, I'll leave. Although she really wanted to rescue the person, she couldn't force him if he didn't want to. There is no such thing as a third time. After getting no response the second time, Chu Jiangyue decided not to force it. Chu Jiangyue sat tightly in the silver SUV and looked at the time on his watch. That's right, Chu Jiangyue has a watch. She took it from the cloakroom provided by the system, and it is not affected by the magnetic field of Blue Star. 2 minutes passed quickly, and seeing that no one had come out yet, Chu Jiangyue started the engine and prepared to drive away. At this time, the door of the convenience store opened. A little girl with 2 ponytails came out, who looked about 12 years old. Chu Jiangyue turned around and looked at her through the car window. Will you come with me? Sister, are you here to take my parents away first? Because her parents were busy with work and the zombie virus broke out, her parents were on a business trip, so she ate at her neighbors' houses. When the zombie virus broke out in the middle of the night, she was the only one at home. And because there was nothing to eat at home, she didn't know how much courage she mustered to go out and find food. At first, she was able to avoid the zombies very well, but later she was accidentally discovered by the zombies. In desperation, she hid in a convenience store, locked the door, and successfully avoided the zombies. There was food and drinks in the convenience store, so she didn't leave. I met this sister today. She was scared at first, but she knew that staying in the convenience store was not a long-term solution, so she came out as a temporary measure. No, I'll take you to a place where you can buy food. It doesn't matter that Zhonglin Hotel has no rooms at the moment. She can live with the people from the B City security base at the base. Although you may not necessarily live a very good life in the base, at least there is a certain degree of security guarantee. There are some more things in the store. Can I take them? Anyway, I don't know if it's good luck or what, but no one has come into the convenience store in all these days. She was the only one who ate some of the food in the store, so there was a lot left. ASAP. After hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, the little girl quickly ran into the convenience store and packed everything she thought she could use into the backpack she carried when she left home. The little girl felt dirty because she hadn't washed for such a long time. She was too embarrassed to sit in the passenger seat, so she got in the car and sat behind Chu Jiangyue. After making sure everyone was seated, Chu Jiangyue closed the car door. Keep looking for someone. Okay, host. The little fox started looking for someone again. Sister, where are we going now? Have no idea. The main purpose of her going out today was to do whatever she wanted, and she didn't know how many survivors she could find. When the girl heard Chu Jiangyue say she didn't know, she opened her mouth but ultimately said nothing. Now that you have made a decision, you cannot regret it halfway. Host, there are several people 200 meters ahead. The little fox's voice sounded in his mind again, and Chu Jiangyue's eyes lit up. If it is a team, then they should all be adults. Compared to minors like little girls, it is easier to communicate with adults. Chu Jiangyue drove faster, and sure enough, after driving about 200 meters, he saw a few people. But one of them seems a little familiar. Chu Jiangyue parked the car near the other party. Wait for me in the car. I'll go down and take a look. Chu Jiangyue gave some instructions to the little girl behind her, then opened the car door and got out. The closer Chu Jiangyue got, the more she felt that the electric bike parked between them looked familiar. Boss Chu. Jin Churen didn't expect to meet Chu Jiangyue somewhere other than Zhonglin Hotel. As soon as Jin Churen spoke, Chu Jiangyue recognized his voice. Host, it's the heroine's younger brother. Oh my! And the heroine. What's going on? Didn't they say that the heroine was in H City, S province? It's only been a short time. How come she's already in B City? This timing is not right. Oh, and there's also the affectionate second male lead, Huijun. What is going on? Seeing Jin Churin, Jin Chuyu, and Huan, the little fox instantly became furious. It was agreed that only Jin Churin would go to H City to find his sister, so the heroine would not have come to B City so early. The plot collapsed. Chu Jiangyue. She didn't expect this result. If she had known this would happen, she should not have told him the location of Ling Churin's sister just for those 1 or 2 gold coins. Hello. Chu Jianyue's smile was a little forced. This plot is probably completely broken, and I don't know if it can be repaired. When Jin Chuyu and the others saw Jin Churin and Chu Jianyue greeting each other, their originally tense bodies relaxed a little. Sister, she is the owner Chu of the magical hotel I told you about. Jin Churin didn't notice that there was anything wrong with Chu Jianyue and was very active in introducing Chu Jianyue's identity to his sister. Hello, Jin Chuyu. Huan. The remaining 3 people also reported their names one by one. Chu Jianyue. Are you guys here to rest and prepare to go to Jianglin Hotel? Since Jin Churin brought the person here, Chu Jianyue could probably guess his intention. Jin Chuyu nodded slightly. I do have this plan. However, whether or not to stay at Jianglin Hotel depends on their considerations. Chapter 54 Warehouse Incident, Calling for Personnel. The heroine is here, and she's about to meet the hero. The plot has been advanced by 2 months. The voice of the little fox chirped in Chu Jianyue's mind, making Chu Jianyue's head buzz. Are you going to stay at Jianglin Hotel? A group of teachers and students just arrived at Jianglin Hotel, and all the rooms are fully occupied. Knowing that there were no rooms at Jianglin Hotel, you probably wouldn't have stayed there for long, right? Otherwise, the little fox would be startled and her head would suffer. Ah, no room left. Jin Churin felt a little regretful. His sister and her teammates had praised Jianglin Hotel to the skies. They never expected that there would be no rooms available when they returned. The others looked at each other in bewilderment. They wanted to visit Jianglin Hotel because of what Jin Churin said. Unexpectedly, they met the boss halfway and were told directly that there were no rooms available. That's it for now, but the hotel has some new stuff. You can buy some and go to the B City security base. Although she had never been to the B City security base, the fact that a huge amount of money was spent just to build a road bordering Jianglin Hotel showed that the person in power at the base must be a good leader who cares about the people. That's the only way, but Boss Chu, you must let me know when a room is available, and we will come and check in as soon as possible. Jin Churin had stayed at Jianglin Hotel for a few days and knew the environment of the hotel rooms. So if there were rooms available, he would still choose Jianglin Hotel. The others were not as persistent as Jin Churin. They just looked at Chu Jianyue, wanting to see what abilities she had that allowed her to open a hotel in such a world. Just pay attention to the hotel announcements. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. Please do as you please. Since they were people she knew, Chu Jianyue did not classify them as survivors who needed her rescue and had no intention of taking them with her. Of course, Jin Churin and his companions saw the silver SUV that Chu Jianyue was driving. Although they wanted to hitchhike, it was difficult to ask for a ride as there were so many of them. Of their means of communication, the only electric car that Jin Churin rented at Jianglin Hotel is still usable. The others are either out of power or out of oil and cannot be used at all. Chu Jianyue turned around and went back to the silver SUV. Jin Churin looked at her eagerly, praying that Chu Jianyue would take the initiative to ask them to take a ride. Unfortunately, Chu Jianyue did not receive the signal he gave and drove away from their sight. Sister, aren't they going with us? In the car, the little girl looked at Chu Jianyue confusedly. She thought Chu Jianyue would bring someone in the car. They have the ability to protect themselves, so there is no need for me to do anything unnecessary. After answering the girl, Chu Jianyue urged the little fox to find someone in his mind. Host, there's a warehouse over there with dozens of people in it. Chu Jianyue had already driven the car quite far away from Jianglin Hotel and met more people. When Chu Jianyue heard the little fox say there were dozens of people, his eyes lit up. It would be great to have more people. He drove the car to the door of the warehouse with a bang. When he got out of the car, a zombie suddenly pounced on him. Chu Jianyue subconsciously kicked the zombie away. It was a primary zombie that didn't even have a crystal core. Chu Jianyue didn't even bother to look at it for half a second. Woo-woo. Bad guy. Let me go. Don't bully Mom. Ha! That little brat is quite stubborn. The warehouse had no soundproofing, and Chu Jiangyue could hear the obscene language from outside. Hearing the crying of the child and the suppressed sobbing of the woman, Chu Jiangyue's anger suddenly rose. It's only been a short time since the end of the world, but some people can no longer control the evil of human nature. Host, there are too many of them. We can't defeat them. The main reason is that they are too weak and do not have powerful weapons. They can protect the host, but they cannot protect others. Don't worry, I'm sensible. Of course, Chu Jiangyue would not be stupid enough to deliver food, so she opened her virtual panel and started shaking people. Boss Chu. Positioning. Who is nearby? Do you have time to come over? Then click the group message. Shinjigue, we are nearby. We just finished fighting a wave of zombies. Boss Chu, please wait a moment. Just after Chu Jiangyue sent the message, Shinjigue responded instantly. Song Qingjun, I'm on my way back to the base. I'm sorry. Ling Feng. If I had known I would have taken another route today, I would have been too far away to make it through. In the end, only Shin Jigue and the others were nearby, but thinking of the strength of Shun Jigue and the others, Chu Jiangyue felt that it was enough. After confirming that Shun Jigue and the others would come, Chu Jiangyue planned to get off the car. Stay here, don't open the window, don't get out of the car, and don't be afraid if there are zombies, they can't hit you. After saying that, without waiting for the little girl to speak, Chu Jiangyue got out of the car and kicked open the door of the warehouse. Oh! As soon as the door opened, Chu Jiangyue saw a fat, pig-like man lying on a woman's body. He had taken off his shirt, but not his pants. A group of people around looked at this scene with smiles. Opposite them was a 7- or 8-year-old child, who was restrained, but still struggling and crying. Because she was going out, Chu Jiangyue wore a set of sportswear and tied her hair into a ponytail. His whole body was so clean that he didn't look like someone living in the apocalypse. Compared with Chu Jiangyue, the woman with the child suddenly looked inferior. Hey, it's a little girl. Boss, we are lucky today. No one thought that a woman like Chu Jiangyue could cause any trouble among so many people. The woman, who had just been bullied by the pig-like man and was powerless to resist, suddenly jumped up and bit the man's fat hand hard. How dare you bite me, bitch? I don't want to live anymore. After saying that, he slapped the woman hard. The woman's face swelled up instantly, but she still didn't open her mouth and looked at Chu Jiangyue. Go away. Chu Jiangyue couldn't bear to watch it any longer. So he activated his supernatural power and transformed it into a vine with a hard and tough texture. The vines quickly moved towards the man the woman was biting. She is a mutant. Stop her. Seeing the barbed vine whip in Chu Jiangyue's hand, the woman breathed a sigh of relief. In order to avoid the attack of the vines, the man used all his strength to push the person away and kicked her aside, then turned around to actively deal with Chu Jiangyue. Psychic? Then let's see whether it's your vines that leave or my fire ability that's more powerful. As he spoke, the man activated his energy, and a cluster of flames instantly ignited in his hand. However, this flame looked much smaller than those of Lin Shiyuan and Jin Sharon. Chu Jiangyue snorted coldly and swung the vine whip in his hand flexibly, hitting the man directly. The barbs brought up pieces of meat, and the smell of blood instantly filled the entire warehouse. Firepower? I think it's just flames. Can you be the boss? Then your little brothers are really kind. Chapter 55, How to Deal with Scum. Chu Jiangyue's words immediately angered the man. Smelly cousin. As soon as he finished speaking, he threw the flames he had brewed towards Chu Jiangyue. Boom! Before he could throw out the flames, he was struck by lightning. As soon as Chu Jiangyue turned her head, she saw Shun Jigue walking in from the door. Probably because of the light at the door, Shun Jigue's body was backlit at this time, which made his walking figure add a mysterious color. Are you okay? As soon as Shun Jigue came in, what he saw was Chu Jiangyue confronting a group of people. When he saw the person opposite Chu Jiangyue throwing small flames at Chu Jiangyue, he gave the opponent a thunderbolt with his hands faster than his brain. The man who was high-spirited just now was instantly reduced to charcoal. When the lightning disappeared, there was still smoke coming from his mouth. As for the hair, just think of it as giving him an afro for free. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. They were here before she even started to warm up. The boss had been scorched by electricity, and the remaining people had nothing to fear. Chu Jiangyue looked at the young woman in the corner. Lin Shiyuan and Su Zhuqing looked at the person holding the child. Should you hand over the child yourself? Or should we beat you and then hand over the child? The results are the same, but the process is different. Smart people know what to choose. The man unconsciously loosened his grip on the child. The little boy realized that the hand on his shoulder was no longer strong, so he broke free from the man's grip and ran quickly towards his mother. Mother! The young woman, who was originally a little dazed, but when she heard the child's voice, her thoughts were brought back to reality. She quickly hugged the child in her arms, tears streaming down her face. Woo-woo! The woman cried so suppressedly that she didn't even dare to make a sound. Almost just a little bit, even Chu Jiangyue felt a little bit reluctant to see such a scene. I have a car and can take you to find the people at the B City security base and have them escort you back to the B City security base. The main reason was that there were no rooms left at Zhonglin Hotel, and she had no way of keeping anyone there. Secure base? No way. You don't even know the safe base? But think about it. If there is no way to communicate, the news is blocked, and no one deliberately spreads it. I don't know how normal it is. The woman shook her head. It's a safe base established by the government. Ordinary people can live there. It's much better than wandering aimlessly outside. The woman's eyes were dull, but after looking at the child in her arms, she finally had to muster the courage. Okay, I'll follow you. What to do with these people? The boss has been killed by Shun Jigui's lightning strike, but there are others here. Chu Jiangyue looked around. She really didn't want these people to be her hotel guests, but these people had no morals at all. If they were allowed to do so, many more people might be harmed in the future. Take it back to the base for processing. Chu Jiangyue is a businessman who focuses on running hotels. Punishing people is something that people without a base are professional at. Shin Jigue had no objection. Anyway, it was impossible for these people to be allowed to commit crimes outside again. There were quite a few people left. When Shin Jigue and the others came over, they could only use the hotel navigation to get over so quickly. But only one car cannot carry so many people. Finally, someone turned on the navigation and chose a car as a means of transportation. Get in the car! Shin Jigue and others gathered their powers in their hands and looked at the remaining people fiercely. There were only two mother and son, and Chu Jiangyue arranged to get into her silver SUV. Before she got into the car, Chu Jiangyue came to Shin Jigue and said, "Thank you for today, otherwise I wouldn't be able to take so many people back alone." Although her off-road vehicle is rather special, it still has a capacity of 7 people. You're welcome. I regard Boss Chu as a friend. If my friend has something to do, I will explain it to him without any hesitation. Chu Jiangyue glanced at Shin Jigue. Friend? Thank you, it's my pleasure. Chu Jiangyue did not deny what Shin Jigue said. After running around so many places today, Chu Jiangyue didn't want to run anymore. She drove behind Shin Jigue's car and prepared to return to Zhonglin Hotel. The little girl, mother and son in the car were very quiet all the way, not even saying a word. The car slowly stopped in front of Zhonglin Hotel. We're here, get off. After saying that, Chu Jiangyue got off the car first. I went out for a long run today, but only brought back 3 people. Chu Jiangyue felt that this efficiency was a bit low. But when I saw the 3 people in the car, I felt that today's trip was still worth it. The little girl and the mother and son got off the bus at the same time. They were a little at a loss when they saw the Zhonglin Hotel, which was out of place with the surrounding environment. This is my hotel, and there are no rooms available at the moment, so I suggest you follow the people at the base and live in the safe base in City B. But you can go get your ID cards first and buy some food in the hotel to fill your stomach. A group of people come to the B City base every day with the aim of ensuring that as many people as possible in the base are equipped with identity cards so that everyone can resume communication. Sister, what is an ID card? Compared with the mother and her son, the little girl is obviously braver. It's something every guest in my hotel has. You can think of it as a cell phone. After all, the ID card also has a virtual screen, which can be used for payment, chatting, and receiving announcements from Zhonglin Hotel. Anyway, in Zhonglin Hotel, its function is similar to that of mobile phones before the end of the world. What will it cost us? You need to recharge your ID card for the first time. The recharge money will be deposited into the ID card. I will take you there. Just telling them won't give them a feeling of what it's like. They still have to experience it themselves before they know how to do it. Boss Chu, let's go find the people at the base first. Those who were escorted back were tied with vines by Chu Jiangyue, and the barbs would automatically pierce into the skin and then bring out some fleshy foam. So on the way back, a group of people were extremely well behaved. After Shun Jigue and the others got out of the car, they all pulled them out of the car very unceremoniously. The barbs dug into their skin, and they grimaced in pain. What's going on? At the entrance of Zhonglin Hotel, many people saw this scene and came forward to ask. Although Shin Jigue and the others are powerful, they usually don't pretend to be masters. Many people who have awakened their powers will go to them to ask about their powers. Although they won't tell everything, Shin Jigue and the others will give some more pertinent opinions. We will capture women who attempt to harm children and hand them over to the people at the base for processing. Now the population is small and the labor force is small. It is okay for these people to die, but they can become free labor for the base. I believe the people at the base should be very senior to them and Boss Chu. Wow, that's really heartbreaking. Well done, Mr. Shin. Chu Jiangyue didn't want to continue to get involved in this matter, so she took the little girl, mother and son, to the office hall. Chapter 56. Jin Charin comes with his sister. Shin Jigue and his party took people to find the people at the security base in City B, while Chu Jiangyue took the little girl and mother and son to the office lobby of Jianglin Hotel. Boss. Seeing Chu Jiangyue, Chu Jiangyang immediately said hello. Chu Jiangyue nodded in response. He is the housekeeper of the hotel. If you have any questions, you can ask him. With Chu Jiangyang, Chu Jiangyue didn't even want to work as a receptionist, so she brought people and threw them directly to Chu Jiangyang. On the other side, Shin Jigue led a group of people to find the people stationed at the Jianglin Hotel at the B City security base. Song Qingjun is away, and the person in charge of the base now is Ren Jie, the deputy captain of the base patrol team. Seeing Shin Jigue and his party, Ren Jie was a little confused. Everyone in Shin Jigue's team has superpowers, and they are both offensive and defensive, and also have a space superpower. Their strength is so high that Song Qingjun once started to recruit people into the patrol team of the security base in B City. Unfortunately, it failed in the end. Shin Jigue and the others don't want to be restrained. They just want to live freely outside. The appearance of Jianglin Hotel confirmed their idea. Mr. Shin, are you here looking for someone? In the base, you can see scenes of relatives recognizing each other from time to time. Could it be that Mr. Shin also found relatives among the people in their base? Ren Jie made various guesses in his mind. I'm not looking for someone, I'm giving them to you. Shin Jigue turned sideways, revealing the person behind him. These people attempted to rape a woman with a child, and we and Boss Chu saw it with our own eyes. If Boss Chu hadn't gone there in time, the situation might have been disastrous. Boss Chu doesn't want to see these people, so he asked me to bring them over for you to deal with. People who make mistakes should be punished. What do you think, Deputy Captain Rin? This kind of thing, in an environment like the end of the world, is not serious at all. It just depends on the thoughts of the people who deal with it. But the current situation is that Chu Jiangyue is a witness to this incident. If the security base in City B does not want to offend Chu Jiangyue, it cannot treat it lightly. After hearing Shin Jigue's words, Ren Jie's expression became serious. He was born in the J tribe, and he had an upright attitude. He had a natural aversion to people who bullied women and children. I understand. I will have people escort them back to the base now, and I will definitely give you an explanation. As for the mother and son, we will try our best to give them some compensation. However, the current situation in the base is not very good, and it may not be possible to get them good compensation. All I can say is that something is better than nothing. Shin Jige didn't hesitate too much and handed the person over to Ren Jie. Anyway, whether he is satisfied or not with the result is not the important point. The key is whether Chu Jiangyue is satisfied or not. After all, Jianglin Hotel is now the food backing of City B security base and cannot be offended under any circumstances. This is one of the reasons why Shin Jigue can trust people to them. Asterisk. Office lobby. Not long after Chu Jiangyue came in with the little girl, mother and son, Jin Charin and a group of 6 people also arrived. After the 6 people entered the office hall, they all said hello when they saw Chu Jiangyue. On other people's territory, basic courtesy should still be observed. Hello, welcome. There were new guests. Even if they were blamed on her, Chu Jiangyue had a better attitude towards them. I've only been away for a while, but I didn't expect the hotel to have undergone such a big change. Boss Chu, you are amazing. Jin Charin approached Jianglin Hotel and began to sigh after seeing the completely renewed Jianglin Hotel. Now seeing Chu Jiangyue, he wanted to express all his feelings. Jin Chuyu and others followed beside him, their expressions indescribable. Not bad, you guys probably want to exchange something too. Just go find Butler Chu. Chu Jiangyue pointed at Chu Jiangyang, who was at the counter. Boss Chu, are you recruiting employees? Ling Charin felt regretful. If he had known that Boss Chu was looking for employees, he should have asked his sister and her teammates to walk faster on the way. Maybe they could have caught up at the job fair. Chu Jiangyue shook her head. There is no open recruitment. Butler Chu is a robot. There is nothing to hide. If building a tall building overnight is possible, what else can't be possible? looking at Chu Zhongyang, who looks exactly like a real person, and even his every move is very natural, Jin Sharon said. I have little education, so don't lie to me. But looking at Chu Jiangyue's serious expression, Jin Sharon finally had to believe that what she said was true. Jin Shuyu glanced at Chu Jiangyue and finally completed the item exchange without saying a word and got the ID card. Seeing Jin Shuyu's actions, others also came forward to recharge according to the steps and got their ID cards. There are no rooms in the hotel at the moment. You can go to the restaurant and see if you want to buy some food. There are new thermostatic suits on the shelf over there. I suggest you take a look at them. Chu Jiangyue gave some suggestions to a few people. When they heard about the constant temperature suit, Jin Churin and the others' eyes lit up. It sounded like a good thing. Without asking Chu Jiangyue, he walked towards the shelf. After the office lobby was established, the shelves originally in Building 1 and Building 2 were moved to the office lobby. This will also make it more convenient to provide services to guests. It's actually a constant temperature suit. It can withstand temperatures ranging from -100 degrees Celsius to 100 degrees Celsius. There's 200 degrees Celsius in between. The ability to withstand such a large temperature difference is enough for them to move freely outside without being burned by the scorching sun. Jin Charin's face was full of surprise, and there were stars in his eyes when he looked at Chu Jiangyue. Boss Chu is so amazing that he can even get this kind of high-tech. I just don't know how they did this. Jin Shuyu and others also came over and saw the introduction about the constant temperature suit, and their expressions showed surprise. Boss Chu, how many of these constant temperature suits are there? As long as you have enough gold coins, you can buy whatever you want. Anyway, after they buy it, she will have money to purchase more goods, and there will definitely be no shortage of goods. After hearing Chu Jiangyue's words, even Jin Shuyu found it unbelievable. Such a valuable item has no purchase limit? What a great philanthropist he is, he even sells such good things. Chu Jiangyue had no idea what they were thinking. She only knew that she had another wealthy guest today. Thermostatic suits are durable and need to be replaced with a new one every 2 to 3 days. Otherwise, they will lose their effectiveness. A constant temperature suit that has run out of durability is useless even if you wear it. Seeing their happy, smiling faces, Chu Jiangyue couldn't help but start reminding them, so as to avoid unnecessary casualties due to not having enough time to change into new constant temperature suits. That's pretty good, it's better than nothing. Jin Shuyu was very open-minded and was not dissatisfied with the durability of the thermostatic suit. The little girl and the mother and son looked on helplessly, not knowing what to do next. Chapter 57, The Hero and Heroine Meet. Chu Jiangyue looked at the three people and said, "You already have your ID cards with some money in them. You can buy food or a thermostatic suit if you want. It's up to you." After buying the things, go to Building 2 to find the people from the B City base and see when they can escort you to the base. However, you are not guests of Zhonglin Hotel and can only stay in the hotel for 2 hours a day. Please pay attention to the time. If you can't go to the base today, you can find a way to sleep for a night within 10 meters of the hotel entrance, and there will be no zombie attacks. However, the accommodation conditions are rather poor. Thinking about the situation within 10 meters outside Zhonglin Hotel, Chu Jiangyue felt that this was also a business opportunity. It's a pity that she hasn't won any prizes like tents yet. Otherwise, she could sell tents to guests who don't have rooms. "Thank you, sis. I still have some food, and I want to buy that thermostatic suit." Although it has durability, she has 3 days to wear the constant temperature suit and go outside to find things to exchange. Chu Jiangyue glanced at the girl and said nothing about her decision. She can save people, but she can't be responsible for her future life. She still has to rely on herself to decide how her future life will be. The mother and son also chose to buy food. They don't have much balance, so if they want to buy one, they can only choose one. Jin Churin and his 6 companions were not as tight on money as they were. They bought several sets of constant temperature suits, as if they were free, and finally the space ability user in the team helped to put them away. Seeing another space-related mutant appear, Chu Jiangyue raised his eyebrows. It seems that she was really ignorant in her previous life. Now a second person with space-related abilities has appeared, but she only received news about him 1 year after the end of the world. It shows how ignorant she is. "Would you like me to take you to the restaurant?" Chu Jiangyue is relatively kind to underage children and women with children. No, we can go by ourselves." The little girl refused Chu Jiangyue's offer to see her off. Their sister has already saved them once, and they can't let their sister give them preferential treatment just because they are weak. If other people knew about this, they might say that my sister was unfair and treated her badly. The little girl thought about a lot, but Chu Jiangyue was unaware of it. However, she had some sympathy but not much, and since the girl refused, she agreed. Okay, add me as a friend. If you have any questions, you can send me a message. As long as it was within her ability, she didn't mind giving them some help. Children have hope, but no one knows how long this desperate doomsday will last. Boss Chu, can we add a friend too? On the way to City B, Jean Chu had heard her brother praise Boss Chu more than once. Now that the opportunity had come to her doorstep, she didn't mind having more contact with him. Gaga Ga. She's the heroine host, hurry up. Hearing that Jean Chu wanted to add a friend, the little fox immediately chirped in Chu Jiangyue's mind. I know. Be quiet. The little fox became quiet instantly. Okay. However, Chu Jiangyue only added Jean Chu. If others did not take the initiative to say so, Chu Jiangyue would not add them. The two girls added each other as friends and smiled at each other. Let them follow us to the restaurant. We want to go over and take a look too. Jean Chu is a girl, and she has some sympathy for little girls and young women, and she wants to help if she can. Thank you, sister. Thank you, Xin. Say thank you to your sister. Thank you, sister. Let's go. However, when they left the office lobby, they bumped into Zheng Wunan and Lu Yi, who came in from outside. Perhaps it was the natural magnetic attraction between the male and female protagonists. Jean Chu and Zheng Wunan actually fell in love with each other. Lu Yi was very close to Zheng Wunan now. Seeing him staring at other girls, she shook Zheng Wunan's arm and said, Brother Wunan, what are you looking at? Jean Chu. Sigma_angle. Ugh, so contrived, makes me physically uncomfortable. Then he turned his eyes away, without any reluctance, and did not look at Zheng Wunan again. Huan, on the other hand, rarely looked up at Zheng Wunan. For some reason, he felt that something was wrong with this man. He subconsciously walked to Jean Chu's side and blocked the man's sight. Zheng Wunan couldn't stand Lu Yi's pestering, and his sight was blocked by someone, so he could only look away. Seeing the two male protagonists and the female supporting role, Chu Jiangyue completely lost her gentle demeanor and sat directly on a chair in the hall and poured herself a glass of water. Hey, we're all here. Why are you still sitting there? This is not the attitude of a service person. Lu Yi just doesn't like Chu Jiangyue. Relying on the fact that Zheng Wunan has awakened the fire ability, she now speaks in an arrogant tone. But she also didn't think that within the Jianglin Hotel, except Chu Jiangyue, everyone is prohibited from using their supernatural powers. Hello, I'm the new housekeeper of the hotel. You can come to me if you have any questions. Chu Jiangyang glanced at Lu Yi. A gleam of light flashed in his black and white pupils and quickly disappeared. Chu Jiangyang's words directly ruined Lu Yi's performance and put her in an awkward situation. But Zheng Wunan acted as if he had seen nothing and took out a lot of gold and silver jewelry from his backpack and exchanged them for zombie crystal cores. Brother Wunan, why have you exchanged all of them? He didn't even leave any for her. Lu Yi felt uncomfortable. In her opinion, they were childhood sweethearts, and as an older brother, Zheng Wunan was supposed to take care of her when their parents were not around. It's only been such a short time, and they haven't even given her anything to exchange? What about her room and daily food expenses? Her spending at Jianglin Hotel was calculated at double the amount, which she couldn't earn on her own. I don't have much. I earned all of this with my life. You are an adult now, and you need to be responsible for yourself. That's right. Zheng Wunan didn't want to be used as an ATM by Lu Yi anymore. He didn't want to share with anyone the things he had worked so hard to bring back. What's more, Lu Yi hasn't gone out many times since she moved into the hotel, and she came to him to ask for money when she had no money left for the room fee. Zheng Wunan doesn't earn much himself, and he has to support Lu Yi, a bottomless pit. Of course, he doesn't want to do that. Brother Wunan, don't you care about me anymore? Lu Yi was about to cry. She looked up at Zheng Wunan, looking aggrieved and about to cry. If it were someone else, they might have fallen, but Lu Yi has used this trick on Zheng Wunan many times. He might compromise the first time, but would get tired of it the second, third, or fourth time. No one would be willing to share their things for free unless that person is a saint. Zheng Wunan admits that he is not a saint and cannot be so generous. Chu Jiangyue was fascinated by this scene. They were worthy of being the childhood sweethearts of the male protagonist and the female supporting role in the novel. The atmosphere was amazing. Brother Wunan, if you don't help me, I will really be kicked out. She lived in an ordinary single room, but it cost twice as much as others every day. This was simply not something she could afford. Chapter 58. Mr. Zheng is 7 years older than me. In addition to the room fee, she also has to buy food in the hotel restaurant every day. Because she didn't have much money in her balance, She spent most of this time eating corn buns and steamed buns. But now that so much time has passed, the little money she had in her balance has long been depleted. She hadn't awakened any special powers, so she didn't dare to leave the hotel. If she didn't leave the hotel, she would have no income, and without income, she would just live off her savings. The only one she can rely on now is Zheng Wonin. I really want to give you money, but I have to live too. I can't keep supporting you with money. It will cause misunderstandings. While speaking, Zheng Wonin glanced at Chu Jiangyue implicitly. In addition to Chu Jiangyue, Jin Shiyu's face also appeared in Zheng Wonin's mind. He had a feeling that there must be a destiny between them. Wow, what's that look in his eyes? Host, he doesn't have any thoughts about you, does he? The little fox had been standing on Chu Jianyue's shoulder and saw everything clearly. Zheng Wonin's eyes made it impossible for it not to think too much. Congratulations, you finally see the true nature of this man. Chu Jianyue is not really an 18-year-old girl who is naive and ignorant of the world. Although she didn't do well in her previous life, she had seen all kinds of ghosts and monsters. Zheng Wonin's little tricks couldn't fool Chu Jianyue. Then he just looked at the heroine in a sticky way. He is so dirty. The little fox made no secret of his disdain for Zheng Wonin. The corners of Chu Jianyue's lips slightly raised, and she did not comment on what the little fox said. Misunderstanding. Brother Wonin, we are childhood sweethearts and are destined to be married and spend the rest of our lives together. Ever since they first fell in love, Lu Yi felt that she and Zheng Wonin would get married with the blessings of their two elders and live happily ever after. But now things don't seem to be developing as she imagined. Her brother, Wonin, started to look at other women. This made Lu Yi feel very threatened, and she wanted to cling to Zheng Wonin even more. I don't care. Before Mom, Dad, Uncle, and Aunt went on a business trip, they all told you to take care of me. Brother Wonin, you can't just abandon me. Lu Yi grabbed Zheng Wonin's arm with such force that her nails broke the skin. Hiss! Let go! Zheng Wonin pried Lu Yi's hand away from his arm, looked at the red pinch marks on his hand, his expression somewhat gloomy. This is the last time. You also have to learn to kill zombies and collect crystal cores by yourself. Otherwise, I won't care about you anymore. After awakening his superpowers, Zheng Wonin's mentality changed. He was with Lu Yi before because he had no one to rely on, and two people were always more secure than one. But now that he has awakened his special powers and Lu Yi is still an ordinary person, he has to consider his future. He is a person with special abilities. How can he be with ordinary people? He deserves better. After ruling out Lu Yi, Zheng Wonin set his sights on Chu Jianyue. After meeting Jin Shiyu today, he had some new ideas. I understand, Brother Wonin. I will work hard to make money on my own. Lu Yi lowered her head so that no one could see her expression. Although the words sounded a bit buzzing, if someone looked from below, they would see a Lu Yi with a hideous face. Some people are just stubborn by nature. If I can't get it, I would rather destroy it than let others get it. The two of them had their own thoughts. Zheng Wonin transferred 20 silver coins to Lu Yi. The savings would be enough for her to spend a lot of time. With this money, as long as Lu Yi goes out seriously to search for supplies and fight zombies, there will be basically no problem living in the hotel. However, Lu Yi obviously didn't think so. With 20 silver coins, she just felt that Zheng Wonin was just getting rid of the beggar. However, she did not show her dissatisfaction. Instead, she thanked Zheng Wonin with a sweet smile, extended the room for 5 days, and then left the office hall. Seeing that Lu Yi stopped making a fuss, Zheng Wonin thought she had figured it out and didn't pay any attention to her situation. After the figure disappeared, Zheng Wonin turned his attention to Chu Jianyue again. Student Jiangyu, can I call you that? Zheng Wonin spoke to Chu Jianyue in the voice he thought was the most charming. The melon was gone, and Chu Jianyue didn't plan to stay in the office lobby for long. Just as she was about to leave, she was stopped by Zheng Wonin. But hearing this classmate Jiangyu, Chu Jianyue felt a little physically uncomfortable. Mr. Zheng is 7 years older than me. It's not appropriate to call him a classmate. Chu Jianyue directly pointed out the age gap between the two. What I like is that if you are 10 years older, you will be older. If you don't like it, 7 years older is too old. Chu Jianyue's move directly stabbed Zheng Wonin in the heart. At this time, Shun Jiguei and the others, who were leading people to find the people of the security base in City B, happened to step into the door of the office hall. Hearing Chu Jianyue's words, Lin Shiyuan couldn't help laughing. I'm sorry, I couldn't hold it back. Zhang He raised his hand and pushed the gold-rimmed glasses on the bridge of his nose, and looked at Lin Shiyuan with sympathetic eyes. Zheng Wonin is older, but they are equally matched. Seeing someone coming, Zheng Wonin couldn't say anything else. The gentle-looking Chu Jiangyue said goodbye before turning around and leaving the office hall. Boss Chu, let's exchange gold coins. Shen Jigue and his group would come to recharge every few days. Even Chu Jiangyue didn't know how much their balance was now. Of course, you could do whatever you want. Of course, Chu Jiangyue was happy when someone recharged the money. After all, the money would go in her pocket in the future. Boss Chu, is this butler Chu your new employee? I don't think I've seen him in the hotel before. Silin was young after all, so he asked the question as soon as he was bald. After asking, he realized that something was wrong. This category belongs to Boss Chu's privacy issues. It is indeed a new employee, but he is not a guest of Jianglin Hotel. Chu Jiangyue did not deliberately hide the identity of Chu Jiangyang's robot, but he would not take the initiative to tell it. Hearing that Chu Jiangyang was not a guest of the hotel, Shen Jigue and others felt a little different. But if Chu Jiangyue didn't tell them, it would be hard for them to ask. Everyone will have their own secrets, and people must learn to have a sense of boundaries. I see. I said that if Boss Chu wants to recruit employees, I will definitely be the first to sign up. In the apocalyptic era, if you can have a job that is free from exposure to wind and sun and has a stable income, I don't know how many people will envy you. Shen Jigue glanced at Chu Jiangyang and then asked Jiang he to put his things on the converter tray. Everyone in their team has superpowers. Even Zhang He, the space superpower, has greatly improved his physical fitness due to awakening his superpowers and is still different from ordinary people. People with high skills are bold, and they go farther and can find much more gold, silver, and jewelry than near Jianglin Hotel. In Shen Jigue's pile alone, there are already 3 gold coins, 60 silver coins, and 50 copper coins. Sure enough, rich people are still rich. Shen Jigue and the others are absolutely extremely rich, and Chu Jiangyue is thinking about how to make more money from them. Chapter 59 thinks he is Zheng Wonin. Jiang He, Su Zhucheng, Lin Shiyuan, and Silin exchange their things one after another, some with 2 gold coins, some with 4 gold coins. Chu Jiangyue looked at it with greed. Moreover, Chu Jiangyue was sure that they must have carefully selected these and only brought in the ones they did not need to exchange. After all, if you keep some gold and silver jewelry, jade bracelets, etc., in case you find a girlfriend in the future, these will be the capital to please her. Although it seems that they only have the idea of making money and eating, drinking, and sleeping well in Jianglin Hotel. But sometimes when love comes, you can't stop it, so it's better to prepare for it. Host, the hero has gone to find the heroine. The little fox didn't know why, but he felt that the male protagonist of this dimension was not worthy of the female protagonist of this dimension. Moreover, because the heroine came to City B early and met the hero in advance, the plot it could see was completely ruined, and it was unknown what would happen next. It now doesn't know what the meaning of this script is. After hearing what the little fox said, Chu Jiangyue could roughly guess some of its thoughts. I have something else to do, so I'll leave first. Chu Jiangyue said something to Shen Jigue and the others, then left the office hall and walked towards the restaurant. As soon as I arrived at the restaurant entrance, I saw Zheng Wonin carrying his plate and sitting down next to Jin Chuyu and the others. Chu Jiangyue was sure that if there were no empty seats at Jin Chuyu's table, Zheng Wonin would have been able to squeeze in shamelessly. Jin Chuyu saw Zheng Wonin, but just glanced at him and didn't pay any more attention to him. In Jin Chuyu's opinion, Zheng Wonin was a couple with the girl who had her arm around him that she had just seen in the office lobby. Besides, she doesn't like this kind of gentle and jade-like man. When Chu Jiangyue appeared, many people took the initiative to say hello. Chu Jiangyue nodded in response one by one, then ordered a meat dish, a vegetable dish, a soup, and a bowl of rice, and found an empty seat to sit down. It seems that the heroine is not too fond of the hero at the moment. Is your plot still viable? If it can't be used, then is it still necessary for the vicious female, supporting character Lu Yi, to trigger the plot? If there is no spark between the male and female protagonists, is the male protagonist still the male protagonist and the female protagonist still the female protagonist? Chu Jiangyue needs to figure all these out. Otherwise, she might accidentally confront the protagonist in the future and be restricted in every way by the protagonist's halo. The plot is broken. My script is turned into garbled text, waiting to be reloaded. The alarm didn't go off, so I guess everything will be all right. It was the first time for the little fox to be in charge, and it had never encountered such a situation before, so it could only let nature take its course. As for the previous mention that Lu Yi would trigger the plot with the heroine, it is probably useless. The little fox lay on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, looking weak. Don't worry There's no alarm, so there's nothing wrong. You don't have to worry too much. Chu Jiangyue has died once, so he is more open-minded about these things. The worst that can happen is death. It's not like I haven't died before. Zheng Wenin, who was sitting at the table next to Jin Chuyu and the others, also saw Chu Jiangyue coming. Thinking that Chu Jiangyue had arrived at the restaurant just as he had, Zheng Wenin firmly believed that Chu Jiangyue came for him. Otherwise, why are you looking at him frequently? It seemed that Chu Jiangyue was shy and did not respond to his confession because Shun Jigue and the others arrived by chance. Next time, if he finds a place where no one is around and confesses his love again, he will definitely succeed. Chu Jiangyue had no idea that the restaurant she came to reassure the little fox was actually misinterpreted by Zheng Wenin as being interested in him. If she knew that Zheng Wenin didn't know her so well, she would never have appeared in the restaurant today and let the little fox come and observe on her own. Not long after Chu Jiangyue sat down, Shin Jige and the others also entered the restaurant. They were a little surprised to see Chu Jiangyue in the restaurant with a dinner plate in front of them. After buying the food, Shin Jige walked to the table where Chu Jiangyue was sitting. "Boss Chu, would you mind sharing a table?" "As you wish." Chu Jiangyue was not so domineering as to occupy an 8-person table and not let anyone else sit. Seeing Shun Jigue and the other 5 sitting down next to Chu Jiangyue, Zheng Wenin's expression turned chrysanthemum for a moment. But now in public, he can't do anything. If you make Chu Jiangyue angry and expel him from the hotel, the gain outweighs the loss. Why do you think Boss Chu wants to come to the restaurant for dinner? Chu Jiangyue always went back to her own residence to eat and rarely went to restaurants to eat ready-made meals. On a whim. The real reason must not be told. Chu Jiangyue found a reason at random, and everyone who listened knew that it was a perfunctory answer. However, Shin Jigue was interested and did not ask any more questions. What happened to those people? Did anyone at the base tell them how to deal with it? The main thing is that those people have to pay. After saying this, Shin Jigue's expression became serious. Captain Song escorted the teachers and students back to the base and is not in the hotel at the moment. Among the people currently stationed in the hotel, Ren Jie, the deputy captain of the base patrol team, is in charge, and we have handed the people over to him. The base should give some compensation to the mother and son, but I don't know the specific amount. Shin Jigue is only responsible for handing people over to the base, and how to deal with them is not something he can get involved in. That's fine. Some compensation is better than nothing at all. They happen to be going to the base as well, so they won't have to send them so far when the time comes to compensate them. With compensation, the life of mother and son should be better, but what happens in the future still depends on them. Chu Jiangyue could save them for a while, but could not save them forever. I thought Boss Chu would leave them in the hotel. On the way back today, the little girl and mother and son were sitting in Chu Jiangyue's car. Shin Zhihui thought Chu Jiangyue would have some special care for them. After all, Chu Jiangyue didn't look like a kind-hearted person. The hotel has no rooms for the time being. I can't stay even if I want to. She couldn't let them follow her back to the cabin. Chu Jiangyue had no intention of bringing strangers into her territory. I heard Captain Song say that City B security base sent people to other bases to promote Jianglin Hotel. Is this equivalent to giving Chu Jiangyue free advertising? Sure enough, Chu Jiangyue's eyes suddenly lit up when she heard what Shen Jigue said. Really or not? Is the base so kind? You must know that the bustle in the world is all for benefit, and the hustle and bustle in the world is for benefit. If there is no benefit, City B security base is willing to waste this manpower and material resources? Boss Chu doesn't go out often, so he probably doesn't know that some mutant plants and animals have appeared outside. The living environment of human beings is getting smaller and smaller. In fact, Shen Jigue felt that this was completely a transformation between man and nature. Because humans have brought too much burden to Blue Star, he can't bear it now, so he wants to change Blue Star's master. Humanity today is completely out of weakness, and there is a danger of extinction if we are not careful. Chu Jiangyue just went out today, but she didn't encounter mutant animals or plants. Chapter 60, Disadvantaged Position. Being reminded by Shen Jigue, Chu Jiangyue also remembered that after the end of the world, people who went out to search for supplies had indeed said that in addition to zombies, there were also mutated animals and mutated plants running rampant outside the base. Except for domestic pet cats and dogs before the apocalypse, which will become close to their owners after mutation, other mutated animals are naturally hostile to humans. The situation of mutated plants is similar to that of mutated animals. But Chu Jiangyue probably doesn't know this situation now. But with zombies and mutated animals and plants, humans are really at the most disadvantaged position. Mutated animals and plants? I have never seen this before. I will go and see it next time I have a chance. Chu Jiangyue showed a puzzled expression. If Boss Chu is interested, you can come with us next time you want to go out. Seeing that Chu Jiangyue was interested in mutated animals and plants, Shen Jigue also took advantage of the opportunity and extended an invitation. But he also knew that as the owner of Zhonglin Hotel, Chu Jiangyue did not need to go out to find supplies to maintain his life. I really can't say when I will leave Zhonglin Hotel again. Okay, the next time I want to go out, I will contact you. Shen Jigue and others are all top-notch in strength, so Chu Jiangyue doesn't have to worry about being held back by others if she goes with them. After eating, Chu Jiangyue returned to his two-story wooden house. The most important thing now is to find the last 1,000 new customers. The best way is to go directly to the base to recruit customers. But if you want people to travel across mountains and rivers from the security base in City B to Zhonglin Hotel, if you don't have anything attractive, they won't even bother with you. After all, outside the base, zombies are rampant, and animals and plants have mutated one after another. People without strength dare not even leave the base. Little Fox, why didn't I get a bus? A bus can carry many more people than an SUV. If there was a bus, she could also bring back more people from the base. The security base in City B is not enough. There are other bases, and all eggs cannot be put in one basket. Host, the rewards for completing the mission are random. I can't do anything about it. In the little fox's opinion, Chu Jiangyue's luck is much better than other hosts. As for the office lobby and the restaurant, I don't know how many people have been longing for these rewards but have not been able to get them for a long time. Chu Jiangyue sighed slightly. It seemed that he had to go to the B city base to take a look. After thinking about it clearly, Chu Jiangyue stopped thinking about other things. She waited until 6 o'clock in the evening and got off work on time. Although she got off work, Chu Jiangyang did not get off work. As a robot, Chu Jiangyang would have no problem even if he kept running 24 hours a day. Of course, Chu Jiangyue was not that crazy. She just let Chu Jiangyang do whatever he wanted. He could go to work after 6 o'clock if he wanted to, and he could just close the hotel door if he didn't want to go to work. After Chu Jiangyue got off work, she sent a message to Shen Jigue and the others, telling her that she was going to the security base in City B tomorrow. She didn't know if Shen Jigue and the others wanted to go. If they're interested, they can go together. If she doesn't want to go alone, that's fine. After all, Chu Jiangyue had just said today that he could come to them if he wanted to go out. So Chu Jiangyue was abiding by the agreement. On the other side, Shen Jigue received news from Chu Jiangyue and was a little surprised after seeing Chu Jiangyue's plan. The security base in City B will bring people over every day to recharge and apply for identity cards, striving to achieve 100% coverage of the base in City B. After such a long time, more and more people in the base have applied for Zhonglin Hotel ID cards, covering not only 60%, but also 80% of the area. As for the road from Zhonglin Hotel to City B security base, more than half of it has been built. I believe that the border between the two sides will be truly achieved in the near future. He thought that even if Chu Jiangyue wanted to visit the base in City B, he would only consider it after the safe passages in the security base in City B and Zhonglin Hotel were completed. But since Chu Jiangyue wanted to go, Shen Jigue felt that it was not impossible to follow her. But he couldn't decide this matter alone. Shenji returned and asked the others. Chu Jiangyue saw it, but did not reply. Shen Jigue would send her another message after asking other people. So Chu Jiangyue took one look and stopped paying attention. About 10 minutes later, Chu Jiangyue received a message from Shen Jigue. With the strength of Shen Jigue and the others, it actually didn't matter where they went. Since Chu Jiangyue wanted to go somewhere, they agreed. Putting everything aside, Chu Jiangyue is the owner of Zhonglin Hotel, and they will give Chu Jiangyue this face no matter what. After getting the affirmative answer, Chu Jiangyue completely relaxed. Asterisk. Renjie did not leave Zhonglin Hotel with anyone yesterday, but got up the next morning to prepare to leave. When leaving Zhonglin Hotel, I happened to see Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigue going out. Boss Chu, Mr. Shen, are you going out too? Renjie wondered whether Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigue were so familiar with each other, and they actually made an appointment to go out together again. I'm going to go to the base. Mr. Shen and the others are also interested in the base, so we'll go together. Chu Jiangyue knew that if she went out, many people would be watching her. But Chu Jiangyue didn't care, just kept staring. No one could find out the final secret of Zhonglin Hotel anyway. We are all going back to the base. Why don't we come together? Ren Jie's eyes lit up when he heard that Chu Jiangyue and the others' destination was also the security base in City B. If Shun Jigue, Chu Jiangyue, and the others join them on the way, their safety will be enhanced. Mainly because he had to escort many ordinary people here. The captain took the people back to the base early for the sake of those teachers and students. He didn't have much left to fight. Xie Silin and the others looked at Shin Jigue, and Shin Jigue looked at Chu Jiangyue. Chu Jiangyue. How come I am the one who makes the decision? I don't care. For the sake of safety, the best solution is to choose the route from City B's safety base to and from Zhonglin Hotel. Roads have the function of isolating zombies. As long as there are safe passages built, there will be no risk of being attacked by zombies. Therefore, it doesn't really mean much whether they go together or not. Elder sister, Fu Tong was the girl who was rescued by Chu Jiangyue in the convenience store. When she saw Chu Jiangyue, she was greeting Chu Jiangyue with a happy face. Seeing Fu Tong and the mother and son standing together, Chu Jiangyue knew that they must have formed a temporary team. After arriving at the safe base in City B, it still depends on them what kind of life they can live. If you don't push yourself, you won't know where your limits are. Chu Jiangyue nodded in their direction. There were no vacancies in Zhonglin Hotel. They probably slept somewhere nearby yesterday. Boss Chu knows them? Rinjie only saw a few unlucky people sent back by Shin Jigue yesterday. He had indeed never seen Fu Tong and the mother and son. I rescued them from outside. There are no rooms in the hotel. Let them live in the base for a while. As for when to return to the hotel, this is not Chu Jianyue's time to worry about. Chapter 60, One Mutant Tiger Attack. Ren Jie was even more surprised when he heard that it was Chu Jianyue who rescued him. Doesn't this person usually stay at Zhonglin Hotel? Why has he been going out so frequently in the past 2 days? And every time we can rescue some people. Ren Jie looked at Fu Tong and the mother and son. So it was Boss Chu who rescued them. I will definitely pay more attention to them when we get to the base. The one who was rescued by Chu Jianyue must have gained fame in front of Chu Jianyue, and Ren Jie was also happy to give Chu Jianyue face. No, just arrange it as normal. We can take care of ourselves. Yi Mei knew that Ren Jie wanted to use them to find Ren Ping from Chu Jianyue. Yi Mei was grateful to Chu Jianyue for saving her life and didn't want to make things difficult for Chu Jianyue because of herself. Aunt Yi is right. We don't need special care. Fu Tong is also a little dependent on Chu Jianyue, but she knows that she has no relationship with Chu Jianyue and does not want to cause trouble for Chu Jianyue. Ren Jie was a little surprised after being rejected by 2 people in a row, but he didn't force it. It just so happened that those words were just said on a whim. If it succeeded, there would be only benefits and no harm. If it was rejected, he would not suffer any loss. Compared with Song Qingjun, Ren Jie seems more sophisticated and smooth. Chu Jianyue finally remembered at this moment that this Ren Jie was the new patrol team captain of the base after she arrived at the B City security base in her previous life. I just don't know what exactly happened. Song Qingjun's position was actually replaced by Ren Jie. Because Chu Jianyue remembered that when she went to the security base in City B in her previous life, there was no longer Song Qingjun in the base. She'd never heard anyone mention the name either, like it was a taboo. It's a pity that the plot of Little Fox has collapsed, and now she can't see any content. She has no way of knowing what role Ren Jie plays in the plot. Chu Jianyue observed Ren Jie calmly for a while, then slowly withdrew his gaze, turned around, and said to Shin Jigue and the others, "Let's go." Fu Tong and Yi Mei, mother and son, followed Chu Jianyue obediently, and Shin Jigue followed them, not caring whether Ren Jie followed. Shin Jigue had been paying attention to Chu Jianyue's every move. When she saw Ren Jie, she suddenly frowned, and then her eyebrows relaxed again, and Shin Jigue saw it exactly. Judging from Chu Jianyue's reaction, there might be something wrong with Ren Jie. But Chu Jianyue didn't say anything, so he didn't ask. If something really happened, Shin Jigue believed that Chu Jianyue would not ignore anything. Several people left Zhonglin Hotel and quickly arrived at the entrance to the safe passage of Zhonglin Hotel. There are 8 lanes in total for the round trip. City B Safety Base is very willing to spend money on this safe passage. Chu Jianyue turned on the navigation and still chose the silver off-road vehicle. Get in the car. After saying that, Chu Jianyue wanted to open the driver's seat of the car door. Let's drive, Boss Chu. Choose a seat you like. Chu Jianyue didn't show any pretense. She generously gave up the driver's seat and sat behind the driver's seat. The fact that turning on navigation allows you to have transportation during navigation has been widely spread in Zhonglin Hotel. But unlike Chu Jianyue, when they use transportation, They will be charged according to time. It's more expensive than renting an electric car, but it's more convenient, and you don't need to find a place to park. Yimei and the others were under the control of Renjie and the others. After all, Renjie and the others came from the security base in City B. They already had transportation, so no one turned on the navigation. However, they don't have many cars, and almost all of them are packed with people sitting inside. Compared with Chu Jiangyue and Shen Jigui's side, it's completely different. The silver off-road vehicle drove on the silver road and quickly distanced itself from Renjie. But Renjie was from the base in City B after all. After driving for a while, he would slowly slow down and wait for them to catch up. The main feature is a stop-and-go style. Along the way, there were no zombie invasions and no mutated animals or plants blocking our way. Everything went very smoothly. However, as they approached the end of the road, things started to look bad. There was a sound of fighting ahead, and I also heard the roar of beasts. Su Zhuqing's voice was a little solemn. There was a roar of an animal, which meant that the other party must have been attacked by a mutant animal. Some mutant animals live in groups. If they attack in groups, no matter how strong they are, they dare not confront them head-on. Now we can only hope that the mutant animals that come to attack this time don't live in groups. Renjie and his convoy were still behind them and would not be able to catch up in a short time. Jiang He was driving, and when he heard Su Zhuqing's words, he sped up. When they reached the end of the road, several people got out of the car one after another. Chu Jiangyue ended the navigation, and the silver off-road vehicle disappeared in an instant. The two mutant tigers that attacked this time were more than twice as big as ordinary tigers. When Chu Jiangyue saw them, her scalp felt numb. At this time, many people were lying on the ground motionless on the battlefield. Because Jiang He had space powers, Shinjige was afraid that he would be injured again, so he asked him to wait nearby. If the time is right, you can sneak attack on the mutated tiger. Jiang He didn't want to drag down his teammates because of his injury, so he had no objection to Shun Jigui's arrangement. However, when the 5 monk disciples entered the battlefield, the whole situation turned upside down in an instant. The vine whips on Chu Jianyue's hands were dancing like tigers, and every time the whip was whipped, the tiger's screams could be heard. Chu Jianyue couldn't bear it. What did you do to make them so persistent in attacking you? As soon as he entered the battle, when he heard the whip hitting the mutant tigers and their shrill cries, Chu Jianyue felt that something was wrong and turned to ask the people who had been attacked before. Seeing that someone had lost his life on the ground, Chu Jianyue's face didn't look good. Roar! Host, they stole the children of tiger parents. Chu Jianyue couldn't understand animal language, but the little fox could, and immediately explained everything. Chu Jianyue was furious, and whipped the person who was hiding behind him with a whip. You stole someone's child. You deserve to be beaten. Before stealing, I don't even consider whether I have the ability to do it. The little fox jumped off Chu Jianyue's shoulder and came to a cloth bag placed next to the road construction material bag. But it couldn't touch anything except Chu Jianyue and could only talk to Chu Jianyue. Here, Chu Jianyue took advantage of the fact that Shen Jigue and the others were still resisting the attack of the two tigers and quickly ran to the little fox's side and opened the cloth bag. Inside was a white, black, and white tiger cub with a pair of small, fleshy wings on its back, probably because it hadn't grown yet. Chu Jianyue held the little tiger in her arms and gave it a little wood power. The little tiger finally opened his eyes slowly, and his golden eyes like quicksand immediately hit Chu Jianyue's cute spot. Chapter 62, Zombie Dog. But now is not the time to sigh that the little tigers are not cute. Chu Jianyue hugged the little tiger and approached the two big tigers. When the little tiger saw his parents, he became excited and roared several times in their direction. Just because it is small and has a small voice, although its movements look very majestic, it looks cute despite its small stature. The two mutant tigers heard the roar of the little tiger, so they roared in the direction of the little tiger. The two mutated tigers did not attack, and Shinjigue and others also wisely stopped their attacks and retreated to the side. If they had known that the truth of the matter was that these people had stolen the mutant tiger cubs, they would not have taken action. But once you join the battle, it's not that easy to leave. They had already started a perfunctory fight when Chu Jianyue shouted that these people had stolen the mutant tiger cubs. The little tiger ran to his parents, humming and saying something inaudible. The two mutant tigers stopped attacking Chu Jianyue and the other 6 people. But the men who stole the tiger cubs were not let off so easily. The two adult mutant tigers swung their claws at the chests of those people respectively. Because the attack was sudden, those people had no time to dodge. The force of the claws was so strong that the bones could be seen. Several people screamed and collapsed to the ground wailing. One of the mutant tigers roared at Chu Jiangyue, and then the couple turned around and jumped away with the little tiger. What do you mean? Chu Jiangyue couldn't understand animal language, so she could only ask the little fox to translate. The little tiger told them you were a good Teleg, and the big tiger said thank you. Although there was only a word of thanks, Chu Jiangyue knew that she had the mutant tiger as her backer. If we meet again in the future, we will definitely not attack her again. Boss Chu, help. The few people who had been slapped by the mutated tiger dared to speak out only when the tiger was gone. They were not familiar with Shun Jigue and the others, so they could only ask Chu Jiangyue for help. After all, Chu Jiangyue is the owner of Jianglin Hotel, so they are also guests of Jianglin Hotel. I don't have any medicine on me. Vice Captain Run is behind me. He should be here soon. Just hold on. Chu Jiangyue had a bad impression of people who stole tiger cubs. Although her wood power had a certain healing effect, she was not willing to save them. Those who are chosen to build roads are basically people with special abilities and will not die from minor injuries. As soon as Chu Jiangyue mentioned Renjie, the convoy led by Renjie appeared. Seeing the tragic battlefield, Renjie was a little dumbfounded. What's going on? Renjie looked at Chu Jiangyue. They should have no grudge against these people, right? They were attacked by a mutant tiger, and we don't have any medicine here. Zhang He stepped forward and briefly explained the reason. Renjie was helpless. What kind of luck was this? But the people who were building the road were all from the base itself, so he couldn't just stand there and do nothing. Help them to the safe passage first and give them a simple bandage. They didn't bring much medicine, and all of it was barely enough to apply medicine and bandages to these people. And since they were injured, he had to notify the base and send more people to complete the road repair work. Our cars are full, so you can discuss among yourselves who will drive the navigation and use the car. When they use navigation to travel, they need to pay according to the time, and the person using the navigation also has to worry about whether other people can pay honestly. Therefore, it is important to decide who drives the navigation. Take your time to handle it. We'll leave first. Chu Jiangyue didn't want to waste too much time on this matter, so after seeing that their lives were not in any danger, he planned to leave first. Although Ren Jie really wanted Chu Jiangyue and the others to wait, he also knew that they had no reason to let Chu Jiangyue and the others wait for them. In the end, he could only smile and say a few words like bon voyage to Chu Jiangyue and the others. After the greetings, Chu Jiangyue and his 6 companions set out again. However, there was no safe passage on the next section of the road, and zombies appeared soon after. However, the cars provided by the navigation system have a certain function of shielding zombies. In addition to zombies, they should be more worried about mutated animals and plants. After driving for about 10 minutes from the end of the safety passage, Chu Jiangyue looked at the surrounding environment and frowned slightly. The sky is filled with yellow sand, and the sun is scorching. This environment is no longer suitable for human survival. Z. The sound of sudden brakes brought Chu Jiangyue back to her senses. There is a group of mutant dogs ahead, but their condition is different from those 2 mutant tigers. Zhang He explained what he saw to the people behind him. Chu Jiangyue knew that whether it was a mutated animal or a mutated plant, there were 2 directions of mutation. One is a normal mutation, and the other is a zombie mutation. Just like humans, there are zombies and people with superpowers. If you can attack from a distance, attack from a distance. Don't get bitten by them. Zombified dogs have similar properties to zombies. Anyone bitten or scratched will be infected by the zombie virus. This is an unsolvable problem. Shun Jigue and others still trusted Chu Jiangyue, so they only stood next to Silver Off-Road and used supernatural attacks on the zombie dogs. However, long-range attacks are more lethal with Shun Jigue's thunder power and Chu Jiangyue's wood power. Zombie dogs, like zombies, don't know pain, they only know how to attack. If you want to kill zombie dogs, you can only hit them in the head. The zombie dogs smelled the scent of human flesh and blood emanating from Chu Jiangyue and the other 6 people, and wanted to move forward regardless of anything. However, every time Chu Jiangyue and Shun Jigue attacked, they would eliminate the zombie dogs in the front. The stalemate lasted for a long time, with neither side able to close the distance or distance themselves from the other. Their abilities are limited, and this stalemate would be very disadvantageous to them. Roar! Just when Chu Jiangyue was trying to find a way to break the deadlock, he heard a very familiar beast roar. 2 big tigers jumped out from nowhere and, relying on their size advantage, crushed a zombie dog to death with 1 foot. The zombie dogs that were stepped on by them eventually turned into a pile of meat paste. Chu Jiangyue used vines to roll out all the crystal cores in the zombie dog's head. let Silin use his ice ability to make some ice, which quickly dissolved into water and was poured on to clean it. Dozens of zombie dog crystal cores were collected on a large leaf that Chu Jiangyue conjured up using his supernatural powers. Everyone distributed the work according to their work, and in the end there were about 30 zombie crystal cores left in the big leaves. Chu Jiangyue handed the crystal core to the big tiger. One of the big tigers raised its paw and touched the big leaf that Chu Jiangyue handed over, and all the crystal cores on the big leaf disappeared. Chu Jiangyue. Now, even tigers have space? It was said that space-related psychics were scarce, so why did she feel like there were quite a few of them? Thank you guys. Next time we meet, I'll treat you to a good meal and drink at my hotel. After saying that, Chu Jiangyue bravely reached out his hand and touched the big tiger's raised paw. Oh, it's so furry. I want to pinch it. Chapter 63. A Community Without Zombies. The big tiger glanced at Chu Jiangyue and did not show any dissatisfaction with Chu Jiangyue's actions. Roar. It said it knew. The little fox very consciously acted as a translator. But I just know it, and I don't know whether to go or not. Looking forward to seeing you next time. After Chu Jiangyue finished speaking, the two big tigers took the little tigers and jumped away. Boss Chu, can you understand what they are saying? Silin found it incredible to see Chu Jiangyue communicating with the two tigers without any obstacles. I don't understand. Maybe it's because we have a mental connection. It's true that she doesn't understand, but she has a translator. Silin gave Chu Jiangyue an awkward yet polite smile. Let's continue on our way. If we haven't reached a safe passage by noon, we still have to find a place to eat. Shin Jigue reminded him. Although they are wearing thermostatic suits, the food they take out is likely to quickly become smelly and rotten because the temperature is too high. So if you can eat in the house, you still have to eat in the house. At least the temperature can be a few degrees lower than outside. In order to find a house, Jiang drove faster this time. The section of road they were on now had nothing around it except yellow sand. 20 minutes passed. There's a residential area ahead. Do you want to go in? If it is a neighborhood that has not been cleaned, there will definitely be a lot of zombies inside. He was not sure whether the 6 of them could deal with the hordes of zombies. Host, there are no zombies in the community, but there is a mutant plant. The little fox knew that Chu Jiangyue and the others wanted to find a house to rest temporarily, so he ran forward to find out very actively. The residential area that Jiang saw was the one that the little fox had visited. Nothing, just a mutant plant? If that's the case, then this mutant plant seems to have some special abilities. There are still some survivors. There are mutated plants to get rid of the zombies, and the people in this community live quite well. But now that the end of the world has been approaching for some time, the supplies in the community have almost been used up, and people in the community have begun to worry about supplies. Go and have a look. If it doesn't work, go back to the car. Chu Jiangyue, who knew the situation, decided to go over and take a look. Since the mutated plant didn't harm the survivors in the community, I guess it was relatively close to them. As long as they don't show any hostility, they should be fine. However, this matter cannot be decided by Chu Jiangyue alone. It mainly depends on what other people think. Su Zhuqing and the others looked at Shun Jigue. Then go take a look. Stay vigilant until you are sure it's safe. With Shun Jigue, no one else had any objections. Jiang drove the car towards the community. There were many corpses of zombies at the gate of the community. Chu Jiangyue guessed that they were the work of the mutated plant. The car drove to the gate of the community and was stopped by someone. Wait, who are you, and what do you do? Seeing a stranger coming, the gatekeeper raised his voice and asked in a slightly tough tone. We were passing by and wanted to find a place to rest. Jiang raised his hand, took out a pack of instant noodles from the space, and handed it to the gatekeeper. Instant noodles were supplies they had collected before, but there were meals in Zhonglin Hotel, so they put them on hold. Now it comes in handy. The man's eyes lit up when he saw the instant noodles. There are indeed vacancies in the community, but you can only move around the periphery of the community and not go deeper. Then he quickly took the instant noodles from Jiang's hand into his own hand. Instant noodles, before the end of the world, were considered junk food, but now they are a rare good thing. Of course, we all know the rules. The gatekeeper came out of the guard room and took down the earth wall, blocking the entrance to the community. Well, he is an earth-type mutant. Jiang drove the car into the residential area and found a suitable apartment building to park his car. After making sure that Jiang and his companions had chosen the apartment building and had no intention of attacking anyone, the young man wrapped his feet with dirt and quickly ran into the community. Someone is coming, maybe I can trade some supplies with them. The cars they drive are all brand new, so they must have a lot of supplies. Chu Jiangyuan noticed his movement, but ignored it. Shun Jige and the others also made no movement. A few people found an apartment, opened the door, walked in, cleaned up the dust in the living room a little, and then sat down together at the dining table in the living room of the house. Zhang Yi took out the meals he had bought a long time ago from his space and placed them on the dining table. Chu Jiangyue bought 2 dishes and a bowl of rice from the items unlocked by the system and took them out. Let's eat together. Chu Jiangyue took a plate of braised pork and a plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes. The dishes brought out by Shun Jige and the others were not the same. Boss Chu is so generous. Then I won't be polite. Lin Shiyuan picked up a plate of braised pork with his first chopsticks. Shun Jigue didn't say anything. He just thought in his heart that he would return it from another place in the future. After a few people started eating, they heard the sound of someone walking outside the corridor. Chu Jiangyue frowned slightly. Even if he wanted to come to greet them, it shouldn't be at this time. Why come to them at noon without eating? Put it away and see what they want to do. Shin Jigue put down the bowls and chopsticks and asked Jiang he to put away everything on the table. No, if they want, I can sell it to them. But this price is not the price in the hotel. Moreover, without ID card payment, they can only pay with crystal core. Shun Jigue glanced at Chu Jiangyue and made sure that she was not joking before nodding. I'll go open the door. Xie Silin was very aware of his position as a younger brother. He put down his bowl and chopsticks and went to open the door. Sure enough, when they heard the sound of the door opening, the group of people who had been looking for them immediately broke into smiles. So there are several guests here. We don't have much to offer, so we came here just to say hello to you. While speaking, his eyes kept glancing towards the door. He could already smell the aroma of the food. Don't be so polite, we're just passing by. Although Boss Chu said she still had vegetables to sell to them, Xie Silin had no intention of inviting them in. It's the end of the world now, and there's no guarantee that these people will become more aggressive. Wouldn't you like us to come in and sit down? The thin old man in the lead looked at Xie Silin with a smile on his face. Xiao Xie, please bring the guest in. Su Zhucheng raised his voice and asked Xie Silin to bring the person in. When he heard the people inside asking Xie Silin to take them in, the thin old man smiled so hard that 2 more wrinkles appeared on his face. Since someone called, Xie Silin had no choice but to let the person in. The thin old man was very rude and led his men around Xie Silin and entered the door. After entering the door, my eyes lit up when I saw the food on the table. It seems that the people who came today have a lot of supplies. You guys are eating really well. These meals are rare nowadays. It's okay. Eat something good when you're out. Chapter 64. Giving away Zhonglin Hotel flyers. Just now, the guy guarding the gate of our community brought out a pack of instant noodles. I wonder. The thin old man looked at Jiang He. Apparently, the gatekeeper had just told him that it was Jiang He who gave him the instant noodles. Since it was taken from Jiang He, it was natural to think that Jiang He was the one with the final say in this team. Uncle Zhang, I think the food they eat is pretty good. Although it won't last long, they can be eaten right after they buy it. It has been a long time since I had a hot meal. The thin old man did not refute the words of the young man behind him. He smiled at Chu Jiangyue and the others. His meaning could not be more obvious. Want food? Chu Jiangyue looked at the thin old man. It's not easy for everyone. We support each other when we are out and about. If you have anything you want, we can also use it in exchange. The thin old man looked at Chu Jiangyue, the only one who spoke. I happen to have some left, but the world is tough right now, and prices are skyrocketing. Consumption is not free, and she does not need to barter with them as long as they can afford the crystal cores. I understand. It's not easy for everyone. It's normal for the price to be a little higher. That's good. 1 plate of stir-fried vegetables with 2 level 1 zombie crystal cores. 1 plate of vinegar-fried potato shreds with 4 level 1 zombie crystal cores. 1 plate of spring onion mixed with tofu with 6 level 1 zombie crystal cores. 1 plate of scrambled eggs with tomatoes with 8 level 1 zombie crystal cores. 1 plate of braised pork with brown sauce with 10 level 1 zombie crystal cores. And 1 bowl of rice with 1 zombie crystal core. Let's take a look. How much do you want? Chu Jiangyue stated the prices of all the dishes in one breath and looked at the thin old man and his companions. Hearing that everything had to be paid with zombie crystal cores, the thin old man and the young man behind him looked unhappy. Because there were no zombies in the community, they didn't dare to go out. They had been living in the community all the time and had never gone out. If they were asked to take out the zombie crystal cores to buy things now, they would definitely not be able to do so. We don't have zombie crystal cores. Can we exchange them for something else? Without the zombie crystal core, Chu Jiangyue had no interest in talking to them. She was giving them a back door, but in the end they had no money to buy it, which was a waste of their feelings. I don't need anything else. Being rejected by Chu Jiangyue, the thin old man and the young man behind him both looked unhappy. You are a woman, so you can't represent others. Since we don't have zombie crystal cores, we can exchange them with other things. Otherwise, don't even think about leaving the community safely. Since you guys can't come to an agreement, you're resorting to force? Lin Xuan had a bad temper, and a ball of flame gathered on his hand. Seeing the flame on Lin Xuan's hand, the thin old man and several young men looked solemn. They knew about this thing, and someone in the community suddenly awakened superpowers. But those in the community didn't seem to feel the oppression brought to them by the young people in front of them. Don't be impulsive. Let's talk it over nicely. The thin old man knew that they might have made a wrong calculation this time, as these people were not easy to deal with. What I just said is still valid. Before we leave, you can all bring crystal cores to exchange. Chu Jiangyuan knew that she shouldn't push people into a corner, so she still had to give them some hope. As for how many crystal cores they can get in exchange, that is their own business. We still have some instant noodles, 5 level 1 zombies in a pack. Zhang Yi also talked about instant noodles at the right time. The price seemed more expensive than Chu Jiangyue's meals, but its advantage was that the packaging was sealed and could be stored for a long time. In such weather, the food Chu Jiangyue sells can only be eaten today. Let's prepare the zombie crystal core now. The thin old man didn't argue too much and left with his people. This little episode did not affect the mood of Chu Jiangyue and the others. After they left, they continued with their unfinished meal. Su Zhucheng placed several ice cubes under their table to prevent the food on the table from going bad before they were finished because of the high temperature. Little Fox, can you still get the flyers you distributed earlier? In order to attract customers, Chu Jiangyue had distributed flyers in Shengshi Huadu community before, but now they are out of stock. Although this community is guarded by mutant plants, it is not invaded by zombies. But as the extremely hot weather lasts longer and longer, people here will sooner or later be unable to survive. Since they were already here, Chu Jiangyue didn't mind giving them a chance to survive. Okay, how much does the host want? Zhonglin Hotel has been upgraded, and the little fox has more energy to use. It's just a few flyers, a piece of cake for it. Make 100 of them for me. Okay, host. The little fox stood on Chu Jiangyue's shoulder, its tail flying wildly, and its little face began to work hard. Not long after, 100 leaflets appeared in front of Chu Jiangyue. The contents on the flyer are photos of the entrance of Zhonglin Hotel, the restaurant, and the main entrance of buildings 1 and 2. With this flyer, you can protect yourself from extremely hot weather and peaceful zombies within a radius of 1 meter within 3 days. Does the host want to give the flyer to the people in this community? Apart from Chu Jiangyue and Shun Jigui, the only people here are the aborigines of the community. Shun Jigui and the others have thermostatic suits and superpowers, so they won't be in danger when encountering zombies. Then there are only aborigines in this community. Just think of me as your host and do one good deed every day. A stack of paper suddenly appeared in front of Chu Jiangyue, and Shin Jigui and others were already used to it. I have seen things like this in high-rise buildings overnight, just a few pieces of paper, nothing special. Although they thought so, they still stared in Chu Jiangyue's direction. Do you want to help me distribute the flyers at Zhonglin Hotel? Chu Jiangyue stretched out her hand, took all the 100 leaflets floating in front of her, and immediately put them into her system backpack. If Boss Chu needs it, of course we are obliged to help. Shin Jigui didn't mind helping Chu Jiangyue with whatever he could. Chu Jiangyue glanced at Shun Jigui. No, I prepared this for the people in this community. If they want to buy instant noodles and meals, they will definitely come again. Then they can just give the flyers to the thin old man. I don't know how the thin old man arranged it, but he came back with people an hour later. Xiang Jianghe bought 50 packs of instant noodles, and Chu Jiangyue bought 3 plates of each dish and 50 bowls of rice. In order to better bring things back, we also brought a lot of young men this time. Before they left, Chu Jiangyue took out the Zhonglin Hotel's flyer from the system space. This is a flyer for Zhonglin Hotel. Holding it will protect you from extreme heat and zombies for 3 days. The range is only 1 meter. This is the hotel I opened. If you have trouble making a living, you can come and take a look. There are people from the B City security base in the hotel. If you don't want to live in the hotel, you can follow them to live in the base. Once she gets to the security base in City B, she should be able to complete the latest mission of attracting new customers. After completing this mission, there is a high probability that a new room will appear.